We are live at Collectibles for tonight's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. I forgot to reset the chat. That's okay. Now there's the old comments are still up here. That's all right though. We can make do with that. Let me actually see if I can clear that out. Remind me later. Mike just commented, but I'm actually about to clear out Mike's comment. Now Laura's first. She beat Mike out through default, through me deleting Mike's comment. All right, here we go. I'm here, and I was chatting with Ed and said hi to everybody else here, and I'm live. I'm gonna have to get into the groove because after missing a day, I'm like, okay, where is everything? What am I doing here? That's like my big question right now. So let me figure out what's all happened since Paul's been gone, or since I've been gone and Paul's been here. I got to chat with him for a second, and after the sale, I was on my way home. He said everything went swell, but I just never know what he's actually gone through up here. So it's always like, well, do I need to go through this crate or that crate? But I know we will have new arrivals. So let me go ahead and take care of business here. And while I'm sharing everything, let me do that right now. So first thing I'm going to do is open Facebook, and I'm going to start sharing all the links. And let me do that right now. What just happened? Okay, that's Collectibles. How? Oh, that's weird. It's not letting me change accounts. Okay, anyways. There's one less crate to go through. The whole lower crate sold. Wow. That probably made Paul jealous. There we go. All right, so let's go to Chad Williams' account so I can start liking and sharing. I need y'all to do the same. I'm going to hit the link, copy link button. Let's get it shared over in our group and anywhere else. Let's do copy, link, and let's get shared over in the hot picture. Let's go over here and here. Now, if you've commented something, I've glanced up and I've read something ST sent me. Hold off on sending any kind of like message about orders for a while because I'm not really looking at comments right now. I don't even have my phone on yet, so if they disappear on the screen, they're gone forever until we watch the replay. So give me 1 second. I would copy and paste that comment, hold it, and then I probably need to send that to Ed and let him know. He's actually still here in the building, but hold off on that for 1 second. First thing I'm going to do is get these links shared. And I'm here. I survived Metallica. And so did Ed. Ed was there too. I didn't even know it till Seth found me and he was like, hey, Ed's here. And I was like, what? And then I looked down and I had a text message from Ed. I was like, what? Ed's here? So, Facebook Live link. It was great. Of course, I took 2 people that had never been to Metallica. I kind of forced Tanner to go because every show I go to, even though he may not be totally into it, I just kind of want people to experience it. I'm like, man, you gotta see this. And so, and then our friend Moose was all in. And I took 3 people that had not been. When I say took, I've convinced them to buy a ticket and go with us. That's what I mean by took. I'm like, trust me, it's going to be worth the $500 to go. So, There's that. Links have been shared. We probably got the best 3 opening songs ever. They came out to Creeping Death, Harvester of Sorrow, and Leper Messiah. I thought that was the probably best 3 opening songs I've ever seen in a show. And that's before they even say hi. They just come out and do boom, boom, boom. They did play Orion. They did play Orion, yep. They played more off Master of Puppets than anything. They played Battery, Master of Puppets, Leper Messiah, Orion. That's 4 tracks off Master. I have a feeling, there's Craig just shared the set list. Creeping Death, Harvester of Sorrow, Leper Messiah, King Nothing was epic. And then the 72 Seasons song, 72 Seasons and If Darkness Had a Sun. The Day That Never Comes, that was awesome. Then they had a Malfunction and they played Smoke on the Water. Then they played Orion, Nothing Else Matters. Sad But True, Battery, that's when it started getting crazy. Sad But True, Battery, Fuel, Seek and Destroy, Master of Puppets. That's when everybody started losing their mind. Yep. Yeah, Ecstasy of Gold. I don't know who thought of them, who thought of that originally. But them coming out to that Ecstasy of Gold, and then it just goes quiet, and then they strike up Creek. I don't know, that's like one of the most surreal things ever you could witness, is Metallica coming out to that. So yeah, tomorrow you're gonna probably see Fade to Black, One, Enter Sandman. That's gonna be the big dogs. Yeah, I mean, when that show was over, I know we get another night, but what's crazy about that is like, they have a whole nother, they could have played for another 5 hours of just great music, hits. It's incredible. You start thinking about their discography, how much great music they have. I mean, all the music they still could have played off the Black Album and Justice and their first album. All those Hit the Lights, Jumping the... It's amazing. They could play a 3-night no repeat weekend, and you would probably be like, man, they still could play some more. No, I was just down in general admission. We were kind of a little bit to the back. We was just kind of a little bit to the back. We wasn't actually like surrounded by people. We kind of just hung back and took it in. But we were still pretty close. I mean, when they were on the platform, it seemed like it appeared like they were right in front of us. So, let's see here. I'm almost done sharing links. I got one more to post on our story. I'm not just talking about Metallica. I'm actually sharing links while I talk about Metallica. I'm almost done. I feel like I think Paul turned off these lights. There we go. I was like, man, it's dark back here. He turned off the lights manually instead of the master plug, but he probably didn't know, since it was his first time with the new lights. Or his first time with the new lights and he had to leave. He was the last one here. Usually on Sundays, I'm here. I come in after he's done and close up everything. All right, so I think I'm done sharing links. And we're good to go. So tonight's agenda, it looks like there's 2 John crates that Paul didn't even go through last night. I know John's pricing more. Laura's here pricing stuff. We got a whole crate of Japanese. There's 1 crate of new vinyl that luckily I ordered yesterday, so it'd be here today, so we'd have some stuff, and then we're going to try to go through all that and discount bins and have a full-length show. And I got to get ready for another epic night in Nashville. So tomorrow night, which is okay because I've got all night and then all day tomorrow. It's not like I got to actually go up there and perform. Which I will say one more thing about Metallica. 61 years old, James Hetfield, and probably they're all around that same age. Amazing. The stamina, not missing a beat, running around, sweating, yelling, hollering, singing, playing, and they're 61 years old. Amazing. Okay. Some kind of nudie record here. Okay. Now, first thing we're going to put up is, let's see what this crate is here. Let's try to find a crate that most likely Paul didn't go through last night. And then it looks like there's no flip video. And I don't know if he went through these half-off crates or not. Did he go through the half-off sealed, new sealed stuff? Okay. There's that and that. There's that. And there's that. Okay, we'll go through. Actually, let me put those right here. And there's that, and there's that. All right, I'm very excited about tomorrow because the funnest thing about Metallica takes set lists so serious. Metallica takes set lists so serious, so you never know what they're going to play. He did. There were 3 crates he went through that are in the 1 blue crate. Okay, we might go through those again later tomorrow or later tonight then instead of earlier tonight, when we possibly can go find more half-off sealed crates. Okay? Here we go. Let's do this. All right. Let's see. Let's go through. Is this a discount? This probably will make a great discount bin here. Let's go over here and find some of these. But I'd say between Moose and Tanner, and of course Seth had already seen them. Moose has been to quite a bit of shows, and as soon as it was halfway through it, Moose has been to a lot of concerts, and halfway through it, I said, "Where is this ranking?" I says, "Where's this Metallica concert ranking so far, Moose?" It got to one little quiet part where he could talk. He says, "Well, we're only halfway through, and it's the best concert I've ever been to." And I was like, "There we go. That's why I wanted you to come. That's why I wanted you to come." Let me find a great half-off crate to get started with. Just right off the bat, perhaps a great vintage half-off bin. I've got all this stuff condensed over here to go through. Maybe buy it now, best offer. I'm not for sure. We're about to find out. Let's go through some of this right here. Buy it now, best offer. Welcome everybody to Friday night at Collecco. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, before I get this really selling records, I'm sure other people will ask me throughout the night. I was at a Metallica show, so everybody's wanting my reviews. And I'm about to do buy it now, best offer. But I guess this is where I'm a Metallica fan. I've got to rank them up there of one of the greatest acts ever. They're just incredible. Thank you, John. I'll take them right there. I'd say McCartney's still my favorite concert of all time, but last night's up there with that. I just think they're incredible. Their music is just amazing. Absolutely amazing. the dynamics, the transitions, absolutely incredible. I wish I could just been younger so I could have been with them since the beginning. I'm catching the tail end of it. I'm catching the tail end of my Metallica on their career, but I'll be bought in for a long time. All right, our first record is going to be Dred Zeppelin. This is Dred Zeppelin, Whole Lotta Love, pink vinyl, single, and Dred Zeppelin's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. Dred Zeppelin, first single of the night, is now up for bid. Dred Zeppelin, pink vinyl, not Led Zeppelin, Dred Zeppelin. That is now up for bid. And let me grab that empty crate I had just a second ago. And let's go through some vinyl buy it now best offer. Buy it now best offer. Here we go. And I'll get started with some Japanese auctions in just a second. Let's go right over here to Plasmatics. And Plasmatics is also going to be a $5 start. Plasmatics is on red vinyl. Fast food service, concrete shoes. That's going to go up for a $5 start. We're ready to go. And not sure if they pull Britt Taylor 10, Traffic Death. Okay, and then let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Let's go down here. And White Line's Greatest Hits, Alanis Morissette. Yeah, I've been hit with some big pre-order announcements. Warrant pre-order. I've been hit with a bunch today. I've got a couple posted, and I've got a couple on my list to post over the weekend. But yeah, there's been some big announcements. White Line, Greatest Hits, etc., etc. This crate's going to be buy it now or best offer. Judy Henske is a 1963 U.S. mono. It looks like some stuff Paul marked back at the end of March. I don't think I've gone through a second time. So this stuff's about a month old, and it's only been shown once to my knowledge. Judy Henske is a 63 U.S. mono. VG condition, $9.99. Patrick Sky, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Patrick Sky is EX condition, $17.99. Patrick Sky, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Tim Hollier, Message to a Harlequin, VG condition, $9.99. And Eager to Please, Ken Hensley, EX condition, $12.99. Now, Ed may have the highlight of the night from last night. Ed was standing right next to Jack White. So he's got pretty memorable experience, right, Ed? Yeah. Ed was standing right. Jack White was down on the field. Ed was right next to him for a big chunk of the show. So Jack White was there and down in general admission with everybody else. So pretty cool. My mute button isn't working tonight, so y'all are going to have to hear me drink purple juice all night. Shadow Vignettes, exactly. Birth of a Notion. Paul says most bizarre cover he's seen in a while. VG Plus, $11.99. And we have Masada, Joe Thomas, EX condition, $17.99. Pride, VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. And also, we have Tanja, Randy Weston. Randy Weston is EX edition, $22.99. Susan Stark, Child of the Nuclear Age, EX edition, $9.99. And here come the Coachman. The Coachman is a 1959 folk rock, VG condition, $9.99. And Ed just delivered a Hatchet Ed crate. He's on fire. Metallica, Jack White, Hatchet Ed crates. Chad action figures. Dred Zeppelin. This is on pink vinyl. The last bid on Dred Zeppelin was Kathy Collinsworth at $11. Kathy Collinsworth must have got outbid because she just said out. Jeff Brindley bid $15. Jeff Brindley has that for $15. And now the Plasmatics, that just got a new bid for $22. Also, Jingo DeLunch, Axe to Grind. You can definitely tell this was a Paul crate. So far, I haven't recognized hardly anything in here. EX Condition, $17.99. A 1989 German import, a hardcore album. Axe to Grind, Jingo DeLunch. Brian Ferry, first thing I recognized, I think. EX Edition, $12.99. EX $12.99 on Brian Ferry. Fringe Benefits, a 1977 US. That's EX Edition, $12.99. And Eric Clapton Slow Hand, VG $14.99. Gregory said he had a bid on Dred Zeppelin first. Let's see, there were so many, he did. Gregory bid $15 on Dred Zeppelin first. They got out of order. They got out of order over on Facebook. Everybody was looking at Facebook bids and not everything. Jeff, you've been outbid. Gregory has Dred Zeppelin for $15. Gregory has that for $15, okay? And then we have a JK on Jingo. JK on Jingo Deluxe. That's sold to JK. First sell of the night goes to JK over on YouTube. And then Jethro Tull Benefit is VG Plus $14.99. Green Chrysalis label, VG Plus $14.99. And Jack DeJohnette Pictures, 1977 US, $24.99. And Grinder Switch Red Wing. Grinder Switch is sealed for $14.99. And Dueling Banjos, soundtrack from Deliverance. Chuck wrote his name on the cover right above John Voight's head, $14.99. So the Plasmatics is at $27. Now Dred Zeppelin's at $17. Let me pause there and try to grab a few more. Let me grab this crate of Japanese. David Johnson just fell out of his recliner. Let me go grab this crate, a hatcheted crate. And let's see what we got here. Oh, mini guitars are in. Uh-oh, mini guitars are in. I didn't know that either. The mini guitars are back in. And I've got several that I've never ordered before, so that could get interesting. Let's go ahead and put up our first Japanese record of the night. Move yourself. You always live your life, never thinking of the future. Yes, 90125, owner of a lonely heart. Yes is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing of 90125. It is near mint minus and pristine. Dred Zeppelin's at 20 with Gregory Roberts. Plasmatics was at 27. Carl Berger on Grinder Switch. That is sold to Carl Berger. And we have Dune, David Matthews. Now, we had one of these the other night with a hop sticker. This is Dune, which is music from Dune. And then Space Oddity, Silent Running, Princess Leia's theme from Star Wars, and main theme by Star Wars. And it's done by David Matthews. It is done by David Matthews, and that is sealed for $39.99. We are going through a Buy It Now Best Offer bin, and this is... I forgot what I was going to say. We have Lou Waters' Verba Buena Jazz Band. That's sealed for $9.99. And Frida, Disco Lover. Frida's a 1987 US. That's $19.99. And Ben Webster's Live at Montmartre, 1973. That's $14.99. And Elton John, Breaking Hearts, is $19.99. So Plasmatics, looks like we're done. I'm about to sell it to Carl Berger for $27, and Dred Zeppelin has a new bid for $25, and Gregory Roberts says he's out. The Dune was sealed, unopened, original, $39.99. We're in a Buy It Now Best Offer bin for those just joined us. Has everybody hit the like button? I'd greatly appreciate that. Soundtrack to Gandhi, that's $14.99. ST on Frida. That's sold to ST, thank you. And now ST earlier, I'm pretty sure you said maybe you got a record that wasn't supposed to be in your order. So if you can send that back whenever, just send Ed a message through Square or email, however you contact him, and he will reach out to you. And yes, Dune does have Star Wars music. It's got Princess Leia's theme. I know y'all like that, the Vlodarchek family, and the main theme. Yes, it is on there. Very cool. David Matthews, 77 original. Art Tatum. Art Tatum is $19.99. And we have Natural Cycles, Dale Crider and Linda Bittner. That's a bluegrass album from '78. That's $9.99. We have Craig Prupra, Quartet, 5th floor walk up, sealed for $9.99. Dune is sold to Robert Vladerchek for $35. Kelly was going to pay $5 more. Maybe I should sell it to Kelly instead for full price. And we have Barge Images, B-A-R-D Images. That is 78 US, a folk album, $14.99. John's blocked us off here. I'll take these. The rest of the auctions. Okay, thank you. Yeah, John's completely blocked me in here. From last night's and tonight's auctions, I'm boxed in. I'm going to have to clean all this up. Next thing we have is Night Moves, Pen Days. Night Moves is sealed for $24.99, and Whitney Houston, self-titled. Whitney Houston's $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell these auctions because I got a few more great ones to put up. So Dred Zeppelin is sold to this is the Plasmatics. The Plasmatics is sold. I lost that somewhere. The Plasmatics is sold. Well, hold on. How long ago was this? I should have sold this 10 minutes ago. Where is it? The Plasmatics is sold to Jeff Brindley for $25. No, Carl Berger. Gosh. Carl Berger, $27. Carl Berger, $27. I missed one night. Now I'm already rusty again, Ed. I missed one night and I have got rust all over me. I'm going to have to shake it off. No, I'm going to have to go listen to Metallica and get woke up. Harvester of Sorrow. Man. Shortest straw. We have Dred Zeppelin, and this is sold for $25. And Dred Zeppelin is sold for $25 to Jeff Brindley. Yes is with Carl Berger at $37. Carl Berger has Yes for $37. So they're still bidding on that. Let's put up another Dred Zeppelin. Here's another Dred Zeppelin. Same thing, $5 start. This is on red vinyl. Another Dred Zeppelin. Immigrant Song and Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? Man, there it is with Jimi Hendrix shaking hands with Elvis Presley. $5 start on that. Hot post auction start at $8. Yes, I'm about to be running some Japanese in the meantime. We're going through a buy it now best offer bin. Also, we have Red Rodney Quintet, sealed for $14.99. Red Rodney Quintet. Also, We're Not Laughing With You, Heckle. That's a 96 US punk album. That's sealed for $24.99. And we have Sarah Gray with Ed Trickett. That's a 1970 US folk album, $14.99. So Dennis is out on Yes. Carl Berger has that for $37. And Dred Zeppelin 10. Tim Colino offered $15 for Art Tatum. That's sold to Tim Colino for $15. Thank you. Dred Zeppelin 810. Let the Dred Zeppelin bidding begin. Again. And then here's our next single, Devo, Working in the Coal Mine. And I think that's one of those singles from that heavy metal movie. Devo is going to go up for a $5 start. Devo's a $5 start. And we have Cliff Sarday, Dreams Out Loud. That's sealed, an 87 US jazz album, $9.99. Elliott Smith, Soldier String Quartet, sealed for $9.99, a classical album. The Head Boys is sealed for $14.99. That's a 1979 US New Wave Power Pop album. Spyro Gyra, Morning Dance, that's sealed for $19.99. And we have Macho, I'm a Man. Macho is sealed for $14.99. We're in a Paul crate. I can definitely tell it. It's some deep cuts in here. However, it looks like I love it because they put the jazz, or they put the titles and then the genres. So at least maybe you know what you're buying. I sell a lot of music to people, and when they pull the trigger on it, they've never heard it in their life. They buy it just based off genre. $37, and this is sold to Carl Berger. Thank you, Carl Berger, on that. Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, America. Thank you, Kurt Hammett and Lars Ulrich and James Hetfield and everybody else. Cliff Burton, Jason Newstead, and Robert Trujillo. Aaron Below on Head Boys. Head Boys, that is sold to Aaron Below. Dred Zeppelin's now at $30. Let's go ahead and grab another Japanese auction then. And the next Japanese auction I have is Samantha Fox, Touch Me. Samantha Fox is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Samantha Fox, Touch Me. It has the insert with it. Obi, Samantha Fox, a $35 start. We have Lulu New Routes, a 1970 Terre Haute with Dwayne Allman, $14.99 on that. Aaron Below got the Head Boys. I don't think I've pulled that yet, have I? Or have I? I did. I did pull that. And then Grease Lightning. This is sealed for $9.99. Also, we have April, Sun Kill Moon, $99.99. A 2022 maroon with black smoke. Interesting. $99.99. And Dave Mustaine. We have Gregory Roberts at $30 on Dred Zeppelin. He may be getting that one. Final call. And the last bid on Devo was that opening bid with Robert Barnett at $5. Let's go ahead and roll that for $5 to Robert Barnett. That is sold. What's the one with the mouth wide open? That was a punk album, actually. Heckle, We're Not Laughing With You. It's $24.99. And Rebecca, there was actually just an offer on it for $19. And then Kansas Moonlighting is VG for $9.99. Dred Zeppelin is on red vinyl. Yes, Dred Zeppelin is on red vinyl. Tony just bid $26. We're not done with it. Casey and the Sunshine Band is VG plus $14.99. Our next single is going to be Modern Life is War, a test pressing. I have a test pressing of Modern Life is War, 20th Anniversary Edition. It is numbered 39 of 75, a test pressing. That is a $5 start. $5 start on that. Rebecca was asking first about Heckle, and she will take it at the $24.99. That is so to Rebecca. We have Doug Karn, Infant Eyes. That's VG plus $54.99. I think y'all know we've ordered some reissues of Doug Karn albums because they're pretty difficult to come by. VG plus $54.99. I think we finally have entered some recognizable stuff here for me. Looks like the rest of the crate's more like vintage OG type stuff. And then Jethro Tull Live, that's a double LP gatefold, VG condition, $12.99. And the Allman Brothers Band, Brothers and Sisters, VG plus $24.99. Carl, when I went to order that for you, they were sold out. So they're currently back ordered, or now that you're asking, I can ask you live right now. I may can get a standard edition if you're just looking for some sort of pressing of that, if you're wanting a standard edition. If not, then just let me know. And we can just wait on the Japanese press. I'm going to take a drink right quick. I think I can put my mouse on the mute button here so you don't have to hear me. Let me get my mouse lined up over here on the... I've asked my staff repeatedly, can I please get a mouse pad? No mouse pad yet. I'm going to have to take matters in my own hand. Sorry, I had to mute my mic. I'm going to have to do it with a clicker tonight, a mouse, a cursor. I've asked my staff repeatedly for a mouse pad, and I haven't been able to get it. So Tony bid 26 on Dred Zeppelin. Rebecca got Heckle. Samantha Fox has a bid for 35. Modern Life is War has bids for 10 and 11. This is a make offer crate. And then Robin put OF 11. She meant KC 11. And then Ben Daggert asked what it was, but Robin offered first. I'm going to go ahead and just sell it to her for 11. And then we have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, VG plus $14.99. Oh, I know, they're great. I'm just joking. I'm talking about Jake and Tanner. I'm just talking about Jake and Tanner. I'm just making a statement. I'm just making a statement. Yeah, Laura's the best person on staff. She just said I would have got you a mouse pad. See, Gregory has Dred Zeppelin at $30. I can count on Laura. Tanner and Jake, I don't know. Michael Rudolph, $9.99 on Jethro Tull. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. But yes, this is a best offer. Now Gregory's bid 30 on. Sorry, that didn't come in. Gregory, I think either one or two things. I'm ignoring your bids, which I don't mean to do, or I'm just not seeing them, which also means I'm missing them. So there's that, and there's that. And then let's go ahead and sell Samantha Fox for $35. And I saw one other question. This is so to Jeff Brindley. Andy Bell. I have not seen that yet. Paul Brothers. I have not seen that Paul Brothers. $35 on that. How long? Well, Carl, the thing about back ordering something is we never know really when it's going to come in. Give me over the weekend to ask my sales rep, and he might have a more definite answer, okay? He could say, we might not get that for months, or he could be next week. Okay? Tony, you are out on Dred Zeppelin, okay? Gregory has it for $30. Sorry, I'm getting back in the zone. I missed one night and I'm full of rust. It happens all the time. I'm in such a groove when I'm doing this 6-7 nights a week. I miss one night and I'm trying to get caught up. And Rolling Stones Through the Past Darkly, VG Plus $24.99, and Jefferson Starship Earth, VG Plus $9.99. Boston, their self-titled debut, VG $14.99. That is the first label. Now, the Modern Life is War, Rebecca has that at $15, and we're about to sell it. It's a test pressing. The Best of Electric Flag, VG Plus $14.99. The Best of Electric Flag, VG Plus $14.99. And the Association's Greatest Sleep. Blech. The Association's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. And 10 years after Cricklewood Green, this is VG $9.99. All right, so Troy Overmeyer is going to go ahead and grab the stones. He was first on that. All right, then Michael, you have dibs on Jefferson, but someone has out-offered you. Someone said full price. So, Michael, it's yours, but it would be $9.99 instead of $6.99. Is the April black and white marbled. It is maroon with black smoke. Maroon with black smoke, $99.99. Clifford, you were second on the stones. Aaron Below first on the electric flag. Fred Cardinal second. Clifford Umstead first on 10 years after. And then Carl Berger second. Mike Bartlett, you were EC $9.99. Is that for Clapton back here, perhaps? Is that for the Clapton slow hand? Is that still available? Maybe, Mike. Let me know on that for sure. And then we have Jefferson Starship Earth. And this is sold then to Carl Berger at sticker price. Now, we have Modern Life is War, sold to Rebecca for $15. And I was waiting for Tony Daniel to bid or say out on Dred Zeppelin. Mike Bartlett said yes on Clapton for $9.99. Sell this to Classy Lonnie Metal for $70. So I said, Tony, the bid goes back to you. Bid or out? And he said, see the Dred again. This is Dred Zeppelin, Immigrant Song, and Hey Hey What Can I Do on red vinyl. The high bid is $30 with Gregory Roberts. It's up to you, Tony. You can continue the show, or you can say out, and I'm going to sell it to Gregory. We have Buddy Epson says howdy, VG Plus $19.99, and the Beetle 65 is VG Plus $34.99. Thank you for the water. I'll take that instead of a mouse pad. That is a great clutch delivery from Laura. Now, also JK said, hey, Chad, challenge. You missed heckle bid before Rebecca's. Rebecca asked what it was first. Let me go back and double check. But I think she had asked what it was before. So there's your offer for 19, JK. And I think before that, Rebecca had asked what's the one with the mouth on it. If not, we'll go back to you. Right here. She says, what's the one with the mouth open? That was Heckle. And then you made an offer. And then she says she'll take it. So she got it first. That's why I said you were second on that one. But yeah, she got in a request earlier before that, before you. Okay? And then, how much is the Allman Brothers? The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, was VG Plus $24.99. The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, VG Plus $24.99. He says, before that, he's throwing another challenge flag. He says, go back even further. Okay, let's see. Well, there's her question. We're looking for JK, maybe even before that. And he did offer 19. Wow, a double challenge and he won. Rebecca, he did offer 19. It was in between all the Dred Zeppelin bids. Wow, he does get that for $19. Technically, Rebecca was going to take it at full price, but since I completely screwed it up, I'll go ahead and give it to you at a discount. So Rebecca, he double challenged that and won. He double challenged that and won. We're not laughing with you, heckle. This is actually sold to JK for $19. A double challenge wins. A double challenge wins. This has nothing to do with Elvis Presley. No, this has nothing to do with Elvis Presley. Other than there's a picture of him on the front. This has nothing to do with Elvis Presley. Nothing. And then the last thing on Boston was Greg Beddinger offered 10. I've already sold it. No, I haven't. Then somebody claimed it at full price. So, Troy, I answered your question. Greg Beddinger, this is yours if you want it for $14.99. If not, Carl. And then we have Troy on the Allman Brothers for $20. That's sold to Troy for $20. Man, I think I'm good to go now. If not, I'm going to have Ed come over here and do the rest of the show. And he's like, I can't do that. Okay. He could. He chooses not to. We have Ghostbusters. I bet Laura would come up here and do it. I'm going to go home and take a nap. I'll be back about 11. And then Laura can do it till then. The original soundtrack to Ghostbusters. This is a $35 start. Awesome Japanese soundtrack here with cover and obi. A $35 start. All right, there's Ghostbusters. Greg Beddinger. Boston is yours if you want it. And if it's yours, it's $14.99. If not, it goes to Carl Berger, okay? He says pass. And this is sold then to Carl Berger at sticker price, okay? Now, Tony has bid 31 on Led Zeppelin, and Gregory has immediately bid 35. There we have it. Sorry for the delay on questions and getting claims right. The purple juice is kicking in. Wheels are in motion. Things are starting to happen, I promise, okay? Wow, we got a great selection of Japanese stuff tonight. Wow. They even smell wonderful too. Just incredible. Let's go ahead and put up a wings we never get in. This is the Rollins. I was reading Catherine's comment. This is Paul McCartney and Wings Wildlife, a Japanese pressing, a $35 start with obi, cover, nice, jacket, nice, insert, nice. Now, the only thing I'm really going to recap in here, I'm going to move some of these here. I'm going to try to recap just a few right up here in the front, okay? And then Gregory gets Dred Zeppelin for $35. By the way, we just sold a Modern Life is War for $15. It's a test pressing, number 41 of 75. We just sold one for $15. I've got another one to run for a $5 start. Another one, another test pressing. This one's 41 of 75. The other one was 39, okay? I'm just going to recap the first part of this bin so we can go ahead and go into something else. This crate here might be lightly cursed for me. Pride was a rare 1976 country rock album signed. VG Plus $14.99. Also, Randy Weston, a jazz album here. White label promo, EX $22.99. So McCartney has a bid. Modern has a bid. Looking for a $35 start on who you going to call, Ed? Ghostbusters. He said Chad. Ghostbusters was the correct answer. Next auction is going to go up right now. I've got some interesting Disney records here I've never seen before. How about Biddity Boppity Boo? I have never seen this before. Walt Disney's Bippity Boppity Boo from the soundtrack. Walt Disney's O Swing 1963. I've never had this before. This is a $7 start. Bippity Boppity Boo. Never had that. $7 start. That's up for Ben. And we also have Susan Stark, Child of the Nuclear Age. That's EX edition, $9.99. Here Come the Coachman, VG condition, $9.99. Brian Ferry, In Your Mind, EX $12.99. Fringe Benefit, EX $12.99. Also, Jethro Tull Benefit, VG Plus $14.99. Jack DeJohnette was $24.99. Kansas was VG $9.99. Doug Carn, Infant Eyes, VG Plus $54.99. Rick Wakeman's VG Plus $14.99. The Association's VG Plus $9.99. Buddy Epson's VG Plus $19.99. And the Beatles 65 is an original stereo pressing OG Beatles there, $34.99 VG Plus. And now the rest of them, I'm just going to read the titles. And if you want to know a price, let me know, okay? If you need a price, let me know. So we had Judy Henske, Patrick Sky, Tim Hollier, Ken Hensley, Shadow Visionettes, I know I'm butchering that, Joe Thomas, Dueling Banjos, Lou Waters, Verba Buena Jazz Band, Ben Webster, Elton John, Gandhi Soundtrack, Natural Cycles, Craig Parappa Quartet, Bard Images, Night Moves, Whitney Houston, Red Rodney Quintet, Sarah Gray, Cliff Sarday, Elliott Smith, Spyro Gyra, Macho, Lulu, and Grease Lightning. And that's everything in that bin. That's just our first crate of the night. I already feel like we've ran a marathon. Modern Life is War is sold to Rebecca for $15. Ghostbusters is a buy it now for $35. Ghostbusters is a buy it now for $35. That's $35 buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a brand spanking new crate here. Brand spanking new crate here. And Tony said pass. What happened here? Kansas, $6.99. Oh, that didn't even pop up down here yet. Okay. Ghost 35. Let me make sure nothing else missed. Steve, you didn't miss Digital Underground. Kansas, $6.99. And then Carl Berger, he is like countering every Michael offer. Carl's countering it sticker. So sell this to Carl Berger at sticker price. And then Ghost 30 or full price. Ghostbusters is it was $35. How about this? If you want it, I'll sell it to you for $32, Javi. I'll sell it to you for $32. Wings is already sold. It did get a bid for $35. That's the Carl Berger. That's sold to Carl Berger. That is sold to Carl Berger. I think there's some people on the edge of their seats to bid on the old Humpty Dance. The old Humpty Dance. That's coming very soon. Okay? And then Javi, I'll see Ghostbusters for $32. And Susie Breedlove gets Bippity Boppity Boo for $7. And as soon as I said that, Robert Barnett just bid $8. My goodness. Let's put up another one. Robert, I thought Susie was the only one on earth interested in that record. She was the only one that bid up until the last second. We have Lady and the Tramp, another Disneyland record I've never seen before, in a sleeve from 1963. That's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? Info on Jack DeJohnette and Craig Preparato. The Jack DeJohnette is called Pictures. It's a 1977 US, $24.99. ECM, no condition notes. And then the Craig Paparopa Papa. Let's figure out exactly what that's called. I'm just making up words at this point. It's called Craig Sweden. No, it's called Craig Purpura Quartet, 5th floor walk-up. That's sealed for $9.99. That's sealed for $9.99. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Running with the Devil. I'm about to scream like David Lee Roth. I can't do it. Van Halen is going to go up for a $35 start. The Japanese pressings of Van Halen albums are absolutely insane high quality. And this is near mint minus and pristine. It's just got one flaw, other than it being near mint minus and pristine with the book, awesome jacket, high quality. It doesn't have the Obi. Just a $35 start. You're going to be amazingly happy with the quality of that. Robert Barnett, you're out on Lady and the Tramp. Susie has it for $7. And then Grease Lightning is sold for $7 to Scott Oman. You can make offers on anything in here. That's sold for $7. And Randy Weston price. I remember reading that off too. Randy Weston. And welcome everybody. You don't have to, you can ask me about anything at any time. I'm here working for you, okay? I am currently employed by CollectCo customers. So you can ask me anything at any time. Let's just not make it too personal, okay? Randy Weston, EX $22.99. Let's stay out of my personal life. White label promo $22.99. $22.99. Just joking. We talk about my personal life almost every night. Okay, we Randy Weston out and then condition, and then we have an offer on Ben Webster for $10. Y'all are I'm employed by y'all, so I mean, I'll do anything on command. We have Ben Webster for $10. Craig says, let's not. Ben Webster for $10. Ben Webster, and this is for $10, and this is sold to Tommy Call. Thank you, Tommy, that's sold to you. Van Halen 38. And Van Halen, and then Randy, that's sold to Flat Bubba. Flat, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just say yes, first-time buyer, and that's sold to you for $15. And Susie picks up yet again another Disney single for $7. And now Van Halen's getting multiple bids. I've said this before. Some of y'all know my schedule better than me. Y'all know exactly where I'm going to be every night. And if I'm not here, then y'all know where I'm at. I told somebody the other day, I was like, if I ever do something secretly, like I'm going to go out and, everybody be like, where's Chad at? And then we'd have to keep it a secret. Then everybody'd be very curious what I'm out doing. Elton John, I will sell that to you for $12. Dave Seretna, $12 on that. Okay? And then who was the first bidder on Van Halen? Fred. Fred, you're out on Van Halen. Let me know if you want back in. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Pat Benatar. And this is In the Heat of the Night. Pat Benatar is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a near mint minus and pristine pressing. That is there. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. And then Craig Perupa, John Dodd offers $7 for that. If I bought my first Led Zeppelin, which one you would pick? Please don't put that kind of pressure on me, Jeff. Do not put that kind of pressure on me. Picking out somebody's first Led Zeppelin record, you're going to make my head explode. John Dodd gets Craig for $7. We're ready for just our second crate. If you want all great hits, probably Led Zeppelin 4. If you want my personal pick, I'd go Led Zeppelin 2. And I have both in stock. I'll sell you brand spanking new copies of Led Zeppelin 2 or Led Zeppelin 4. But that's usually what people tend to hand somebody. Here's Led Zeppelin 2, here's Led Zeppelin 4, and you're not going to be able to, you're going to be fine with those decisions there. Zeppelin 4 has so many, it's like a greatest hits album. Led Zeppelin 4 is like a greatest hits album. Led Zeppelin 2 gives you a taste of everything Led Zeppelin. Just the greatness and the different alleys they can go down. So, but 4 is, of course, epic. It's one of the best-selling albums of all time. Okay. And then Dave Seretna, did you say sold or pass on Elton for 12? And then we got Van Halen at 40, 43, and here we go. And Metallica was epic. Yes, there's a few new people on that didn't get the. My review of Metallica is A+. Some of y'all probably didn't hear the first 30 minutes of the show. My review of Metallica is A+. I think y'all would have expected that. And I'm going back again tomorrow for night 2. Incredible show. Amazing. A+. Incredible sound quality. Like, it's amazing, those opening. I was discussing it with Ed. I don't know, maybe somebody that does sound can tell me, but like Suicidal Tendencies sounded okay. Pantera sounded okay. But it's just something about when that main act gets out there. Metallica was so loud, but it was so clean. Like, I've never heard anything so loud and crisp. I'm sure they've got the best technology in the world to make it sound like that. But it's just amazing how loud and clean, like when he hits a stroke, like just boom, it's right there in your face. I don't know what they're using, but Pantera didn't sound like that, and Suicidal Tendencies, it's just amazing how loud and clean that sounds. Here's our next single, Bottles and Skulls, Amped the F Up. That's going to go up for a $5 star. Bottles and Skulls, amped the F up. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Van Halen's now at 50, and we have a ton of auctions to get to. So let me go ahead and pull the trigger on Pat Benatar, and Benatar is going to be a buy it now for $35. He passed on Elton John for $12. If anybody wants it, let me know. It was marked $19.99. It has the original inner sleeve with it. Elton John is now $12 if anybody wants it. $12 if anybody wants it, okay? And let's go ahead and put up put Pat Benatar in a sleeve on that. So there's that. There's that there. All right. Pat Benatar, $35. Okay. And I think we're done on Van Halen. Melanie's out after Fred bid $50, okay? There's that. And let's put up a new auction, all right? Here's a Japanese pressing I don't get very often at all, especially with Obi, and that's the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. So let's take a look at it. This should be going up for a $45 start. I hadn't really got to look at this one too close. I do see a tear right here on the Obi, but it is flat and clean. The jacket's flat and clean. The vinyl is immaculate. Oh yeah, this is another near mint minus and pristine. It's got the Goat Head Soup insert. There is the booklet, and then here is the original inner sleeve. Very cool. There's Jim Horn, there's Billy Preston, Bobby Keys, Nicky Hopkins, Ian Stewart. Amazing Goat Head Soup, and this is a $45 start. Bottles and Skulls is at $11, and Van Halen's a Japanese pressing. Van Halen's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, and the high bid on this is $50. Bobby McNair asked for a Cream of Clapton. Bobby, those come through quite often. I don't know exactly where one is right now. Those kind of records pop up at random. We have Pat Benatar sold to Fred Cardinale for $35. Ben Digert got that Elton John that Dave passed on for $12. So this is sold to Ben Digert for $12. And Bottles and Skulls is at $11. Okay? And Ed was almost in a mosh pit. I never did see one, honestly. But Ed, I saw some guys fight over a beach ball. I'm going to go through a half-off crate. Let me mute my mic right quick. Whoops. I seen a guy get drug out on a deflated beach ball, and then another guy jump on top of him, and they were rolling around in a deflated beach ball trying to fight over it. That was about the craziest thing I've seen. Oh, I think we've gone through this crate recently. Okay, we've gone through this crate recently. Buy it now, best offer. Now I'm going to go ahead and make them half off, okay? This is called Soul Shot Soul Twist Instrumentals, $12.50. Ed's probably like, I wasn't in a mosh pit. Ed got close to one. Ed got close to one. $12.50. The Blow Monkeys, Animal Magic. The Blow Monkeys is $12.50. The Blow Monkeys, the best of the Electric Flag. The best of Electric Flag is $10. New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red, $10 on The Adventures of Panama Red. And the Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. A very nice Moody Blues here, $12.50. The Moody Blues, $12.50. Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen, now $10. Commander Cody and the Moody Blues to our children's children. You got to start off early with some Moody Blues. $7.50 on that. I think y'all are going to like this bin. Fred Cardinale, you were outbid on Van Halen. The new high bid on Van Halen. The new high bid on Van Halen's $55 of 10 gram. Skulls is sold to Chris Bryant for $11. $55 on Van Halen. First is Rydell on ST, and ST was Soul Twist. That's sold to Rydell Martin. We're going through a half-off vintage bin. Next is Dennis Jackson on Electric Flag. That's sold to Dennis Jackson. And then Aaron Below was first on New Riders, NR. That's sold. Joe Salamo, you're first on Moody Blues. So let me know if you want Every Good Boy or To Our Children's Children. Blow Monkeys and Commander Cody is still available. If not, then Daniel Farrow is next on Moody Blues. The Bust 11 Spoonful is $7.50. And we have Laverne Baker is $12.50. Now, Fred put S13. That was probably on Skulls, and that came in late, Fred. And then also, you're outbid on Van Halen. Tim Graham has it for $55, and no one has bid on the Stones. It's a $45 start. Next is Daniel Farrow on Moody Blues Children. That is sold to Daniel Farrow. And no, wait a minute. Every Good Boy. Who was first? So the first pick was to Joe, and he wants Every Good Boy. That is sold Every Good Boy, yes. And then Children's Children is sold to Daniel Farrow. That worked out good. That worked out good. And then Robin Glenn gets the Lovin' Spoonful. I think y'all are going to like this crate. Half off. And we've got 6 crates of new arrivals from John. Laura's working on stuff. And there's a crate of new vinyl to go through. Wow. So we got a lot of ground to cover. Fred's done. So Tim Graham, you got on at the right time. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $55. Thank you, Tim Graham. That is sold to you for $55. We hadn't even put up our first advertised auction of the night. It is 6:30. I told somebody 8. I meant to say 7. We start with some of that stuff at 7. Usually like Metal Night, big stuff, we don't start till 8. Some of the advertised stuff's about to go up, but I do have a whole crate of Japanese. Nobody bid on the Stones. Let's go ahead and make that a 40. That's going to be a good pickup for somebody. That's one I don't get as often. That is Goat Head Soup. It's going to go up for a $45 buy it now. Goat Head Soup, $45 buy it now. If anybody wants it, here it is. It is available. Goat Head Soup. And let's get that in a sleeve. If I can, please go in your sleeve. There we go. And now that's a buy it now. $45. Okay, let's keep showing some half-off records very quickly. James Brown. This is a bar-coded reissue. It's $12.50. Humble Pie Eat It. Humble Pie is $17.50. And Primetime Don McLean, $5 on Don McLean, and the Mamas and Papas is $7.50. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Boston. Don't look back. And it's a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. Amazing. With Obi, very, very nice. Beautiful all the way around. Cover, Obi, inserts, all pristine. No humidity spots or anything. There's the disc. There's the insert. There's the inner sleeve. A $35 start. Nice gatefold. That's now for bid. Now, here's the deal on the Stones. Fred offered $40, and then 2 other people claimed it. Fred, it's yours if you want it for $45. If not, it goes to Carl Berger and then John McPatriot. Daniel Farrow gets Mamas and Papas. And then John Dodd said, ignore the SR. Hollow Notes H2O is $10. And the Rascals Greatest Hits is $10. Singles, 45s, hardcore, etc. I have the rest of that box of sealed, like record store day singles over here that I'm going to try to work out of tonight. I'm going to try to do those right, or get them at least closer to me right now. So let me grab some stuff out of there and see what's all in here. And a lot of this is like brand new, like new singles. Still don't know what a lot of them are because I hadn't looked at them. And let's grab a couple handfuls out of here and see what we got. Okay? A lot of the stuff came from that new collection where all that sealed stuff come from, okay? So here is Spark Revolving. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And St. Vincent, Actor Out of Work and Bicycle. St. Vincent's a $5 start. So there's our first next couple singles there. Spark and St. Vincent. Fred does take the Stones. He had dibs. He gets that for $45. We're going through a half-off bin. So far, really good. Traffic is now just $15. It's a bar-coded early 80s pressing. $15 on that. And John Mayall, USA Union. John Mayall is $13.50. Our next Japanese pressing is, somebody mentioned Clapton a second ago. Here is Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. I say that on most of these Japanese pressings because it's the truth. I speak the truth. They are near mint minus and they're pristine. Usually about the only thing I can find wrong with one of them is if the jacket has a flaw. And this one actually has a pristine jacket as well. So $35 start on that. There is Boston, St. Vincent 5, St. Vincent 5, Spark 5. Mason over YouTube gets the classic Rascals Greatest Hits. Carl Berger gets John Mayall. And the Hollow Notes Kenneth was just $10. So a half off bin works like this. I usually show at least one every night that's pretty dang recent, which means it's going to be really great titles that's probably only been shown once, maybe twice, but now they're half off. So you get a chance. You get a chance to get major discounts. It helps me clean out a crate. I'm probably getting about half of what I should be for them, but one thing, it turns over a lot of records sold for us. Here is a very nice humble pie, $17.50. I remember showing this one the other night. I was praising how nice the jacket was. Very little ring wear on that one. Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty, it's $20, and Johnny Winter, still alive and well. Somebody wrote their social security number on it, 587-589210. That looks like a social security number they wrote on his neck. $10 on Johnny Winter. $10 on Johnny Winter, and John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusion, $13.50. Chris Bachek on Humble Pie, that's sold. Boston has a new bid for $45. Daniel Farrow next on Humble Pie. Aaron Below first on Zappa. Spark, the only bidder on that was $5, and that is sold to Fred Cardinell. Fred, you're out on St. Vincent. The new high bid on this is $7. New high bid on that $7. No bid on Eric Clapton. Final call for $35. Ben Diger gets Traffic. That's sold to Ben Diger. Brian Frenfrock third on Humble Pie. And then Aaron Below on I'm sure he got auto-corrected on something. We'll wait for his correction. Ambrosia, Life Beyond L.A. Gold stamp promo, $6.50. And Frank Zappa, Jazz from Hell. Zappa's $20. Aaron wants the John Mayall. That's sold Aaron Below. And then Carl Berger was second. And then Jeff Beck is just $10. $10 on that one. So that's sold St. Vincent. And now our next single is Modern Life is War. It says colored vinyl. At one time, somebody had it marked $15. Modern Life at War. Modern Life is War is on blue vinyl. Destination, Death or Better Days. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid for a $5 start. Back to the half-off bin. The Allman Brothers. This is a Polydor early 80s pressing, $17.50. So it is still a 2LP, $17.50. The Beatles' first live recordings. The Beatles is $10. And Bob Dylan's Planet Waves. And this is $12.50. $12.50. So looks like Boston's about to be sold to Carl because Joe's out. St. Vincent has a new bid. Fred has bid $8 on St. Vincent. So Mason, you're out. Deep Purple is $15 with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. That's on the Green Warner Brothers label. There is some writing on that. $15. Metallica did not play Jump in the Fire. I don't think they play that too often anymore. Daniel Farrow on the Allman Brothers. That's sold to Daniel Farrow. Aaron Below second. Michael Rudolph on the Beatles. Life at 5. JD next on the Beatles. Carl next on the Beatles. First thing I'm going to do is make Eric Clapton a buy it now. You can pick that up for the minimum bid of $35. A near mint minus and pristine pressing of Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. That is going to go up for a $35 buy it now. And then while I'm at it, let's go ahead and end the Boston. And the Boston is sold to Carl Berger for $47. Carl Berger for $47. That's sold to Carl Berger. Yeah, I don't know. I bet more of a hardcore fan watching could tell us. I don't think they play that one too often anymore. Not to my knowledge. All right, so here is Boston, Don't Look Back. And this is Carl Berger, $47. Dennis Daly, H2O was at $10. Yes, Hall & Oates H2O, that was $10, Dennis Daly. And now St. Vincent's a 9. Fred, you're out, and he has Life at 5. Final call on that. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Also, Marshall Crenshaw is $5. There is some writing, just $5 on that. And Ian Matthews is $5. Let's put up a couple more Japanese pressings. If you go to their website, they have everything archived. Their website's pretty incredible. You can go see every song they played, when they played it, the last time they played it, how many times they played it. They're pretty obsessive over set list and the songs they play. They take the songs they play live pretty seriously, especially Lars doing the set list. I think they really stress over what they're going to play and how often they play it. Coltrane, Jazz going up. Jazz. This is John Coltrane, Soul Train. There is some humidity spots on the back, but nice. John Coltrane, Japanese pressing, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Next is Dennis Daly does take Hall & Oates. That is sold to Dennis Daly, and Marshall Crenshaw sold to Aaron Below. And that's done. And now Modern Life is War sold to Fred for $5, and Fred's bid 10 on St. Vincent. Here's what I'll do right quick to expedite this. Mason, if you want a St. Vincent, I just flipped through. Actually, I think it was laying right there on top. I've got another St. Vincent. We'll sell you one for 10 and Fred one for 10 if you're good with $10. And we'll go ahead and end the auction and just say that has concluded. And that way y'all both can get one for 10 and I can go ahead and start putting up some other stuff. If that works for y'all, that works for me. Just let me know, okay? Now, here is, I don't think this has ever been opened. I kind of was about to open it, but that's the original store stickers. John Cage meets Sun Ra. John Cage meets Sun Ra. This was originally $28 new for Record Store Day, a $5 start. John Cage meets Sun Ra, $5 start on that. $5 start on that. So St. Vincent sold to Fred for 10 and Mason for 10 unless they say otherwise. And Robert Barnett says he'll take one if there's another. Out of this handful I just grabbed, I don't see another one. Out of the one I just grabbed, I don't see another one. But I just put up another single, and here's the new pornographers. The new pornographers. Stand up, Record Store Day, $5 start on that. $5 start on that, okay? And then John Coltrane already has bids. Back to the half-off vintage. We have Crosby Nash Live. Nice. Shrink. I love this hop sticker. VG Plus, $9 on that. We have Robert Palmer. Some people can do what they like. Robert Palmer is $10. Bobby and the Midnights. That's Bob Weir, the Grateful Dead. $7.50 on that. And Reverend Peyton's Big Band. That's $7.50. And Voyage to Uranus Atmospheres. $7.50. So the new pornographers has a bid for $8. John Cage has for $5. John Cage has a bid for $8. And now John Coltrane got a bid for $35 with Philip. And then Fred Cardinal bid $39. Next is Aaron Below on Crosby and Nash. Aaron Below getting some great stuff, discount prices. He loves it. I love it. That's sold to Aaron. That's sold to Aaron. The other one being Bobby and the Midnights. Scott Reimer second on Crosby and Nash, and Dennis wants Reverend. That's sold. And let's grab another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing, if I can catch my breath, is going to be the Raspberries Greatest Hits. Wow, I don't know if I've had that one before. Let's put it up for a $35 start. Go all the way with the Raspberries. And this is going to be a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has the original inner sleeve. And there's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. Ben Digert on Robert Palmer. That is sold. And now new pornographers 9. Cage 9. And we have the best of Basie, Count Basie and his orchestra, sealed for $10. Sealed for $10. And Hometown USA soundtrack, $7.50. $7.50 on that. John Coltrane, the last bid on that was $39. Philip, did you say in or out? Fred had it for $39. Let me make sure I didn't miss a comment from Philip. I hadn't seen Philip. Raspberries $35. Raspberries $35. Next is Punchline. Sally Field Tom Hanks movie. That's the soundtrack, $10. And Bernadette Peters is $10. Bernadette Peters. And then the great moments from the Indianapolis 500. That's now $10. I think y'all remember some of these. I just recently went through them. I've grabbed a crate. Some of these are almost a little bit too recent for me to discount again, but we're selling the heck out of them. So that's why I'm here. Cage has a new bid for $12. Also, the Jupiter Menace soundtrack, music by Synergy, $10. And Woody Guthrie, the early years, Woody Guthrie is now just $5. The new pornographers got one bid for $5 and then another bid for $6 and now another bid for $9. Ivan R has that for $9. The Raspberries is now at $43 and John Cage just got a new bid for $12. Chad's going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. I thought it was great timing because Ed was walking right next to me. But speaking of Ed, there is a Hatchet Ed crate tonight. We do have one crate of new vinyl that came in. It is Friday, so that's the last new vinyl delivery of the week. We got a Hatchet Ed crate. We've got 6 vintage crates from John, and Laura's working on marking stuff right now. We have not put up a single. We have not put up a single. I forgot what I was going to say. I have no idea. Anyway, next is Cage at 12, Raspberries 43, Robbie Woods picking up the Indianapolis 500. We have WP for 6. I don't know what that is, Fred. And then Aaron Below on Woody Guthrie, then Daniel Farrow, and welcome everybody. We have My Lord Want a Morning, Harry Belafonte, $5. Could you me Rev? I want it. Sure. You got Reverend Peyton's big DAM band, Pour Until Payday. And that was 2018 Family Records. That is yours for $7.50. Okay? Mint Hot Pictures. Yeah, we have not put up a single. Ryan, excellent job. And Brandon Lack, y'all can read my mind. We have not put up a single advertised auction yet. We've been doing Japanese stuff in 45s. And I'm going to do that in T-minus 13 minutes. Jetstream wants Bernadette Peters. Thank you. Now, tonight, you never know what I might get into. Because, or how late I'm going to go. I don't have a sale tomorrow because I'm going to another concert or Metallica again. But I also have to be rested for that. But you never know on Friday nights. I could be here till 2 a.m. selling CDs. You never know. Scandal, Warrior featuring Patty Smythe, $10 on Scandal. Silvers, this is $6.50. The Best of Joe Tex is $10. Poco is $5. 10cc's Greatest Hits is $10. And More American Graffiti's $12.50. All right, I am going to have to go ahead and sell Coltrane for $39. And that is to Fred Cardinale. Fred Cardinale, thank you. That's so to you for $39. Appreciate that. Fred Cardinale, $39. All right. Okay. All righty. Okay. Retro Class gets silvers. Let me go ahead and take care of some of these. Dennis on 10cc. Robin next on Sylvester's. Aaron first on Poco. Ivan first on Joe Tex. Daniel Farrow on Scandal. Robin next on Silvers. And then Cage has a new bid for 13. All right, so Cage just got a new bid for 13. The bid before that was Ryan Anderson at 12. The New Pornographers. The last bid on this, just so I know and everybody else, was Ivan R. at $9. And if that was a while back, I need to go ahead and sell it. It was. That was almost 6 minutes ago. So, Ivan, that's sold to you for $9. And then the last bid on the Raspberries, $43 of Joe Salamo. $43 of Joe Salamo. $43 of Joe Salamo. So, Joe, you have that at 43, and just so everybody else knows, you're out. Joe has it for 43. What a great half off. Boy, we're not too far from selling everything in there. I took my cousin to see Metallica last night. Otherwise, he probably would have never went or never probably been able to go. But he told me, of course, he's 56. And when we were walking back to our vehicle, I said, now, I know that probably wasn't your favorite concert, but what's one concert you wish you could have went to that you regret? And his answer was Rush. And I was like, this is why we're kin. This is why we're cousins. This is why we're blood. He's like, man, I wish I would have seen Rush before Neil Peart died. I was like, I understand that. All right, here's our next auction. This is Journey Frontiers. Journey Frontiers in shrink wrap with Obi. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. It has the insert. It has the book. It's in shrink with Obi, a $35 start. All right, and then John Cage is now at $15 with Ryan Anderson. Fred, you're out. And then the Raspberries is sold then. No other bids came in. The Raspberries is sold to Joe Salamo for $43. $43. That is sold. There we go. Let's run through these one more time. Let's go ahead and put up some other new auctions. Y'all ready? New auctions are going up right now. We got Mr. Elvis Presley. A $35 start. Elvis Presley, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. This is called Promised Land, a $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. Elvis Presley. We're going to run through this bin one more time because there's several in here. I think after another consideration or another reminder, y'all will probably grab. Let's put up some auctions right quick. I've got a 60s lot here. We've got Gary and Dave. Actually, there's a cut. Let's just do a random. There's some good ones in here. So I was going to do a 60s lot. We got Jan and Dean, and Gary Lewis. 3 60s there. Liberty, and then all Liberty singles, one in the picture sleeve. So there's those 3. And then Elton John, Pat Benatar, and then Gary and Dave, It Might As Well Rain Until September, which is a Goffin and King song. Pat Benatar and Elton John. So 6 45s here. 2 Jan and Deans, Gary Lewis, Elton John, I guess that's why they call it blues, Pat Benatar picture sleeve, and Gary Lewis. All 6 of those for a $10 start. 45 lot, $10 start. Fred's out on John Cage. That is sold to Ryan Anderson for $15, and then those are $35 starts. Here we go very quickly. The Blow Monkeys, Animal Magic, 1986, no condition notes, $12.50. Commander Cody, awesome cover, a fantastic cover, $10. It has a promo sticker, not marked promo though, just that sticker, $10 on that. Laverne Baker, Real Gone Gal. These are recordings from the early mid-50s all the way through the early 60s, $12.50. The 45s has bids for 10 and 10. Daniel was in first. Tim, you're out. James Brown is an early 80s pressing of Try Me, $12.50. Very difficult to find that. No bids on the Japanese auctions, looking for $35 starts. Blow Monkeys is sold to Mike Massey. Michael Rudolph on Commander Cody. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Now the bundle's at 12 of a third bidder. Humble Pie again, Eat It. There's Eat It for $17.50, and Prime Time, Don McLean, $5 on that. Johnny Winter, Still Alive and Well, $10. There's a number written on his neck, and Ambrosia is $6.50. This one, once again, with a promo sticker, a gold stamp promo, but the label is, in fact, not marked a promo. Life Beyond L.A. This has their hit song, How Much I Feel on it. Ambrosia, How Much I Feel. Fred, we've already sold the Blow Monkeys. Plus, this is a buy it now. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We found these the other night in Fred Goodwin's collection. It's going to be a little bit higher start, but these are very rare, and they're in really high grade. It's just one problem. There's no disc. But these are really cool Patsy Cline sleeves. First, these are from Fred Goodwin's collection. We found them the other day. No records in them. I have a feeling he was probably going to frame them or do something with them like that. But here's the first one. Imagine that, and when I get through with you, and then this one does have some writing right here, but this side here is really nice and clean. Okay, then we have 2 EPs. First, an EP with Crazy on it, an original Decca with Crazy, 4-track. These don't have records with them. And then this is probably the rarest one here on the Coral. Her very first label, anything Patsy Cline on Coral, a challenge to find, especially with the picture sleeves here. So just these empty sleeves are still very desirable. If you can find matching records, that would be amazing. Or you might already have them. But all 3 of these are going to go up together for a $95 start. A $95 start, Patsy Cline. This 3-lot sleeve, very scarce, $95 on those. They're now up for bid. Okay, and then the next thing was the 45s got up to $16. Gary Wellman on Don McLean, that's sold to Gary Wellman. Robin Glenn on Ambrosia, that's sold to Robin Glenn. Rydell was second, the 45s $18, 45s $20. And then Frank Zappa's just $20. It was $39.99. Jeff Beck was $10. Bob Dylan, $12.50. Deep Purple was $15. There is some writing. It is the first label. Ian Matthews is $5. Voyage to Uranus is $7.50. The Best of Count Basie, that's sealed for $10. Punchline is a gold stamp promo for $10. The Jupiter Menace is $10. We have Harry Belafonte at $5. And American Graffiti for $12.50. All right, and then nobody bid on these, so Journey is a $35 buy now, and Elvis is a $35 buy now. Wow, no bid on Journey. $35 buy now, and Elvis is a $35 buy now. So there's Journey, and there's Elvis, Promised Land. $35, and Journey's $35. The 45s are now at $25, and the Patsy Cline is $95. And Melissa Bailey on Moore, that's sold to Melissa. Michael Rudolph on Belafonte. And we have Elvis also a buy it now for $35. Okay? There's that. Welcome everybody to CollectCo Friday night. There is no telling what I'm about to get into. We might even bring out some live animals. Goats, sheep, giraffes, tigers, lions, and bears. Tim Graham has the 45 bundle for $26. Patsy Cline's a $95 start. Sleeves only. Incredible, especially those 2 EP sleeves. And then Jeff Beck has no condition notes. It's very clean and very nice. Jeff Beck, it's around EX or better. $10 on that. Now, Ben Dygert gets, what just happened? Ben Dygert got Journey for $35. And the 2 no bids tonight in the Japanese department is Elvis and Eric Clapton. Okay? That was a great neck adjustment right then. I've looked into a giraffe. And what I made a decision is, you know, I wouldn't have time to feed it. No, I don't know. I think one of those are... I just don't think you can get one. I think it's pretty tough legally to get one of those. Greg Bandinger does get Jeff Beck. I've looked into it. And from what I ran into, it's like not easy. You can't just go order one. We have Eric Clapton 35 and Elvis 35. I mean, of course, they're thousands of dollars if you get them somehow or another. But I just don't think you can get one of those. I also read where they eat like 100 pounds of food a week or something. Something crazy. All right, there's that. And let's get a new crate. Let's get a new empty crate over here. All right. We sold that. Which Eric Clapton do you have? This is Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $35. And Elvis is sold to Tom Moran for $35. And then there's all of a sudden a lot of interest. So Ryan asked, then Fred asked. Then Will says he'll take it, and then Fred made an offer. It's somebody's, but the price is going to be $35. And then Ian Matthews was $5, Robin. $5 on Ian Matthews. Let's go ahead and sell this 45 bundle. So these 6 records are sold to Tim Graham for $26. Those 3 and those 3. And if anybody wants Patsy Cline, it is $95 for these 3 singles. These 3 singles, $95. You know, I mean, how cool would that? You know, you bring over friends and you be like, do you want to go outside and look at my giraffe? Robin Glenn gets Ian Matthews for $5. And so Clapton, Fred, it's yours, but it would be $35. If not, it goes to Will Robinson. Now, one of the last things I normally try to do in these half-off crates is bundle everything that's left. So we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 records in there. I'll sell those 11 records left for $65. $65, and they're great titles, including Zappa, that was originally marked for $39.99, and Humble Pie that was marked for $34.99. So Clapton is sold to Fred for $35. Now the auction block is completely cleaned. There's nothing up here, and hopefully we're about to sell everything left in that bin. Let's go ahead and put up another, what time is it? Let's go ahead and put up the first record from the advertised stuff, and let's do that right now. It looks like we've got into some 12-inch singles or something. And first thing I have, let me flip through them. I hadn't really got to look at them. I look at the pictures, but looking at them in person is a little bit different. Technotronic, Get Up. Looks like we might have some interest in some 12-inch singles here. We have Technotronic, Get Up. And this is a $10 start. 1990 USOG sealed. $10 on that. The Zappa's $20. It was half off of $39.99. $20 on Zappa. Let's try to do another 45 lot here. I think I can do these. We can do some more of them, okay? First thing we have is Huey Lewis and the News, Elton John, Nikita, Bay City Rollers, Benatar, Hit Me With Your Best Shot, John Taylor, The Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 45s again, all picture sleeves, $10 start on those. $10 start. The good one, or I should say the good one, my favorite, Life in a Northern Town, right there on top. Ivan gets Zappa for $20. Now, here's what I'm willing to do. Michael, he just got the Zappa for $20. I'll say what's left now for $45 because he just bought that one at $20. And I was asking $65 for everything. So, Michael, everything left for $45. All these 45s now up for bid. Technotronic has a bid for $12. Let's grab another Japanese pressing and another Disney single here. But first, our next Japanese pressing is the Monkees, the best of the Monkees. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The best of the Monkees. I'm a believer. There's that, and there's that, and there's the cover and Obi. And there's that, and there's that. Okay, that's now up for bid. The best of the Monkees. I think when y'all see that track listing from Craig, you'll be like, yep, I need that. So let's sell this bundle to Michael Rudolph. That's everything from Humble Pie to Laverne Baker, and those are all sold for $45. And now we've sold everything in that crate. Last time I went through that was Buy It Now Best Offer. We condensed that with another Buy It Now Best Offer. Now we've done them half off, and we've ended up selling all 3 crates. They're gone. There's no more there. It's all finished. Let's go ahead and grab one second, please. Let's grab that new crate of new vinyl. Let's grab a new crate of new vinyl. And we got mini guitars tonight. We got mini guitars tonight. Miniature guitars. Miniature guitars. Oh no, look at all these seam splits. That's terrible, isn't it, Ed? Oh my gosh. We're going to have to work on that on Monday. I've got to get you set up. Ed, I'm just going to give you my email. I'm just going to give Ed direct access to my personal email. I trust that man enough. I'll give him my email account. Okay? Ed, I trust Ed with my own personal email account because that's the only way we can send back these records that got seam splits. So, all right, so let's see what we got here. New and sealed stuff. There's actually some new stuff in here that comes out today. There's some new releases that come out in here today. Chad, I just sent Ed a message. He actually just walked by me with his briefcase because he's leaving. But if I need to look at it right quick, I will. Okay? Now, sorry, let me get back into the groove and see what's going on. Okay, the last thing... All right, so Ivan. All right, so Ivan got Zappa. We sold Michael the bundle. I introduced this lot of 45s, 10, Technotronic got a new bid for 15. 10 again on these, 12, 18 on Technotronic, 11 on these, 15 on this. Holden's in on the monkeys at 35. Technotronic is at 20. Technotronic 22.25. And then Monkeys track listing. Craig just shared it. Technotronic 27, Monkeys 45, Monkeys 54. Gary, I know where the loot is. I saw it back there on the miscellaneous shelf. Your name's on it, but I don't know what the status is, okay? But I know it's here, and I know it's safe, and I know it has your name on it. Okay, so brand new stuff with new releases in here. Here's a restock of the very popular Beatles Past Masters, $49.99. Every time I sell a couple, I try to order a couple more. $49.99. The Beatles Past Masters, 2 LP. We had a request to order some more some more front line assembly. There was no actual waiting list, just somebody saying, please order more. Here is Total Terror Part 1, the official Total Terror, 2 LP red vinyl, $36.99. I have 2 of those. And let's skip that one. That's another front line assembly. We'll do that one in a second. And then this is a new album from Eric Church. I don't know how I missed a pre-order on such a big release, but here it is. Eric Church, new album, Evangeline versus the Machine. New Eric Church, $33.99. I've got 5 of them on hand. New Eric Church, okay? Now, I've had some people ask, what's the Dream Academy? What's the Bay City Rollers? And somebody asked, what's the Pat Benatar? All these singles are being sold together in one lot. They're all being sold together in one lot. The Dream Academy, John Taylor, Pat Benatar, Bay City Rollers, Elton John, and Huey Lewis and the News. And the high bid on all those together in that lot, the last bid on those was Stacy Brown at $15. Stacy Brown has them for $15. Stacy Brown also gets Eric Church. Stacy Brown also gets Eric Church. And now Kelly Gabney gets front line assembly. Joe Barrios gets front line assembly. If anybody else wants a front line assembly, this particular one will be a waiting list. Technotronic, there was 2 people bidding on that. Steven went out, so this is sold to Robert Vladicek for $27. And now the Monkeys, Will Robinson's out. Holden has the Monkeys Best back there for $64. Final call on that. The Beatles Past Masters is $49.99. It's a double LP. Now, for those that remember the CD release when this came out, it was out on vinyl back then too in 2009, 2012, 2009. But this is both the white CD and the red CD. This is Volume 1 and Volume 2 together. $49.99. So there's the Beatles. There is the new Eric Church album. And then this is new from Cat Stevens. It was released originally only in Japan. It's a live concert. It's called Saturday Night Cat Stevens Live in Tokyo. It is $33.99. It's a remaster 50th anniversary. And that was originally released only in Japan. $33.99. Cat Stevens. That's new for today. Comes out today. And then Frontline Assembly. Let's put Fred Cardinale on a waiting list. Fred Cardinale on a waiting list for that. And now we have Trina Long on Cat Stevens. And now let's grab another auction. This is Swing the Mood, Jive Bunny, and the Master Mixers. A 1989 U.S. original, sealed, and we're going to put this up for a $7 start. 1989 U.S. sealed, a $7 start. Swing the Mood. There's that. Nobody else bid on these 645s, so those are sold for $15, and those are sold for $15 to Stacy Brown. Stacy got those for $15. Thank you, Stacy. Those sold to you. Let's go ahead and sell the Monkeys to Holden. Thank you, Holden. That's sold to you for $54. Fantastic copy there. And now we're ready for new auctions. More, buy, sell. Will Robertson gets the Beatles Past Masters. That's sold. Our next single is another, I would say, obscure Disney. I consider anything Disney obscure when I've never seen it before. After thousands of Disney records bought and sold, if I can hold one and say I've never seen it before, that is obscure, especially this one. What Made the Red Man Red from Walt Disney's Peter Pan. 1969, the sound from the soundtrack of the motion picture. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Jive Bunnies at 7, now 10, now 12. And let's go ahead and put up another Japanese LP. Let's go back to the front of the crate here and see what I've got. I've never seen this before. I was kind of interested in keeping it. That's why I had it in the front of the crate, because some of my favorite Christmas music is from Stevie Wonder. Someday at Christmas, Stevie Wonder, Perfect. Christmas in May, a $35 start. It is absolutely near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. Someday at Christmas. What Christmas Means to Me is on here. That's such a great song. What Christmas Means to Me. That's on the Elf movie. Amazing. Stevie Wonder, that's going to go up for a $35 star. That's really cool. That's really nice. And now we have new from Gentle Giant. This comes out today. You may have seen it before. The official live Gentle Giant album, $44.99. The iconic, it's $44.99. The iconic 1977 live album, now fully reimagined, mixed, and mastered for an immersive experience. Triple LP, Gentle Giant, with double-sided poster, book, and liner notes by Alan Kisman. $44.99. The official live Gentle Giant. New triple LP, $44.99. New triple LP, $44.99 on that. And then 3 copies of Fear Factory. Now, I've seen this before, but this is a new reissue. Aggression Continuum, silver vinyl. I think I've had this before, but I think it's been out of print. Fear Factory. Either way, this is new for Friday. If I say new for Friday, that means this SKU, where is it? That SKU, that's a new release. Even it might be a new album, it could be a new reissue, could be a new remaster, whichever it is, $36.99. And then here is the Samantha Fish. Now, I went ahead and just grabbed a bunch more. The signed copies are gone, and I won't be able to get any more. So if you missed out on the signed copy, here is the same color, indie exclusive, smoke clear vinyl. It's just not autographed. $33.99. $33.99 on that. 1 second, please. All right. There's that. There's that. Now, I hadn't called out a single bid since I put up any of these up. So let's work our way down. I figured it looked like, I try not to call out too many if it looks like y'all are keeping up with it yourself. So Jive Bunny got bids for 7, 10, 12, 15. Jive Bunny, 15. Disney 7, Disney 7. Swingin' Bunny, 15. Disney 10. Bunny, 20. Disney 12. Bunny, 20. Bunny 25, Christmas 35, Disney 15, Bunny 30. All right, so the Disney single, What Made the Red Man Red, Peter Pan, that is a high bid with Kelly Vlodarchek at 15. Jive Bunnies at 30 with Nick Bargeron. And Someday at Christmas, Stevie Wonder has one bid with Tracy Miller for 35. That's a final call. Also in here is It's the Easter Beagle, Charlie Brown. Now, this has obviously come in slightly late, but let me, not really. We had a pre-order for this. They've actually come in. If somebody was on a waiting list, they've come in slightly late. Let me see if there was a waiting list for this. And what I'm going to do on the Samantha Fish is probably reply to people who didn't get an autographed copy and be like, do you want one that's not autographed? And just say yes or no. Easter Beagle, Curtis Marachi. Curtis, this is in. I'm sorry it's come in 2 weeks after Easter. A month after Easter, but that's how waiting list works sometimes. So, Curtis, I'm tagging this for you. $36.99. You'll have it in plenty of time for Easter next year. And then I've got 3 copies of Meat Beat Manifesto, which there was a waiting list for this. Meat Beat Manifesto, $29.99. And let's find that Meat Beat. And the waiting list on that was Fred Cardinal. Fred Carnell, I got you down for Meat Beat Manifesto, $29.99, and he was on a waiting list, and I got 2 extra copies. And New Hawkwind, $46.99. There is no space for us. And Robert Warner, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, I had you down on a waiting list, Robert Warner, and that's new for you. And then here's that other Frontline Assembly, Disorder. Frontline Assembly, Disorder, that one's $33.99. Tracy Miller, you got the Stevie Wonder for $35. Thank you. $35, that's done. Tracy Miller, that's sold to you. And then Jive Bunny, I hadn't seen a new bid. I haven't seen a new bid since Nick Bargeron bid 30. So Nick, that's sold to you. Time for new auctions. Thanks everybody for joining us. As everybody hit the like button over on the old Facebook or over on YouTube. Let's go ahead and run. Let's see what's going on here with Sonny Boy Williamson. Sonny Boy Williamson is a 1978 French reissue, EX condition, a $25 start. Sonny Boy Williamson, the Real Folk Blues, a 78 French pressing, $25 start on that. And guess what? The same 2 people on Frontline Assembly. This is Joe Barrios and Kelly Gabney. Joe Barrios and Kelly Gabney. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Kelly. Same 2 people, I think, on the other one. And then Fred Cardinale, do you want on a waiting list? And then Kelly Vlodarchek, just so you know, you was outbid on the Disney single. Danny has that at 16. Okay, and then Chad, you should show your Halloween Christopher in August, September. Oh, yeah, I know. Well, if you don't order it by then, if you try to start stocking Christmas albums in November, most of them's already sold and gone, and it's all back ordered. They start making that stuff like right now. They're probably redesigning jackets and determining what colors, and they're probably already got everything ordered and designed, and they're probably about to start pressing. They're probably about to start pressing Christmas albums. That's usually when they do it. I have an Obi-less Japanese pressing, but always a popular one. Always a popular one here. This is Led Zeppelin, the soundtrack from the film, a double LP, no Obi, but a fantastic Japanese pressing to have. And this one has a bonus item with it. So I get these sometimes. First of all, the vinyl is perfect. But I get this sometimes with these. Not all of them have it, but some of them came with this book, which is amazing. It's a Led Zeppelin Japanese book that came with some of these. I don't have it with all of them, but I do get them occasionally. Maybe 1 in 50 I get has this book with it. That's pretty sweet. I mean, it's by itself. I could probably auction this as a vintage original Japanese Song Remains the Same film program, because that's what it is. I don't know if that actually came with the record or if people bought that like at theaters or something and they just put them down inside their record. So there's that. There's the inserts. It's got the book and the insert. Beautiful jacket. No Obi. $45 start. $45 start on that. Danny Thomason, you've been outbid on the Disney single. Final call on Sonny Boy Williamson. All right, let's see what else I have over here to put up for auction. I have, let me grab these, and let me grab this one, and this one here. All right, so here's another lot of singles. I've got Paul McCartney coming up. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights. Urgent, Running Back. ABBA, Does Your Mother Know Kisses of Fire? Caligula, Love Theme. We Are One, and Queen, You're My Best Friend. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 singles, a $10 start. $10 start on that. And before I show the rest of the crate has got seam splits, let me go ahead and show Hawkwind again. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything else on that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else, okay? Did you get the new Lights album? I don't think so. And then we sold Meat Beat. Did we pull one for Joe Barrios? We didn't. Joe Barrios got a Meat Beat Manifesto. We pulled one for Fred. He was on a waiting list. There's Joe's claim. I almost missed that, Joe. I'm glad I'm going back through everything. Humpty Dance, I think I'll sell that at 8 o'clock since I've told so many people about it. Danny's out on that. And Led Zeppelin's got a ton of bids. All right. So first thing I need to do, let's go back and show Hawkwind. This is new for today. It's New Vinyl Friday. Hawkwind, There Is No Space for Us. Hawkwind, double black vinyl edition, 2 LP. That's new for today, $46.99. I don't know a lot about it, but I had Robert Warner down. And then, Kelly, you do get the Disney single for $20. Zeppelin's already at $55. The bundle's at $12. And then Sonny Boy Williamson did get a bid with Aaron Below for $25. We're about to sell that. And I do have another Disney single, and this one is Siamese Cat Song from Lady and the Tramp. And I don't recall ever seeing this one before. Siamese Cat Song from Lady and the Tramp, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. That's 1962. 1962. And then here's what's left in there. There's Hawkwind. I've got one Beatles Past Masters left, $49.99. Very quickly, this is everything not on the Beatles albums. So even if you think you've got the complete discography, unless you have the actual 45s, you're not going to have Day Tripper. You're not going to have We Can Work It Out and Rain and Paperback Writer. You're not even going to have Hey Jude and Revolution. Hey Jude and Revolution was not on any Beatles albums. It's not on Sgt. Pepper's. It's not on Magical Mystery Tour. It's not on Let It Be. It's not on Abbey Road. So that's like a place filler for all those B-sides and singles. We sold one earlier. This is sold to Thomas Hujar. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, I'm going to order another 2. They'll be here Tuesday or Wednesday. So if you want some now, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. They'll be in next week. New album from Eric Church, Evangeline versus the Machine. New album from country artist Eric Church, $33.99. Eric Church, $33.99. Catherine, I'm going to put you on a waiting list for the Beatles if that's okay. Now, there's a lot of bids since I've been talking about these first few records. And Sonny Boy, Aaron Below also wants on the Beatles waiting list. And let's see, Sonny Boy... Sonny Boy is a 1978 French reissue. 1978 French reissue. Okay? 78 French reissue. And I was about to sell that to Aaron. He has it for $25. Zeppelin's at $75. Disney at $15. Disney's at $15. And the 45 bundle, is still with Robert Warner at $12. Those 6 records there. Okay? And then Fred Carnell gets a Hawkwind. Fred Carnell gets a Hawkwind. Jeremy Dalton on Eric Church. Okay? Hey Jude is technically not a Beatles studio album. That Hey Jude was the original Past Masters, but it's just not a complete deal. So that's kind of what Hey Jude is. If you do have that Hey Jude album, it's sort of like a Past Masters, but it's not an actual Beatles studio album. So it's kind of like the first time they put out some of those non-album singles. This is everything. Get Back, Don't Let Me Down, Across the Universe, all those great songs, You Know My Name, etc., etc. So yeah, and now we have another person on the wait list, Sherry Darnell. That should be 3 people now on a waiting list for that. That always sells well when I take a moment to explain what it is, because most people have bought the Beatles studio album collection, and then they realize, hey, where is Don't Let Me Down and Hey Jude and Revolution? And then they realize they're missing those songs, and that's just great how they put it all in chronological order. Cat Stevens, Saturday Night is $33.99. Cat Stevens is $33.99. Saturday night, and then the official live Gentle Giant. The official live Gentle Giant, a triple LP. This is that classic live Gentle Giant. They've remastered it, 3 LP. Their 77 live album, remixed, $44.99. I've got 3 of those. And then Fear Factory, Aggression Continuum. Fear Factory is on silver vinyl, $36.99. Zeppelin's at $85. The bundle's at $14. The Disney singles at $16. And Aaron, you do get Sonny Boy Williamson for $25. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm about to show the Pink Floyds right now because that is new for Friday, and I definitely need to show that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction, oh man, I didn't know we had this. Where did this come from? Rush, a 12-inch single from Rush. A New World Man. Wow, I already have this, or I'd be keeping it. The vinyl is about VG+. It's a 12-inch single, New World Man. Let's put this up for a $10 start. You also get Vital Signs live and Free Will live. So Vital Signs is live, previously unreleased, and then Free Will is live from Exit Stage Left. Rush is a $10 start. Rush is a $10 start. And we have the Samantha Fish. So if you missed the autograph version, here's the other version. Paper Doll, Samantha Fish, $33.99. Samantha Fish, so that's the non-autograph version. I can't get the autographs. They're done. And then there's one Meat Beat Manifesto left for $29.99. Now, the seam split stuff is as follows. Ace Frehley came in, and Ace has some pretty wicked seam splits. And they didn't even shrink wrap them. They put them in baggies, and they're still seam split. So Ace Frehley is $46.99. There was a waiting list. Ace, who was on a waiting list? I don't have those keyed in yet, so I'll come back to that in just a second. And then the new album from Ali Venable, and all three of these are seam split. Ali Venable with Chris Stone, Kingfish Ingram. Now here's how these work. If you're okay with a light seam crackle, if you want to get one now, you can have them. They're yours. I'll sell them to you at sticker price. Or if you want one of these albums and you want to go on a waiting list, for a nice one, if they come back in stock, I'll sell it to you. But some people's okay with a light seam crackle knowing they're getting one right now. And let's bring over a new crate. What happened on the Disney single? The last bit on that I called out. Jeremy went out. Kelly had that for 20. Kelly, that sold you for 20. Did the bundle get new bids? Robert went out, and that's after Robin bid 15, and the only other bidder was Robert. So sell this to Robin Glenn, those 6 for $15. Rush is at 22, and Led Zeppelin's at 111. And we got Ali Venable, Ace Frehley, Seam Splits, Meat Beat Manifesto, Samantha Fish, Fear Factory, Gentle Giant, Cat Stevens, Eric Church, and Hawkwind. That is all still available. And now the other crate that I was just talking about has the two biggest releases of the week, but those come in earlier this week, so we've already shown them. So let me do that right now. And also, I don't know if Paul went through it last night, but I had found a crate of new vinyl from last Sunday, stuff Paul ordered, that I had never gone through before, which would be great for me to go through at some point. And let's go up to the top and make sure I didn't miss anything else. Rush 22, Rush 25, Zeppelin 115. And I'm not going to go through all this crate. I'm just going to start right. Where am I going to start? I'm going to start right here. Here, if you don't have one already, have we sold one since? Okay, we've sold a couple since then. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. So I have the new, now officially out today, Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $46.99. $46.99. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. First time ever officially on vinyl. If you've been waiting now to grab one, here's your chance. $46.99. The big pre-order has already come in. Everybody already got one. We sold about 10 live, and I have 5 or 6 left. I think I've got 2, 4, 6. I got 7 left. 7 left. And then the other big new reissue was Godsmack, the Oracle. First time ever on vinyl. $33.99. $33.99. New reissue of Godsmack Oracle. $33.99. All right. And if you're waiting for now to get a Pink Floyd, here is your chance. Brian Riley gets one. Trina Long gets one. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. That's sold to Chad Smith. Thank you on that. And then Chad Smith, Pink Floyd. You wanted Pompeii. I think I got you down for it. Okay. And then MT Matt went out on Zeppelin. Trina has this at 115. And not only is it just a beautiful OG copy, but I think a lot of people were after this right here, this very cool Led Zeppelin movie program from the film, a Japanese movie program. And Trina has that at 115, all that being sold together. And then Rush, the final call on Rush was to Trez Dabney at 25. Robbie went out, okay? Jeremy Dalton wants a Pink Floyd and a Godsmack. So those are sold and sold And now we got Mark Lent on a Pink Floyd Pompeii. Now there's 2 left. There's 2 left. Pink Floyd's weird about some of these new releases. I thought when that clear vinyl, y'all remember the clear vinyl Dark Side of the Moon? I thought, well, this is epic. They're going to keep making these, and I'll always have them in stock. They made them, and then they discontinued them. I think they've pressed them one more time, but they're still out of stock. I hadn't seen them since then, and now it's like a $100 record. I hope that's not the case. Typically, these live albums, they keep in print. They keep these live albums typically in print. Like, you know, they still got the delicate sound, Pulse, the momentary, or not momentary lapse of reason. I named them. Pulse. Well, there's one more that's recent. Oh, the Dark Side of the Moon Live. The Dark Side of the Moon Live. Godsmack's black and Pink Floyd's black. All righty. So, okay. Let's grab a few more singles here. This looks like some more bizarre stuff. We've got Rizzo Machine, War with Drugs, Gang War, Water, Ice. It's on Cheryl Keel Records, Philadelphia. And then there's another one of those. And then Burning Itch. And then, what is this? Aborted 2000 EP, Gorilla. And that's the only hardcore looking stuff. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Let me see if I have another one. Yeah, those are going to go up for a $10 start. And here's the next most random set of records I can give you. That's going to clear out. That's going to clear out the rest of this bin. So we got a rockabilly record here. Gene Crazed, Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion, Spice Girls, which we had tagged to sell by itself, Steam, Kiss Him Goodbye, or Nah Nah Hey Hey, Santana Winning, June Carter, and Chumbawamba by Tub Thumping. And all those together for a $10 start, okay? So $10 start and $10 start on those. I guess the best way to do this is, let's say, I guess let's call this Rizzo, and then we'll call this 45 bundle, okay? So we're going to have to separate these. We'll call this 45, and let's call this Rizzo, okay? Let's call this Rizzo. And then Rush is sold. We're ready for all new auctions and a new crate. Rush is sold for $25 to Trez Dabney. That was really cool. New World Man. And then Trina does get Led Zeppelin for $115. All right, let's put that in a new sleeve. Awesome. And I'm ready to show some new stuff. I am ready to show some new stuff. Here we go. So we'll call the bundle on the right Rizzo, and the one on the left with Tub Thumping and Kylie and Gene Crazed, we'll just call those 45s. I kind of messed up there too, doing 2 bundles by itself. But I'm going to try to sell all these in a bundle here. I'm going to try to sell all these in a bundle. All right? The band is Chumbawamba, not claiming. Yeah, not Tub Thumping is the song. Thank you. Yes, that got me really confused. At one time, we had like 9 of those. We had like 9 of these new old stock. We were selling it individually. So there's that. Can I have Rizzo by itself? We have to sell it all in a lot. Those are being sold in a lot there. Let's go grab a new auction, new crate, and then new auctions, okay? I just wanted to show Pink Floyd and Godsmack there by itself. Okay, and pizza, Rizzo, Rizzo, whichever. Okay, what am I going to do? Let's get some new stuff going. Let's get some new stuff going. So we have plenty of new arrival crates that have not been shown, and I think it's about time to get into those going right now, okay? And thanks everybody for joining us. And we still got mini guitars to show, which I plan on doing here pretty soon, since it's kind of like, quote, new arrivals. And John's got some excellent stuff here, as usual. And Laura's working on some stuff too. Don't forget, Paul will be hosting the show again tomorrow. And he'll probably, he said last night was very successful. And I have a feeling He'll have another great one again tomorrow, and that will be the last sale of the week. And then I'll be back Sunday, and I'm going to do a coin and knife show. And by the way, the coin and knife show, we just got hundreds of new case knives in. Hundreds of new case knives in. So if that's to your liking, we've got them all boxed up over here. I hope to come in Sunday before the sale. And we sold off all of our case inventory around the end of the year. And if y'all didn't know, we are a case pocket knife dealer. A case pocket knife dealer. And we have our biggest order ever that just got delivered. We're about to get back into that. We've kind of neglected it for about 5 months. And we basically told our sales rep we want 2 and 3 of everything you got in stock. And they sent them to us. Probably one of the biggest knife orders I've ever placed. So it's here. Did anybody bid on this bundle? Nobody bid on this 45 bundle. $10 buy it now. Or did it have a bid? Did Fred bid 12? Oh, Fred bid 12. Fred bid 12 and Jim B just bid 15. Okay, so Fred had that. Now that's at 15. That's at 15. Jim B just, I just scrolled back up. And then the Rizzo bundle, Holden has it for 15. Holden has these for 15, which has outbid, nope, I got another correction. Fred Carnell has this lot here for $16, even though he is set out. That's what messed me up. Fred Carnell, in fact, is not out. He is not out. Fred Carnell is not out on the Rizzo bundle. He has it as of right now at $16. The ones over here on the left, just got a bid for 17 with Jeremy Dalton. We're calling these 45s and we're calling these Rizzo. And so Holden, you just tied Fred Carnell. Okay. He had it for the longest at 16. Even though he said out, he maybe thought he was outbid. And Larry, I'll add you to the list. We got a lot of people wanting that white line greatest hits. As of right now, that has not become available to us, but I will try my best. Okay, I've got that has just like randomly dropped and everybody's wanting it. I haven't got a lot of details on it yet. Okay, this is the last time I put up 2 bundles at the same time. Here is our next auction. This is John Lee Hooker, The Real Blues. John Lee Hooker, The Real Blues. This is a vintage reissue from around 1982. It's VG Plus. It's a $25 start. John Lee Hooker, The Real Blues, $25 start. That's up for bid. Let's go through new vintage arrivals, and then, yes, the Hatchet Ed crate is coming up next. Rod Stewart Body Wishes. Rod Stewart is $19.99. This has the original inner sleeve. Rod Stewart is $19.99. Wishbone Ash, Wishbone 4. This is a German pressing with poster. A German pressing with poster, $24.99. Fred Carnell is at 18 over here. Rizzo lots at 17. Fred Carnell, you're outbid. Okay? Fred Carnell, you're outbid. Holden, you just outbid yourself. $9.99. If someone puts Rizzo, they're bidding on these. If someone puts 45, they're bidding on these. So actually, you just bid against yourself. Wild and in the Street soundtrack, that's $14.99. And we have the Motels, all for one, $9.99. Secret Information, top priority, open at once, listen immediately, from Chili Whack. It's some kind of promotional sampler on that for $9.99. Marty Ballin. Marty Ballin is $14.99. And Ted Nugent, Intensities in 10 Cities, $14.99. Ted Nugent, $14.99. Ted Nugent on that. And Stephen Steele's, $19.99. Yes, I know, I messed up putting up 2 bundles. I will not do that again tonight. I have some like baskets. Here's what I'm cleaning out. I've got like 6 little baskets like this full of random stuff, and I'm trying to sell them in bundles because some of them I might have already shown for a buy now and nobody got them. So I'm just trying to just get them sold in bundles. We move a lot faster through that way, okay? The first thing is Chris Bryant, put MO, and then yes, MO. Okay, so MO, Motels. That's so to Chris Bryant. Motels. DG, David Gates, so to Daniel Farrow. Ted Nugent is very nice. Vinyls or the covers in shrink wrap. The vinyl is EX++ near mint minus. Ted Nugent. Now, I have lost Fred Cardinale. He has these at $18. Jim B, you're out. Chawambamba lot, Jim B, you're out. Daniel Farrow has these at $17. And technically, Fred, for you to get back in, you've got to bid more than 18. He's already kind of bid 18. And Fred Cardinale, or I'm going to drop the hammer so I can clear up confusion. Rod Stewart is $14.99. Blondes have more fun. John Lee Hooker is a 1982 pressing of Real Folk Blues on this Tradition label. It has one bid for $25. It's VG Plus or better. VG Plus or better. Okay, and then our next auction is going to be a Hazy Shade of Winter from less than zero. This is the Bengals doing a Hazy Shade of Winter, near mint minus, EX++, aka no condition notes. That's a $7 start. The 45 bundles now at 18. Now Jim B and Fred Cardinale's out. And we have Eric Clapton Money and Cigarettes, $34.99. And then Jeremy Dalton has bid 18. Jim B's now at 19. And now I've lost Fred Cardinale on the other bundle. Final call. This is a 1971 German press of What's Going On. Very nice. $79.99. $79.99. The Bengals has a bid for 7. John Lee Hooker has a bid for 26. Stevie Wonder, N Square Circle. Stevie Wonder is $24.99. N Square Circle, $24.99 on that. And the Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm. The Judds is $24.99. The Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm. All right, I'm going to sell the Rizzo bundle for $17. That is sold to Holden, and that's those 4 records. Unfortunately, I lost Fred Cardinale on those. I got to get him off the board anyway before my head explodes. And then over here is this 45 lot. The new high bid is with Jim B at 19. Jeremy Dalton, you're out. There's a new bid on John Lee Hooker. The first bidder, Russell Flynn, you've been outbid. Thomas gets a very nice grab there with the Marvin Gaye. Excellent decision. Waylon Jennings, What Goes Around Comes Around. Waylon, $24.99. Wishbone Ash, there's the rub. Wishbone Ash is $19.99. And Steve Winwood, his self-titled album, Original Inner Sleeve, $19.99. Steve Winwood, $19.99. And Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits, $14.99 on Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Jeremy's out. These are sold to Jim B for $19, okay? I've learned my lesson on bundles. Do not put up 2 at the same time. Gary Wellman got Steve Winwood. That's sold to Gary Wellman. So these are all what we call vintage new arrivals. So everything here has been cleaned, checked, etc., etc., okay? John Lee Hooker's at 27 with Russell Flynn. That means Brandon Lack, you've been outbid. Jeremy Dalton's going to pick up the Judds. Jeremy gets Judds. And now the Bengals is at $111. No, it's at 11 with Javi Soto. Reba McEntire, $14.99. What am I going to do about you? The Louvin Brothers, Country Heart and Soul, $39.99. That's one we don't see too often. Rick Corsino on Freestyle. Is that in this bin? Freestyle? Is that in here? Also, what happened here? Somebody asked about the Chilliwack record. Chilliwack from their Millennium LP Opus X, Secret Information. It's some kind of like sampler, 12-inch single sampler from that, $9.99. And we have Love Is Gonna Get Ya, Patty Austin. That's in shrink, $19.99. George Samberez on Reba McEntire, that's sold. And now the Bengals is at 14. Brandon's out on John Lee Hooker. This is sold to Russell Flynn for $27. All right, let's put up a new Japanese auction. Don't forget about this incredible selection of Japanese stuff I have here behind me. David Johnson probably just went, thank goodness, another Japanese pressing. And here's a good one. This is Toto 4 with Africa. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing, beautiful in multiple ways. The cover, the vinyl, the music. Toto is a $35 start. There's the insert. Look at the jacket, amazing colors on this one. $35 start on that. Greg Hubers does want the chili whack. That is so to Greg Hubers, thank you. And now the Bengals is at 15. Let me step over here. Let me step over here and get another one of those. So that emptied that basket except for a few miscellaneous items. Let me grab the next best looking basket I have over here and start selling some of these in bundles. But I've learned my lesson, one bundle at a time, just like Johnny Cash. One bundle at a time. These will cost you more than a dime though. Let's go ahead and put up a few here. So I'm going to try to keep most of them like same era at least, but sometimes it's not that easy. So let's see what I can do here. Otis Redding, Stevie Wonder, The Dramatics, and Nancy Sinatra. All right, so there is Otis Redding on Atco, 2 Stevie Wonders, including 2 promos, and then the Dramatics and Nancy Sinatra. How does that grab you, darling? What you see is what you get. You will know Mr. Master Blaster and Papa's got a brand new bag. That is a 45 bundle, a $10 start. A $10 start on that. All right, and then Laura just delivered a new crate. That's good news. Toto 35, Bengals out, and Bengals 15, and then Toto 36 and Bengals 17. All right, and we have Herb Albert, Tijuana Brass, Gold Stamp promo. That one's called Bullish, $12.99. David Gates is $9.99. Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous. Ted Nugent's $14.99. John Mayall with Eric Clapton, the Blues Breakers. That is $26.99. And Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture. Alan Parsons Project's $19.99. And Eric Clapton, Backless. Eric Clapton, Backless. Gatefold, $34.99. Very nice. And John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, live in Toronto, $34.99. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Toto is at $35 with Trina Long, Bengals 15, Toto 36, Bengals 17, Bengals 18. This bundle lot, Kenneth is in at 10, Toto 38. Steven on TRD, and he was wanting Ted Nugent in Little Miss Dangerous. That's so to Steven. Gary Wellman was second. And we have Absolutely Live, The Doors, $39.99. That's a double LP, Absolutely Live, The Doors. Rick Hall says both Teds. One of them just got grabbed right out from under you, but I'll go ahead and give you the one from earlier, which was Intensities. Also, I'm pretty sure somebody asked about Waylon. I remember reading that in my head when I was walking away, and I forgot. Who asked about this? Gary Wellman, title and price of Waylon. Gary, What Goes Around Comes Around, $24.99, and Foghat self-titled is $19.99. Foghat self-titled, $19.99. So this bundle here has one bid for $10. The Otis Redding, Stevie, Dramatics, and Nancy Sinatra, $10. Jim B said there was a CD in the bottom of that basket that he had his eye on. He must have a great eye. This CD here, My Summer Love, Japanese Girls Compilation. My Summer Love, Japanese Girls Compilation. This is going to go up for a $5,000 start. $5 start. My Summer Love, Japanese Girl Compilation. Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley, $29.99. Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley, $29.99 on Rod Stewart. And Waylon Jennings, Greatest Hits. Nice. $24.99 embossed gold foil cover. Next thing we have was Toto 39, Toto 40. Gary does want that Waylon he asked about. Guess what? There's another Waylon Jennings. Also, James Gang live in concert, $19.99, and the best of Tommy James and Shondells. A beautiful looking gatefold, crystal blue Persuasion, crimson and clover, sugar on Sunday. I Think We're Alone Now. Nice. Aaron Below on Waylon. Waylon. Aaron, I'm assuming you wanted the greatest hits there. The Bengals. What about the Bengals back here? Shannon went out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Javi Soto for $18. Gregory, you were next on Waylon. Actually, Clifford was next, and then Gregory was third. So My Summer Love Japanese Girl compilation CD is a $5 start. Otis Redding lot is sold for $10, and that was sold to Kenneth Blair, and that was Otis, Stevie, Dramatics, and Nancy. Those are all sold for $10, okay? And then price on Tommy James and the Shondells, that was $19.99, Dennis Daly. It's a beautiful gatefold. I must have not said the price on that. My bad. $19.99. Toto's now at $41. Toto is now at $41. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is going to be P-Funk All-Stars Urban Dance Floor Gorillas. And this is a 1983 U.S. Carrollton Original EX P-Funk All-Stars Urban Dance Floor Gorillas, a $25 start. Never seen that before. $25 start. So I'm sorry I didn't tell the price on Shondells. I was too excited about reading off the tracks because this is one of my favorite 60s compilations of all time. And the first person was Dennis Daly. He's passing. So, Gary, this is yours if you want it. If not, Daniel Farrow. If not, Robin Glenn or anybody else. So, Daniel Farrow does want it. Next in line is Gary Wellman. And Toto just went out, so that's a final call. And Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles live. That's a quad mix, $29.99. That CD has one bid with Jim B for $5. Final call. After school session with Chuck Berry. A 1989 mono reissue. $26.99. Gary does get Tommy James and the Shondells. Crystal Blue Persuasion. It's a new vibration. Let's go ahead and grab another 45 bundle. And I'm going to make this as complicated as possible. No, I'm just joking. This is going to be random. We'll probably just do some completely random stuff here. Rhythm Heritage, theme from SWAT. Scritti Politti, Perfect Way. Chairman of the Board, Paid to the Piper. Ronnie Hawkins, Bo Diddley. Murray Head, One Night in Bangkok. And Peebo Bryson, Love Theme from Leonard, Part 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 45s. A $10 start. 45 bundle, $10 start. CD sold to Jim B for $5. Next is P-Funk, got a bid for $25. Gary put PF, no comment, so I'm assuming he was about to bid on P-Funk. And then we have, those are a $10 start. And then is My Ding-a-Ling on the Chuck Berry. I don't know, it's not on this one. No Ding-a-Ling on that one. And Toto is sold to Trina Long for $45, okay? There is that, $45. All right, let's get that in a new sleeve here. All right, thank you on that. So P-Funk just has one bid for $25. Just one bid on the P-Funk All-Stars, and that is Rod L. Martin's for $25. Final call. And then Rod Stewart is sold to Stacy Brown, and Rod is this one right here, Gasoline Alley, right? Starting price on P-Funk, there's already a bid for $25. There's already a bid for $25. And now our next Japanese auction is going to be what? Our next Japanese auction is going to be John Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Coltrane live as soon as Chad takes a drink of purple juice. Purple juice. Purple juice, purple juice. I can't mute my mic. I don't have a mouse pad. Hold on. Nope. Where's the button? All right. What is P-Funk? P-Funk is a good way to describe anything that's related to George Clinton, Parliament, Funkadelic, etc. Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. A 35, beautiful vinyl. Absolute beautiful vinyl. Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard, a Japanese pressing, an awesome jacket, a little bit of humidity spots inside of it, front and back are incredible, a $35 start. Okay? P-Funk got a new bid for $26. Half off crates later. Very possible. The more you ask Jim B, the less likely I am to do it. Canned Heat in Concert, $29.99. Canned Heat in Concert, recorded live in Europe, $29.99. Wishbone Ash, New England, $19.99. And the Alan Parsons Project's Greatest Hits, $19.99. The Alan Parsons Project, technically best of. Conway Twitty, I wonder what she'll think about me leaving. She'll probably either be happy or sad. Probably happy, Conway. $9.99. 10 star is $9.99. And Merle Travis, Rough and Rowdy Blue. Merle Travis is $12.99. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, $14.99. $14.99. The last P-Funk bid was $26 of Gary Wellman. Rydell Martin, you were outbid. Then Lonnie Jolly bid $27. Then Rydell bid $30. And then Gary Wellman put Wish. And that was for Wishbone Ash. And then Pink Floyd, $32. I mean P-Funk. And then a bid for $28. And now a bid for $35. And now Rob and Glenn got Conway. And then Daniel Farrow got 10 star. And now this bundle of 45s is a buy it now for $10. Murray Head, Ronnie Hawkins, Chairman of the Board, Scritty Politi, theme from SWAT, and Without You theme. All those for a $10 buy it now. Next is Daniel Farrow on Chris Christopherson. John Coltrane does not have a bid. A Japanese pressing of Live at the Village Vanguard, looking for a $35 start. And now Alan Parsons is sold to Trina Long. Let me show two more records and then a quick update. The Judd's Greatest Hits is $24.99. The Judd's Greatest Hits, $24.99. And Outlaws Wanted. The Outlaws is $24.99. Now P-Funk is at $26. John Coltrane's at $35 of Gary Wellman. Thank you. I was about to freak out on everybody. Here's our next 45 bundle. I really want somebody to buy that last bundle. Who can I convince to buy that last bundle? I don't want any bundles left over tonight because we're about to do another one. This is a lot of Golden Book and Records and Peter Pan. So if you like children / Disney stuff, these aren't actually Disney, but they're children's records. We got Alibaba. We got Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, The Jungle Book, The Pokey Little Puppy, The 12 Days of Christmas, and My True Love Gave to Me, Bozo, B-O-Z-O, and The Little Drummer Boy. And we're going to sell all these together for a $10 start. $10 start on that. The newest comment was Midwest Briar on Merle Travis. And you've bought from us before, Midwest, right? Trina got the Judd's Greatest Hits. And now Michael gets this bundle for $10. Thank you, Michael. I think y'all were buying this bundle, okay? And this is $10. And then these are now up for bid for a $10 start, okay? Michael got that last bundle. There we have it. And I've got to swap out crates before I put up the Humpty Dance, because this could get pretty crazy. Let me swap out crates right quick. That one just filled up. Let me grab a new empty one here. As usual, we are selling some vinyl tonight because of y'all. And I'm very thankful to have a great Collectco customer base. Welcome, great Collectco customer base. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take the sold 45s back here because I don't want a spillage. We don't want any oil spills. So thank you, great Collectco customer base. Couldn't do it without y'all. And thank you to the great Collectco staff. Paul, John, Laura, Steve, Ed, Jack, Jill, Julie, G, Rebecca, Tanner, Seth, John. I feel like I left somebody else. P-Funk is at 40 with Rydell Martin. P-Funk All-Stars. Let's look at that again. This is a full album. P-Funk All-Stars, Urban Dance Floor Gorillas. Nice, and Rydell had it for $40. John Coltrane did get a bid for $35 of Gary Wellman. He did bid $35. The Kids lot got a bid for $10 and then $20. $10, then $20. And then Look Above Bundle. Robin, the bundle did not get a bid. The bundle did not get a bid, and then when I made it a buy it now, Michael offered 10, you offered 10, Oso offered 10. Michael was first on the bundle for the buy it now when I started begging somebody on that. You said Murray Head on previous 45. Does that mean somebody was bidding? I'm really confused at what everybody's trying to relay to me. To my knowledge, there was no bid on that last bundle. I made it a buy it now, and then after I begged, it took me begging, and then 3 people claimed it at the same time. Melanie Jennings got the Outlaws. The Kids bundle's at 22, now 25. And P-Funk's at 41, okay? Now, let's finish up this crate. Waylon Jennings, Are You Ready for the Country? Waylon's $24.99. Sonny and Cher's Greatest Hits is $19.99. Rick Springfield, Success Hasn't Spoiled Me Yet, $14.99. And Sam and Dave, I'm a Soul Man, a nice copy. No condition notes, $49.99. That's insane. That's insane to see that in that kind of condition. $49.99. Okay, I was just about to sell the Coltrane. Now there's a question. I don't have many details to give you. This got pulled out of a random Japanese bin. It's a Japanese pressing of Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. This is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. There's one bid for $35. The P-Funk's at $45. Gary Wellman, you're out. The Kids lot is at $22, which means Tracy, you're out. Tracy has it for $25. Never mind. Tracy has that for $25. And we have Tim Colino on Waylon Jennings. And then Daniel Farrow got Sam and Dave, then Thomas, then Christopher. And Robin Glenn got Rick Springfield. Okay. I think I'm caught up. I think I know who's about to get what. And I think we're all on the same page. We good? I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. That was a great first arrivals bin. We just sold like half of those. And we have 5 more like that from John. We're about to go through a Hatchet Ed putback bin, though. And then Christopher, I'm going to make for sure you don't want to bid, and he just bid 40. And these are all sold to Tracy Miller for $25. And now P-Funk, Gary's out. This is sold to Rydell Martin for $45. What an eventful night. Already, it's just 8:03. Wow. Daniel says Sonny and Cher, not Sam and Dave. Oh my gosh, what have I done? There's no telling what I've just done here. We had S and, what did we had? We had S and C and D. Daniel wanted Sonny and Cher, not Sam and Dave. All right, so Daniel Farrow got S and C, Sonny and Cher. That really messed me up. That means Sam and Dave goes to Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar gets Sam and Dave. Rick Springfield is still Robbins, and we've sold P-Funk. Now Gary Wellman, you're outbid on John Coltrane. Christopher Dean has that for $40. Laura has a crate over here as well. We're going to do Hatchet Ed crate, Laura crate, John crate, and then I'm going to, in between all that, I've got to show more mini guitars. 1 second, please. Next auction is the Humpty Dance. This is a 1989 U.S. Specialty Original. VG Plus, a $10 start. Digital Underground, the Humpty Dance. VG Plus, a $10 start. The Humpty Dance Mini Hump Radio Mix, the Humpty Dance Bonus Hump Mix, and the Humpty Dance Hump Instrumental Mix. $10 start. There's that. Okay? Gary Wellman is out on Coltrane. This is sold to Christopher Dean for $40. That's sold to Christopher Dean for $40. Okay. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. If you need a price, let me know. Rod Stewart Body Wishes, Wishbone Ash, Wild on the Street soundtrack, Marty Ballin, Stephen Steele Steels, Rod Stewart Blondes Have More Fun, Clapton Money and Cigarettes, Stevie Wonder In Square Circle, Wishbone Ash There's the Rub, Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits, The Louvin Brothers, Patty Austin Love's Gonna Get Ya, Herb Albert Bullish, David Gates First, John Mayall and Eric Clapton Blues Breakers, Alan Parsons Vulture Culture, Eric Clapton Backless, John Lennon Live Peace Toronto, The Doors Absolutely Live, Foghat Self-Titled, James Gang Live in Concert, Carlos Santana, Chuck Berry, and Canned Heat. Those are all available, okay? And now, the next thing I'm going to do is another lot of random singles for a $10 star. If you want to bet on these, please put bundle, okay? And we got Earth, Wind & Fire, Touch, Donna Summer, Dinner with Gershon, Club Nouveau, Let Me Go, Finn and the Sharks, Will Start Turning, Corey Hart, It Ain't Enough, Jean Buvard, Missing the Young Days, and Humble Pie, Rock and Roll Music. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in that lot, $10 start. Bundle, $10 start. Okay? Now, since I've read off all those titles, the bid on the Humpty Dance is as follows: 12, 10, 22, 10, 10, 15, 10, 15, 25, 30, 13, 25, 15, 25, 23, 15, 31, 35, 27, 35, 17, 20, 37. Daniel Farrow, the price on David Gates is $9.99. 23, 40, 40, 39, 42, 38, and 10. And the other question was info and price on Santana. And Oso Adventure, that is right here. And that was Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles live, a quadraphonic mix, $29.99. $29.99. Okay? Bundles at 10 with Daniel Farrow. Now, if you saw something in there, these are just going right here behind me. So you can claim them at any time. Daniel Farrow wants to go ahead and get David Gates. All right? And if you saw something, you're like, dang, I need to know the price on that. Please don't hesitate to ask. I'm here to sell records. Okay? All righty. Let's get this Hatchet Ed crate. Now, also got 3 more Metallica box sets came in. They are $324.99. Ride the Lightnings. If you need to see one, let me know. Actually, I've got it right here next to me. I had 3 more come in. So I got 3 Metallica Ride the Lightnings. And also, I forgot about this. Somebody wanted me to order the Blu-ray disc. R.J. Myers, Pink Floyd, he got the Blu-ray disc. I've got one extra, $29.99, Pink Floyd at Pompeii. This is the video Blu-ray, $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then if we happen to sell out, we can get a waiting list going, okay? I meant to post that too, but honestly, I didn't want to confuse anybody. I was afraid if I posted this, some people immediately pre-order without reading anything, and I was afraid people would think they were buying the vinyl, so I didn't post this. This is $29.99. One is sold to R.J. Myers, and I have more. That's the actual Blu-ray film, remastered, okay? Master of Puppets. No, I just had 3 people ask me. No, Master of Puppets is, to my knowledge, out of print. They're selling for big money, as y'all probably know. But I do have Ride the Lightning, and the other night we sold 2 or 3, and I went ahead and ordered like 5 more, and I have 4 in stock right now. And it is a pretty incredible box set if anybody wants one. Please, I love selling box sets. I don't want to start begging on a $300 box set, but I'll sell it to you right now. Actually, you know what? The first time they came in, these are marked $349. I think I just said $324. So either way, I'll see one for $324 if you want them. All right, and then Trina wants the other Blu-ray. Thank you. Those were over there with the mini guitars. Sorry. Those were with the mini guitars. What did I do with Hatchet Ed's crate? And I know there's other comments. Stand by. I'm coming. I am coming back with more stuff. Don't go anywhere. Let's see what Hatchet Ed has here for us. Let's see what's going on here. A few no-bid auctions, too. Looks like a lot of good stuff in here. And let me try to stand up with these. Oh, my gosh. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is stuff that was either put back, mistagged, or didn't get paid for. That's called a Hatchet Ed crate. It's stuff that got mistagged, didn't get paid for, or was put back, which by the time invoices get sent out, we hate to do putbacks because there's a lot of added hidden costs to reselling these. And here is the Hatchet Ed page. And thank you, Mike Massey, for donating the hatchet. He has that hanging above his desk. There's no Hatchet Ed sticker, but those are coming. Somebody asked earlier about shirts. Merch is being launched. Merch is being launched the summer of this year. Okay? We're in the works of it. The best way we're going to do it is just launch it, or you can go to a website and buy it. We're about to get back into full speed. First, Humpty Dance. This is a 1989 U.S. Specialty Original. A 1989 U.S. Specialty Original. I've got Tim Voldness at $50. Daniel Farrow has the 45 bundle for $10. We sold Daniel Farrow the David Gates. Oso Adventure did get the Santana with Thomas Hujar second. And we have not ran the Door Soft Parade. I'll do it right now. Any Stones album I don't have? Maybe. I'm about to look through the auctions. And then, do you have any more John Hughes boxes? No. Let me check on that. Who asked on that? That was Jeff. Let me check on that. We sold the Blu-ray Pink Floyd. And Humpty Dance is at $55. And Laura, I will get you all over the merch, okay? I'm going to have everybody. We're going to have multiple inputs and plus some fan. I think we're going to do some customer / Collectco fan submissions. Like maybe a contest. Maybe some cool designs submitted. So be thinking about that. All right. And then here was one that was just requested. This is a 1969 U.S. German original gatefold. The vinyl is VG Plus. It is a 69 German original. And right now, the cheapest copy that was for sale on Discogs was after shipping over $80. We're going to put this one up for a $35 start. $35 start. Nice. A German original, The Doors. I love that gatefold. I had this copy one time signed by all 3, of course, except Jim Morrison. I had a gatefold one time. I don't know who bought it. I can't remember, but it was signed by all 3 except Jim Morrison, which is a bizarre, beyond rare autograph to obtain. All right, and then New Dream Theater. Yes, that's something else. And I hope whoever's watching has made notes. White Line, Dream Theater, there's some stuff. And Craig, I will definitely keep you in mind. Yes. Okay, and then there's the Doors. And, all right, 45 bundle. This is sold to Daniel Farrow for $10. Daniel Farrow on $10 on the 45 bundle before that gets buried. Yeah. All right, thank you, Daniel. There we have it. Now, let's start going. Some of this is new and sealed. Some of it's pre-owned. You'll know pretty easily. Usually, if the sticker's on the front, it's new and sealed. So, if not, it's a pre-owned record. Here's Fleetwood Mac Mirage. VG Plus, $14.99. It has the original inner sleeve. That's an OG Fleetwood Mac Mirage Gypsy. VG Plus, $14.99. Rat Detonator. Rats on red vinyl, new and sealed, $33.99. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, sealed, a 2018 anniversary edition. It has a not for sale sticker on the back, $39.99. I remember that. Sealed, $39.99. It has that promo sticker on the back. The Black Keys Thick Freakness. The Black Keys, new and sealed, $33.99. Seven Mary 3, $38.99. Boy, that must have been back there for a while. That is now no longer available. $38.99. And then David Johnson wants me to check on Ian Anderson box sets. Let's make a note on that as well. $38.99. That was 7 Mary 3 American Standard. $38.99. And then Tool, absolutely ultra rare. Tool is on clear vinyl. This is unofficial. This is those kind of B-side, or not B-side. These are kind of like those demos and what's the word I'm looking for? Like no quarter. Stuff that they've done that's never been officially released. Tool. And let me make sure. Now, the way I do waiting lists for putback bins, I give whoever's watching live first dibs. And if they don't sell, if I think there's a waiting list, I'll go over here on my laptop and check it. Because some of these I hadn't even had a chance to look at. But these are 44, yeah. 44.99. $44.99. Okay, so here's where we left off. The Doors was at 40 with Clifford. Thomas Hujar bid 43. Humpty 61. Lonnie Jolly on Fleetwood Mac. That sold to Lonnie Jolly. The Doors 45. Clifford Umstead on the Rolling Stones. Clifford Umstead on the Rolling Stones. John Nazarko second on Fleetwood Mac. Humpty Dance 65. Humpty Dance 65. Andrew Eisensmith on the 7 Mary 3. Then J.D. Conklin. Humpty Dance 65. Ryan Eaton third on 7 Mary 3. It was limited numbered colored vinyl. Vicky Yoshikawa on Tool. Ben Digert on Rat. And then Tool is $44.99. So, Jeff, if you want it, it's yours. If not, Jerry Ferguson wants it. And by the way, the Tool is $44.99. Make sure that one gets tagged. And we can start a waiting list, which means if somebody wants me to go ahead and back order these, I can. All right. Jeff says he'll take it. Jerry Ferguson, you might be a first-time buyer. If you want to go like on a back order list for this, just let me know. We're also going to go ahead and put Ryan Eaton on that list. We're also going to put Ryan Eaton on that list. And and Jerry, if he wants on it. Who has the Humpty Dance? It's with Shane Devers at 65. No, Tim Voldness bid 65 first. Tim bid 65, so Andrew's out and Shane's out. This is at $65. Now the Doors is at 44. Now the Doors is at 44. Let's do some more 45 lots. We got Billy Joel, Just the Way You Are, Steve Winwood, The Finer Things, a children's record, The Happy Animals, The Sunshine Band, Stevie Wonder, Ribbon in the Sky. Also, we got Paul Revere and the Raiders. And this is For You a City from Happiness Millionaire. Talking about a random lot of 45. So a Disney record, Paul Revere picture sleeve, Stevie Wonder picture sleeve, the Sunshine Band in company sleeve, Wonderland Records, Steve Winwood, and a Billy Joe promo, Just the Way You Are. And that is $10. And Jerry Ferguson says he will go on a waiting list. Yeah, they're sold out. So first-time buyer, if you are a first-time buyer, make sure you message our page. Anybody watching right now that wants to go ahead and get registered with us, all we need is your email address and your mailing address. If you're watching on Facebook, you can do that through Messenger. If you're on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook or Instagram to send us a direct message through the Collectibles page, you can click on a link. It's in the description of this live video. It will take you to our website with a first-time buyer form. You can fill that out. And thank you, Mike Massey. Also join our private group. Our private group is called Whole Lot of Records. Make sure you're in our group, which stuff like Tool, this was originally posted about 7 months ago, back in November as a pre-order. So you could have pre-ordered it and got one then. Since then, we've been stocking it, selling out, stocking, selling out. So make sure you're in our group. I posted 2 pre-orders today, which I wanted to show right now because one of them was big. I got an email about this and I was like, whoa. And since I think we're at prime time right now, here is the best time to show it. They are reissuing Ozzy Scream for the first time as a standalone release. Ozzy Scream 2 LP, $38.99. That has never been released by itself, 2 LP. It comes out June 13th. We've got 32 pre-orders. I'm going to like the post myself. And then I posted the new album by Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus has a new album coming out at the end of the month. That's up for pre-order. Also, the other one was Flight of the Conchords, and this was pretty good. Grateful Dead. I forgot about this one because I posted it right before I left for Metallica, so I almost forgot about it. So there's the new Ozzy. That's big. I bet we can get over 50 pre-orders on that. That's only been available through that box set. Make sure you're in on Ozzy, okay? And we can probably share that link in the description. Back to what I was saying. So Ben Diger, the Stones is already sold. Welcome new buyers. Doors is at 44, now 45. The Humpty Dance is at 75. Did I get 7, Marry 3? Andrew Islersmith got 7, Marry 3. JD was second. Ryan Eaton was third. I can't take a waiting list for that one because I can't get them anymore. Back to the Hatchet Ed bin. Alarm Strength. Alarm is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Asia Alpha. Asia is $19.99. And Ballads, John Coltrane Quartet, a 2022 US, $27.99. $27.99. And Peter Gabriel Soul remastered 180 gram, $33.99. The Doors is at 45 with Ryan Eaton. Everybody else is out. And the bidder before him was Thomas Hujar. So Thomas, you're out on the Doors. The Humpty Dance is with Tim Voldness at 75. Shane Devers, you're out. Thomas Hujar gets the Alarm. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Blue Murder. I saw Blue Murder. It's going to be a pricey one. You probably already know that, but I will post it. Unfortunately, that's going to be a pricey one. And nobody bid on these 45s. $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on all those 45s. Where's Michael Rudolph when I need him? Under Oath, this is $33.99. This is Under Oath, the place after this one. Ruby Red Vinyl, $33.99. Moonlighting soundtrack, that is $19.99. Brian Ferry Boys and Girls is $24.99. And new and sealed Alice in Chains Live Freak Show, 1990, 1992. Alice in Chains, $39.99. The Doors has a new bid for $46. Tommy Call on JC, and that was John Coltrane. The Humpty Dance has a new bid for $75. It was already at $75 with Tim Voldness. So Tim had it for $75. Michael comes in clutch on the 45 bundle at $10. And that was everything from Billy Joel to the Disneyland record. Boom. Thank you. We're going to end up selling all these miscellaneous crates I had tonight. Peter Gabriel sold to Dennis Daly. You can't go wrong there. Alice in Chains sold to Sean Holford. You can't go wrong there. Chuck, the bundle's already sold. Kathy on the Moonlighting soundtrack. Now Humpty's at 80. They're still bidding on the Doors. And Saga, Silent Night, that's new and sealed, $19.99 for Saga. And Heart Magazine, $24.99 on Heart. magazine, $24.99, new and sealed. The Presidents of the United States of America, POTUS, $29.99, and live, Throwing Copper, 2 LP with bonus tracks because it's a 25th anniversary edition, $39.99 on that. All right, give me 1 second. I got to do something over here. Okay, had to take care of that. Andrew Eiselsmith on Presidents. That's sold to Andrew. Tim second, then Javi, and then Ryan. Now, speaking of waiting lists, like we just had one for Tool, I can still get this. I can still get this. They'll be in next week if anybody wants one. Andrew gets this one. Tim, Javi, and Ryan, I'm going to go ahead and have them put down your name. If you don't want in, let me know. The Humpty Dance is now at $90. Shane, you're out. We put this up 20 minutes ago. We're still bidding on it. The last bid on the doors, Ryan went out. That's a final call to Thomas Hujar at $46. And this is an OG German pressing. Gatefold, 1969, VG Plus. Nice. And that's a final call, $46. Final call, $46. Let's grab another 645s here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we have John Waite, pitcher sleeve, Missing You. Dusty Springfield, Wishing and Hoping. Red Simpson, Rock Truck Roll. This is Moves. No, this is Moves. Hold on a second. This is Shoes. Okay. Shoes, okay. And then Stan Freeberg, the Opala Roll Blues, and Carpenters, I Need to Be in Love. That's a $10 start. The Doors has a new bid for $50, now $51. The Humpty Dance goes back to Shane Devers. Next is Lordy, $44.99. Lordy is $44.99. This should be on colored vinyl. Yeah, Fangoria colored vinyl, $44.99. And Javi wants on the waiting list for POTUS, along with Tim Colino and Ryan Eaton. No problem. Those will be in next week. I need to keep that in stock anyway. I've got one copy here of Slim Harpo, Tip on In, a 70s reissue, no condition notes, $34.99 on Slim Harpo. And we have Foghat Stone Blue, VG Plus, $9.99. Live is on black vinyl. Live's on black vinyl. There is a music on vinyl pressing that is limited in number that's been out of print for some time. All right, let's get these mini guitars a little bit closer because there was definitely waiting list and some new ones. Let's go ahead and show a new one right now. And boy, I got a whole case full of guitars. Oh my gosh. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 22 different mini guitars. Or 22 mini guitars. Some of them are duplicates. I went ahead and ordered 5 of these because you'll see why right now. These are $39.99. This is the Kiss Gene Simmons Axe Bass Guitar Axe. Axe Bass Guitar Bass Axe. $39.99. This one has a custom. I don't even need to get it out, so we don't even have to like worry with messing with the box. $39.99, and that's the first one I have, the Gene Simmons Axe. These come with mini stands as well. I've got 5 Gene Simmons Battle Axe there. Okay, and before I start tagging those, let me make sure what else I have here. So Doors 50, Doors 51, Shane's out on Humpty. Live is $39.99, 2 LP with bonus tracks. John McPatriot wants Foghat. Ryan does one on that POTUS waiting list. The singles bundle has a new bid for $11. That means you're out. Aaron Below, and now Susie gets a kiss. Jeffrey Dunlap gets a kiss. So those are Gene Simmons, and those are sold and sold. Okay, and then we got Kiss, Kiss, and Kiss. I got 3 more of those left. The Gene Simmons Axe bass guitar there. New and sealed. Hey, speaking of Kiss, Ace Frehley now playing. That's on cobalt blue vinyl. Essentially an Ace Frehley compilation, $28.99. And Foghat Night Shift. Foghat is $14.99. Night Shift. New and sealed. Kiss again. Creatures of the Night. $39.99. $39.99. The Humpty Dance, let's go ahead and sell this. The Humpty Dance, and this is sold to Tim Voldness for $90. Thank you, Tim. That's sold to you. The bundle is sold for $11, and that is sold to Chris Baychek for $11. And now the Doors. Dale just asked what it is. Let me make sure everybody was done. This, Clifford Umstead went out. Thomas Hujar has this at $51. It's a 1969 German original VG Plus. High bid's $51. At the time we tagged this, the cheapest U.S. copy was $75. Just saying. It's at $51. We're about to sell it. All right, so there's that, and there's 3 Kiss left. Speaking of Kiss, that was 2 of the last 3. Iron Maiden live in New York. Yellow vinyl. If no one claims this live right now, there was a waiting list for it. If no one claims this live right now, I'm pretty sure we have a waiting list for this. I'll check it in just a second. But Iron Maiden is $29.99. J.D. Conklin does want live throwing copper. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I can still get those. The Modern Lovers is a music on vinyl, limited to 4,000 on blue vinyl, and that is $39.99. Curtis Marachi gets Iron Maiden live in New York. Also, Abscess, this is unplayed new Political Vomit for $14.99. And then it looks like somebody bought a whole set of ZZ Top analog and didn't pay for them, which isn't good. So we got all analog Rhino ZZ Top albums here. Fandango, Tejas, their first album, and Tres Hombres. Those are $44.99 each. $44.99 each on the ZZ Tops there. The Doors is officially sold to Thomas Hujar for $51. $51. All right, now we still got a Blue Million auctions to sell over here. We've got all the stuff that Laura had tagged. We got all the stuff that, all the Japanese stuff still. And I'm also knocking out some bundles here and there. Now, John Nazarko, like I said, I think we already have a waiting list going. I think, yeah, right here. It was, who was on there? John Cassidy. So, John Cassidy, John Nazarko, if you want on there with your fellow John, let me know, because I've already ordered more of those and they're on the way. And we have Thomas Hujar on ZZ Top Tres Hombres. Sold to Thomas Hujar. I had Tres on order but never got it. We need to make sure Kevin Willis goes down on a waiting list for Tres Hombres. 1 or 2 things, Kevin. Somewhere or another, you've been billed for it and it got lost in the portals of Square invoices and emails, or that note never did make it to me. So let's make a note to get him a Tres Hombres. Plus, I got some up front. I'll go check what I have on our shelves. EX $17.99 Canned Heat Collage, and JJKL Troubadour is a music on vinyl press, $29.99. John Nazarko also wants on that live Iron Maiden. All right, let's put some other singles. This is Big Big Breakaway from Big Pig. This is a 12-inch single. It's electronic house genre, 1988 US. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. Big Breakaway. Or, excuse me, Big Pig Breakaway. Big Pig Breakaway. That's now up for bid. Also, let's go ahead and put up Pink Floyd Metal. Pink Floyd Metal is a 1983 Canadian press. VG++. Right now, there are currently none of these listed in the U.S. Must be a low production pressing, especially for the United States. It's a Canadian press. 1983 Canadian press, a $35 start. Aaron Below on JJKL. That's sold to Aaron Below. Make sure Kevin Willis gets a ZZ Top Tres Hombres waiting list. I can get you one of those, no problem. Also, we have Joe Ely, Don Williams, Sam Sparrow, and the Shangri-Las. That is a lot of 4 singles. Give me 1 second. I'm going to add to it. We also have the Buckinghams, and I'm going to also put in the Supremes. And all those are going to go up for a $10 start. So Supremes, Buckinghams, Joe Ely, Don Williams, San Sparrow, and the Shangri-Las, 45 bundle, $10 start. Next is we sold J.J. Cale. Big has a bid for 10. Pink Floyd's a $35 start. Speaking of Pink Floyd, new and sealed, live, Paris Theater, 1970, $29.99. Obscura, a Sonication, silver vinyl, $29.99. Iron Maiden Power Slave, $33.99. Black vinyl, not the Zoetrope, $33.99. And oh boy, these are out of stock. I can't get these at the moment anymore. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, $44.99. $44.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. That's on Red Smoke vinyl with that original artwork. All right, and give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. Bundles at 10. Now, John, make sure if you were bidding on Pink Floyd, you put in 3.5 so I know and everybody else knows exactly what you're bidding on. Head East, a different kind of crazy. Head East is $19.99. Smashing Pumpkins sold to MT Matt. To my knowledge, I don't think I can get those anymore, but it wouldn't be a bad thing going on a waiting list just in case I can back order more of them. Oh my gosh, never mind. How many mini guitars did I comment? What, or however many mini guitars I said I had, there's a whole nother layer. So you can times that number by 2. So we've got a lot more than I realized. A lot more. Okay, and let me start stacking. Let me get them sorted back here. There's waiting list. And then here's one I've never had. Okay, and somebody just asked for it. This is $39.99. Somebody just asked if we could get these. $39.99. It's kind of like an ask and you shall receive type deal. I can't always do that, but sometimes I can. I'm going to tear this open. They'll package it all back nicely. This one's very cool. Jerry Garcia. Jerry Garcia. That is $39.99. Tiger Mini Guitar, Jerry Garcia. And I have 2 of those. Okay? The bundle is sold for $10 to Robin Glenn. This single is sold to Kathy Collinsworth for $10. Pink Floyd has bids for $35, $35, $40, now $43. And also, we have Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. Fleetwood Mac, $24.99, Mystery to Me. And the Rolling Stones is VG Plus, $17.99. Jerry Garcia is sold to Susie and Aaron Below. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I either have more over here, and or I can put you on a waiting list. Here's some unsold auctions. Talking Heads, Fear of Music, $28. Talking Heads, Fear of Music, $28. Talking Heads, Fear of Music, $28. That was an unpaid auction. I have no information. Looks like a vintage OG. I'm sure it is. The Moody Blues Octave. I have no idea. We'll say a $35 buy it now. And then here is a 12-inch single from Snoop Dogg. Boy, this must have been I don't remember this. This must have been a long time ago. Lay Low, $20 on Snoop Dogg. I'm pretty sure I had a dream about him last night. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I had a dream about him last night. I can't remember. What happened? He was in a dream last night, though. Pink Floyd's at 43 with Bob Riger. Susie wants to pass on Jerry Garcia. Susie, that's only a $30 billion restocking fee. So one Jerry Garcia sold. There's one left. Pink Floyd's at 45. Terry Gerhardt gets the Moody Blues for 35. Shane gets Snoop for 20. And we have Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $30. That is a buy it now, non-paid auction. The Rolling Stones, $20 in the original Red Shrink and Hype. And the replacements, Tim, $75. It's an original 85 US SRC pressing. 75 on the replacements. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is an 85 US original VG Plus, $29. $25. $25. All right. There's that. There's this. And now here's this. As soon as Chad stretches. Oh, man. Okay. So, Pink Floyd's at 45 with John McPatriot. Final call. We sold Moody Blues. We sold Snoop Dogg. Mason on TH. TH was for Talking Heads for $28. MT Mac got Stevie Ray Vaughan. Terry Gearhart was second. The replacements is $75. It's an original 1985 US SRC EX Plus. And we started it at 55. It's sold for 75. Somebody didn't pay for it and they've probably been blocked. Don't buy auctions and not pay for them if you ever want to watch this show again. That's our biggest no-no. 1978 U.S. reissue, David Bowie, Space Oddity. Ground Control to Major Tom. An OG Indianapolis press, really nice, EX condition, a $25 start. David Bowie, Space Oddity, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? We're going to read through those very quickly one more time. I've got to go grab some other stuff over here. Stuff being mini guitars, and we got to get back to Japanese auctions as well. I have way too much stuff over here. Let me figure out what all this other stuff is. I have a feeling a bunch of these are Stevie Ray Vaughans. They probably are. There was a big waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan. So let me try to get them all together. I don't know why I just closed my laptop because most of these waiting lists are on here. The Stevie Ray Vaughan custom was Romulus C and Tony McDaniel. Romulus C and Tony McDaniel. I know we've already got two. There's one. Let's see. We got a waiting list for that. There's two. Those are already sold. That is a special request for somebody. That one should probably sell. So there's an extra Stevie Ray Vaughan, $39.99. And I think I got another one over here. I got two extras. And the waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan, two of these are already sold. This is Romulus C, as in C-A-C-R-E-R-E-S, and Tony McDaniel. So these are sold and sold, and those are gone, okay? Danny wants one, and Ben Dygert wants one. Those are sold and sold, Danny and Ben Dygert. And I may have more if anybody else wants one, okay? So let me stack. I'm trying to get these back here, and then Terry Gearhart, you'll be first on a waiting list. Let's go back over here and see who was this going to. This is going to John McPatriot for $45. That's sold to John for $45. David Bowie is already at $40 with Jeff Brinley. Okay? And now our next LP is going to go up right now. And that next LP is going to be Dead or Alive, Baby Don't Say Goodbye. This is a 1989 US OG, Still in Shrink, Dead or Alive 12-inch single. That is a $10 start. $10 start on that. I was waiting list Stevie Ray Vaughan. I think you was on a waiting list for the Hamilton, which has, I think, already come in. I'll check right quick. There was another one, a Hamilton, and I'm pretty sure Terry or Tommy, that one's already come in, and you've been tagged for it. Okay? Let me go ahead and take all these sold ones in here. That's what this one looks like. And then Danny, I've got you down for 1. And then, and there's a lot of requests and stuff people has asked for I hadn't shown yet. People's asked about Van Halen, Danny. Let me see if the Whalens come in. There's like 60, 40 feet, however many I counted. I have no idea what's over here yet. I'm going to try to get through them right now. Let me take all these in here. Also, some of these musicians had like 9 signature guitars, and I'm trying my best to make sure I keep them separate. Some of these guys had like 12 signature guitars, like Eddie Van Halen had them in all different colors, and Randy Rhoads, and they had rooms full of guitars, and this company has made all of them, and I'm trying to keep it all straight. Now, Tommy says he was on a waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Now, this is like the 5th time that guitar's come in. So that also means if you make sure you've checked your invoices, because to my knowledge, I have recorded everything everybody has got. So make sure you hadn't either A, already been billed, or B, it's not being confused with another one. But Tommy, if you're telling me that you have not been billed for that one I just showed, we need to put you down for another. If you're telling me you have not been billed and you're positive about that, I'll put you down for another, along with Terry Gearhart, okay? Now, the last bid on David Bowie was Jeff Brindley at $40. And then Dead or Alive is a $10 start, okay? And then let's sell this to JK for $60. Let's separate the OG stuff from the new stuff. And that's technically new. I'll put it up there. That's OG / vintage. This needs to go up here with Obsess. It's technically pre-owned, but it's sealed. That's OG. And so is this, okay? Now, let's sell some auctions. David Bowie is sold for $40 to Jeff Brindley. That is sold for $40 to Jeff Brindley. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I have a Japanese pressing here. I have a Japanese pressing of the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. And it's very nice. It's Beatles. It's a Magical Mystery Tour. U.S. Flag Series number 24. A $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There is the gatefold. And there's the book, which is always detached or loose. This one's detached. It's a kind of a flaw in the design of this album. The book was just way too heavy, and it's really hard to find one attached. The best way to store these, honestly, is like that on the spine, so gravity doesn't pull on it. That's a very nice copy, though, $45 start. And then we got 2 people on the worn out Stevie Ray Vaughan Custom. I've been calling that one the Custom. There's Custom and Hamilton. The Custom, the one with the SRV shiny letters. Right now, there's 2 people on the waiting list, Tommy Call and Terry Gearhart, okay? There's that. We still got Kiss. We still got Jerry Garcia, and I'm about to show some others. I've got to get them all together, so like if I show one, I know exactly how many I have. I'm trying to get them out of the box. The Dead or Alive single is called Baby Don't Say Goodbye. And I'm actually going to try one more other LP, an LP auction. And that's going to be Bill Evans' New Jazz Conceptions. And this is a 2014 US EX/VG++. Bill Evans is a $15 start. All right, and then, Chad, I'll take ZZ Top's Rolling Stones detail. Okay, give me 1 second. We have the Black Keys for $33.99. Under Oath is $33.99. These are all new and sealed. Lordy is $44.99, colored vinyl. Ace Frehley Now Playing is $28.99. Kiss is $39.99. Modern Lovers is $39. And then the Rhino ZZ Tops, I can get all of them. I can get all of them. We sold Tres Hombres earlier. Kevin Willis on a waiting list. Jetstream wants this one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And I still got Tejas and I still got Fandango if anybody wants those. And then the rest of the new and sealed is Pink Floyd 1970. We have Obscura $29.99 and Iron Maiden's $33.99. I've got a Laura crate coming up next, so stand by for that. These are also sealed, but they're technically pre-owned. Obsessed Political Vomits, $14.99. And Saga Silent Night is $19.99. Their third album, new and sealed. And then OG stuff, if you need a price, let me know. We had Asia, Brian Ferry, Heart, Slim Harpo, Foghat, Canned Heat, Head East, Fleetwood Mac, the Rolling Stones. Jetstream asked about this. It's a OG copy of It's Only Rock and Roll. It is in VG Plus condition. It has a name written on it, $17.99. And then there's only 2 unpaid for auctions. Paul McCartney Tug of War, $30. And then the Rolling Stones, which is a U.S. original, and the original red shrink wrap and hop sticker, and the original inner sleeve, and that's $20. Darren Christum on the Iron Maiden. Nice pickup there. One of my favorite Iron Maiden covers. Of course, I love anything ancient Egypt. Bill Evans has a bid for $15. Greg Preston got Saga. And then Asia was $19.99. Obscura is new and sealed silver vinyl. Sonication is on silver vinyl, limited to 1,000, $29.99. And yes, there's your nightly dose of Asia, $19.99. Nightly dose of Asia, $19.99. All right, let me sort some more guitars here. There's also a couple action figures down in here too that I think I ordered for somebody. I think I can grab what's left here. Oh, those are bigger boxes. Okay, there's still quite a bit, but there's less than what I thought because there's some action figures at the bottom of that box. Let's see what else I have here. That's a special request. I ordered an extra. That one wasn't requested, but I went ahead and ordered an extra. That's a waiting list. That could be a waiting list. Let me see which this one is. All right, that one no one requested, but I went ahead and ordered 2 of them. That's a waiting list. That's a waiting list. That's a waiting list. And there we go. There's a couple more. Okay. So there's those and there's those. Now, Danny. Now I can answer your question, Danny. Danny Thomason. Your Wayland was in stock. It doesn't look like it came in with this shipment. So it was in stock. I didn't want to say it until I knew if I had it or not. But it was in stock, and it looks like it came in with this shipment. Now, what the heck is this? Oh, these are the ghost figures that there was a waiting list for. All right. Okay. I hadn't done much miscellaneous stuff all week, so I'm getting called up. Look at the stack of mini guitars over here I have, though. I'm trying to get them all sorted. Luckily, they have spines, and I can see what they are. Otherwise, this would be very complicated. All right, let me get my camera situated. I needed to adjust it anyway. Okay. We sold Saga. Asia sold to Terry Gearhart. And Heart, Price of Heart, Rob and Glenn. Magazine was a U.S. original for $24.99. And Slim Harpo's right here. That's $34.99. All right, so Bill Evans is sold to George Samberez. 1 bid for $15. Nobody bid on this Near Mint Minus and Pristine Magical Mystery Tour, The Beatles, U.S. Flag Series number 24. It is a buy it now for $45. And the Dead or Alive single is a buy it now for $10. Dead or Alive single is a buy it now for $10. Dead or Alive is a buy it now for $10. Beatles is a $45. And as of right now, that's the only no bids unless they get grabbed right now. And before I put up the new Laura crate or anything else, let's go ahead and get a couple new auctions introduced. And the next one I have for us is, let's do Thelonious Monk, straight no chaser. And Monk is a 70s U.S. Santa Maria reissue. We don't know the exact year. They just put these Columbia labels on them and never did really give a year. Straight no chaser, VG Plus, a $15 start. Thelonious Monk. Bill Samus gets the Beatles. Beatles to Bill. Bill gets the Beatles. That is sold. And now let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. And that next one is going to be Journey, Raised on Radio. Very cool. It's in shrink with hop and obi, and it's a $35 start. There's the insert. Nice, pristine vinyl. Girl can't help it. $35. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. The Stones track list on which one. It's only rock and roll or dirty work. Okay? Let's go ahead and get that lower crate on the table, and then I'm about to show 2 or 3 guitars. Or maybe 2. I'm not for sure. We're about to do something, though. All right. Looks like we got new and sealed stuff, and it looks like we got about a third of some OG stuff. Here we go. So the next guitar is this one, which there was a waiting list, and I should have extras. And this is, let me pull it up first, Susie Breedlove and Carla Della Roche on a waiting list. So Susie and Carla already gets one. And let me show you one here. This is Tommy Chong's Marijuana Leaf guitar. This is Tommy Chong's Marijuana Leaf guitar. So let me show you what that looks like. I'm going to have 2 extras. I'm going to have 2 extras of this one. I like how they have this one wrapped. This is much better. This is Tommy Chong's Marijuana Leaf or Canadian Maple Leaf, whichever you prefer. Those are $39.99. They come with a mini stand, and I've got 2 extras. Tommy Chong Marijuana Leaf guitar. Tobacco, whichever you prefer to call it. Some people call it tobacco, whichever. So we got 2 of those already sold, and I've got 2 extras. I've got 2 extras. One sold to Aaron Below. That's sold to Aaron Below, and now I've got 1 extra. All right? The next one, Trina Long gets the last Tommy Chong. So Tommy Chong is gone. Tommy Chong's gone, and once again, I can do a waiting list. I was about to collide into Laura. Chipotle, that's what I had. Let me put this right in here. Laura just snuck by with some Chipotle. That's a good idea. What time is it? Do I have time to order food? 9 o'clock, maybe. Okay. Let me figure out which guitar. This is a well-known guitar. This is iconic. I like this one. Everybody knows this guitar. It's also the first acoustic I've had. Willie Nelson's Trigger. I've got 2 of them. Willie Nelson's Trigger. First flat top we've had as well. $39.99. Trigger. I've got 2 of those. Okay, so let's figure out who got Tommy Chong, and who's on the wait list. So Tommy Chong went to Aaron and Trina, Corey Ross on a waiting list, Lonnie Jolly on a waiting list, and George Ellis wants Slim Harpo from that last bin. Thank you, George Ellis. This is sold to you. Lonnie Jolly gets on that waiting list for Tommy Chong. And we have Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson sold to Stephen A. Young and Tim Graham. And once again, waiting list if anybody else wants one. Let me find that right here. I've got 2 of them. So 2 are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's Stephen A. Young and there's Tim Graham's. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's update these 2 auctions so I can go ahead and get started with the lower crate. Monk had a high bid of 15 with Aaron Below. Final call, and Journey's a final call for 35. Can I ask you to give the tool to a waiting list? Jeff Hallsworth, so he got a tool Ultra Live earlier in this same crate we're working out of. He says give that to whoever was next on the waiting list. Okay? Whoever was next on that waiting list. Quick shot of purple juice. Let's go ahead and show a few records. The Kinks, the world's premier rock and roll band. Wow, you never seen that one. A 1989 US, that's an original album from the Kinks from 1989, 1799. Queen, their self-titled debut. Wow, and it's OG. OG first pressing of the Queen's debut album here. VG Plus, $24.99. Let's make a note to see if we can get Old Maple, the guitar. Wanda Jackson, Rockin' with Wanda. This is some of her early rockabilly type music that's really good. It's a reissue, a tough album. That's what the original cover looks like. I've only ever had a couple. Fred Goodwin had one, and we got one somewhere else that was rough. EX $14.99. And Frank Zappa meets the Mothers of Invention. That's EX for $19.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Monk. Just one bid for $15. Thelonious Monk is sold to Aaron Below for $15. Thank you, that's sold. Journey, Terry Gearhart did bid $35. That's sold to him for $35. And let me go ahead and enter some new auctions. Let's pull a few more of these records. And let's show some more guitars. Let's show some more guitars. Those are sold and sold. Kelly Vlodderchek first on that Queen. That's sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. How about we go ahead and show a couple more records? Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, EX $14.99. And the Rolling Stones, Goathead Soup. It is an OG. That's what I think they wanted the cover to originally look like. And they had to end up doing this here. EX $32.99. That is an original. Not bad at EX. Not bad at EX, okay? And now let's go ahead and introduce another auction. We got, let's go back here. This Muddy Waters looks interesting. Muddy Waters sings Big Bill. This is a 2003 German audiophile remaster. Some of these have sold for as much as $90. It's still in shrink wrap. The vinyl is near mint. We're going to put it up for a $35 start. We got Michael Butler on Kinks and Wanda. First two records there sold. And now let's go ahead, because I know there was a waiting list for this, and I've got one other right here. This is to the Vloddercheks, and this is Billy Joe Armstrong's custom Green Day guitar. And this is $39.99. So I've got one, and I have one extra. I got one sold, special request, and I've got one extra here. Let's see if I can get this open. I love how they protect the bridge here, which is a great idea. And we got to see what it looks like, right? There we go. Very cool. I don't remove the headstock, no need in that. So I've got one extra. I've got one extra there, $39.99. Very cool, and I've got one extra. So that one sold, and I have one extra. What's the Zappa? Give me 1 second. I'm going to lay that one back there. I'm going to leave the sealed one over here, and let me go ahead and take these in the operations room before we have a disaster. I dropped one of those the other day, and nothing happened to it. They look really fragile, but I dropped one right on this concrete floor, and absolutely nothing happened to it. The Zappa is called Frank Zappa Meets the Mothers of Invention, EX $19.99. So Green Day is still available. Also, we have Roxy Music Avalon has the song More Than This on it. That's a good one. VG Plus $19.99, Roxy Music, and Leonard Cohen live songs. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. 1973 U.S. Terre Haute VG condition, Leonard Cohen $14.99. Let's put up another auction. The next auction I have is Classic Yes, which is a Yes compilation. It is a Japanese compilation, or it is a Japanese pressing. It is a compilation as well. And this is called Classic Yes. And the really good thing about this, the really cool thing about this is it has the bonus single with it too. This is included in both the US and the originals. It just had some unusual dust here on it, which you probably heard me trying to blow off. Whew. That is very nice. So Japanese pressing with Obi and the bonus single with I've Seen All Good People, and it should be America on the flip side. Roundabout on the flip side. I've Seen All Good People and Roundabout. There's the Japanese insert, and that's going to go up for a $35 start as well. Leonard Cohen is sold to Aaron Below, then JK, then Jetstream. Stephen Tuttle wants the Green Day guitar. That's sold to Stephen Tuttle. Thank you. Let me get the next one on deck. I've got 2 of these, and I know this will sell. Let me go ahead and get one open. I'll start opening it in just a second. Let me go ahead and show some more LPs. We have The National, I Am Easy to Find, VG Plus $14.99. Yes has bids for $35 and $35. Oso's in first. Final Call on Muddy Waters and Modern Life as War Witness. A limited edition to 76 copies on Dark Purple, only available at their 2024 tour dates. Wow, so long, they only made 76 of these, and they were only sold, it sounds like, at merch tents or merch booths, whichever. EX $29.99. Somebody asked me, they said, did you go to the merch tent at Augusta? And I was like, a tent? I said, this is a world-class facility. You have no idea what you're talking about. We have the Kinks. Lola versus Power Man and the Money Garoon. This has the song Lola on it. Unfortunately, the cover is pretty dang worn out. I'd have to call this like good plus. The vinyl's VG, not bad. This at high grade can start demanding pretty good money. $9.99. And Queen, The Game, a 1980 U.S. specialty original. That's EX $32.99. And the last check condition record is this. Wednesday, Rat Saw God, EX $14.99. No bids on Muddy Waters. Let's go ahead and make that a $35 buy now. The median on that record is $55. The lowest one's ever sold for is $35. This is a 2003 German audiophile press. Wow. So great deal on that for some high-grade Muddy. Muddy is high grade, and that is or high quality, and that's a $35 buy now. Yes is getting lots of bids on that. And we have what? Let's go ahead and introduce another auction over here. I've got Clarence Carter, Big Brother, Miles Davis, Black Russian, Hot Potato, Funk or Walk, The Brides of Frankenstein. That sounds interesting. Here is a 1978 U.S. Presswell original, P-Funk affiliated record with company inner sleeve, VG Plus. Let's go ahead and start it for $20. The Brides of Funkenstein, Funk or Walk. $20 start on that. Yes is now at 46 with George Samberez. 46 with George Samberez. And the next thing I have is Muddy Waters is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Ronnie Ritchie gets Muddy Waters for $35. And then Michael Butler, then Oso, then Shane Devers. And now Bride already has lots of bids, okay? Now, here is our next guitar. $39.99, just like all the others. $39.99. Nice, this one isn't all wrapped up. From Queen, Brian May, custom signature. Brian May, very cool. I recognize his guitar anywhere. $39.99. Brian May, you're my best friend. I have 2 of those. I have 2 Brian May special red mini guitars from Axe Heaven. Those are $39.99. I have 2 of those. I've got 2 of those right here. There's one, and there's the one I just showed. Let's give Stephen Tuttle one. Stephen Tuttle gets one, and Terry Gearhart. I only had 2 of those. I'm going to go ahead and take these in the operations room. One more look at it. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. We'll get you one ordered for next week, okay? Unfortunately, only had 2 of those. If we happen to need more, it will have to be ordered. Make sure Billy... What happened to the other Green Day? Did I already take that in there? I guess I did. Yeah. All right. So Stacy Brown, I'm going to put you on the waiting list. The P-Funk record got bids with Shannon Price bid 20 and Rod L bid 20. And then Robert bid 21. Shannon bid 25. So Shannon's at 25. Yes is now at 62. Let's go through some more LPs. I think the rest of this stuff is either going to be sealed or near mint minus. First thing I have is Godspeed You Black Emperor. Godspeed You Black Emperor is $29.99. I know Kelly, I know both of them sold. I'm just trying to figure out what I did with them. I'll go in there and check in just a second. Sting, somebody asked me about that. Let's make a note for Sting. What else do I have already over here on a waiting list? I still got more dime. I'll remind everybody what's on a waiting list already. Okay. The Pineapple Thief, what we have sewn, the Pineapple Thief is $29.99. And Greg Wheeler and the Polly Mall Cops, Manic Fever. That's a Garage Punk album, $14.99, an open copy. And the Flower Kings, Adam and Eve. The Flower Kings is a prog album, CDs included, $29.99. Yes is now just at $60, or Yes is at $65. Brides is at $30. And let me see. Okay, here is an artist. We've had already about 3 of his guitars, probably the most of any that's offered. And here is another color that we haven't offered before. And this is $39.99. So this particular artist, like I said, I think this makes the 3rd or 4th we've shown. And we haven't had this. This is another Randy Rhoads. And this is the Concord Black and Gold. This is the Jackson Concord Black and Gold Randy Rhoads signature. I have 3 of those. 3 of those are available, $39.99. 3 of those are available. Another Randy Rhoads signature, $39.99. We've had the polka dot, we've had the white, and now there's the black and gold. And we have 3 Randy Rhoads available. There's the Randy Rhoads. I got 3 of those available. Okay. Next is Brides was at 30. Yes is at 65. Chris Ridling's on Flower. That is sold. And then Manic Fever price. Manic Fever. This here, JK, that was $14.99. And then Brides is at out. And now Yes is at 70. So Oso, you're out on Yes. And then the Brides, Shannon went out after Rodell bid 30, so final call to him for 30. 2 Randy Rhoads sold, 1 to Corey, 1 to Rich, now there's 1 left. 1 to Corey, 1 to Rich, now there's 1 left, so 2 of those are gone. Let's go ahead and show a few more LPs. We have Our Lady Peace, Clumsy. That's on white vinyl sealed, $19.99. And we have 2 of those. And we have 2 copies of Freddie Gibbs singles, and that's sealed for $14.99. What just happened? Chris Ridlings didn't actually want the Flower. He said that was a mistype. And this is going back in the bin. If anybody wants Flower, it's going back in the bin. Shannon, you're second on Greg Wheeler because JK had asked about it, and now he's getting it. Brides has a new bid for $35. Stephen Tuttle on DR, which was, he might have meant RR for Randy. He did. So Stephen gets the last Randy Rhoads. So all 3 of those are gone if anybody else wants one. Tim Colino wants a copy of Our Lady Peace. And now Yes was between 2 people, Oso and George Samberez. Oso, you're out on Yes. It's at 70. Vicky Yoshikawa gets an Our Lady piece. That was the last one of those. And somebody just said they should make a mini of Willie Nelson's True Guitar. We just showed it and sold them. We've already showed it. We've already had it tonight and they're gone. So if you're interested or anybody else, I can go grab it again and show it. They're right in here. Let me go ahead and put up Randy Rhoads. Randy Rhoads is gone. That gold and black's now a waiting list. Bride has new bid 40, Yes 71. All right, back to the crate. Another Pineapple Thief. All the Wars. Pineapple Thief is $24.99. And Widespread Panic live from Austin, Texas. Austin City Limits, $24.99. And Ian Hunter, Defiance Part 1, new music from Ian Hunter, sealed on Sun Records, $19.99. Sealed on Sun Records. Okay. Yes is at 74. All right. Aaron Below on Ian Hunter. I'm multitasking over here. I'm trying to get my next guitar lined up, and also I'm like checking waiting lists, but I know I haven't had this one. If y'all know me, this is one of my favorite people of all time. Musically, solo artist. I watch every interview he's ever in, everything he's probably ever wrote, published, sung in, worked with. And that's Paul McCartney. Here is his signature Hofner bass guitar. Very cool. Paul McCartney signature Hofner violin bass, $39.99. I have two of those. Hofner, Paul McCartney bass guitar. Legendary. I've got two of those. Macas. All right, let's show some more LPs right quick. First thing we have is Brides. Mike went out. Retro had it for 40. Is he the one that bid before? He did. Rydell, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $40. And then, yes, George Sambares has this for 74. Oso, you've been outbid. And now let's put up another LP right quick. The next LP we have going up is Pink Floyd Relics. And Relics is a 1982 U.S. This is a Jacksonville press. EX condition, and right now this particular pressing, there's none listed for sale. How unusual is that? Pink Floyd Relics, that's that Harvest reissue label, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. So Stephen A. Young got a Paul McCartney, Tim Graham on a Paul McCartney, and Todd Doris, if it's all right, I'll add you to a waiting list. If not, just let me know. But those are both sold to Stephen A. Young and Tim Graham. Stephen A. Young and Tim Graham got those. Paul's Hofner bass. Okay, let's show a few more LPs. We got Green Jelly, Music to Insult Your Intelligence by. Green Jelly's on orange and black splatter, $19.99. We have three of those. They're all sealed. Steely Dan is original label, first label. Also a note from Laura. Laura's favorite Steely Dan album, The Rural Scam. It's a great one. $34.99, and this happens to be a beautiful copy. $34.99 on Steely Dan. And the Beatles Revolver Stereo Remaster, that is $24.99. So Oso did go out on yes, so let's go ahead and sell that to George Sambares for $74. Todd is good with the Paul McCartney Hofner violin bass waiting list. Thank you on that. Let's get this in a new sleeve for him. And let's get the new sleeve out right here. I've ordered some food. I've also quietly ordered some food over here, and I'm waiting for it to be delivered. I don't think I'll have to pause to go eat, but when I went to go eat, ordered Demas's earlier, they were pretty far behind, and I wouldn't have got the show started till like 6 o'clock if I would have ordered my normal meal. So I went ahead and just ordered something very similar. I'm patiently waiting for it to be delivered. So if I do go up front and eat a little bit later, that's what I'm doing. Pink Floyd's a $35 start, and we sold a Green Jelly to James Cohorn. He was next in line. Green Jelly sold to James Cohorn. And then the next question is, does it have the song Three Little Pigs? That is not on here. And then we have Aaron Below on Steely Dan. Aaron Below got the Steely Dan. And then Robert Barnett on a Green Jelly. MT Matt on the Beatles, and Jerry Ferguson on Green Jelly. So those all got sold. And then Jerry, you are a first-time buyer. Final call on Pink Floyd. Now, the final thing for me to show is one more time, because there may be some people tuning in knowing that I'm showing guitars. I got one Jerry Garcia left. one Jerry Garcia, and that one's officially called the Tiger Mini Guitar. Jerry Garcia. Very cool. That one's very well made. That's $39.99. And then I went ahead and got several extras of these. So I've got Kiss, Gene Simmons Axe Guitar, and that's also, of course, $39.99. So there's Gene's Axe, there's Jerry Garcia's, and then there's two more from last week that's still available. And the first one is Dave Mustaine's Rust in Peace, Flying V. There's Dave Mustaine's Rust in Peace, Flying V. And as of right now, the Dimeback Darrells have kind of been shortened. And the only Dimeback Darrell I still have is this one right here, which looks just like one Zakk Wylde was playing. This looks just like the one Zakk Wylde was playing last night in Nashville. So there is that. And that's Dimebag's Lightning Strike Custom. So I got two of those. I still got a Dave Mustaine. And Brent wants the Jerry Garcia. So let's sell that to Brent Robley. He gets a Jerry Garcia. And let's go down the line here because I need to go ahead and take these in here. Let me take the McCartneys and the Garcia in there. Those are sold. Those are sold. All right. And next in line was Stephen A. Young on a Gene Simmons. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. And then next is Dan Davis on a Dave Mustaine, the Flying V Rust in Peace. And then Oso Adventure on a Kiss. So Oso Adventure also gets a Kiss Gene Simmons. Let me go ahead and take these in here. Alrighty, and then next was Dan Davis on a Dimeback Darrell. Corey Ross gets the last Gene Simmons. And the Dimebag, there's only one left. That is actually my last guitar. That's it, and we've sold them all. That's it. And I'm about to say that's it on those until next week. Yep, the box is empty. I want to go do a count because I'm just curious. And maybe somebody will buy that and we'll say we've had a clean sweep on guitars. And it sounds like I need to order a bunch more. I want to go count and see how many that was. Yeah, that second layer had these action figures. So that was 28. That was 28. No, I didn't have near as many as I said. I think I said I had 24, then it was double that. But this other layer had Ghost, so feels like there's a lot more. There's a lot more than I thought it was. Okay. All right. Now, what did I have here? Lennon, Rickenbacker, and George. I can get those too. Yes, I can get those too. And George Lynch. Thanks for all the ideas. I will order these. And for whoever's watching, let's make sure we write down some of these. All right, so one Dimebag left. Surely somebody needs it. Exactly. Surely. That'll be a clean sweep. All right, let me take these in here. And we're about to get back exclusively to vinyl. So the only other thing here, these are both, let me see if there was an extra. Let me see if there was an extra. Where's my box opener? Maybe there's an extra in here. Because there's a waiting list with 2 people already. So let me see what I got here. Please be an extra. Okay, so I'm going to have one extra. These are $59.99. Rebecca Howard and Cynthia Herdron was on a waiting list. So I've got one extra. This is Ghost, Papa Emeritus the Fourth. These are Super 7 and these are $59.99. I've got one extra. Cynthia Herdron and Rebecca was already on a waiting list, okay? And Hiram is surely wanting a dime bag. He is. Surely. Thank you, Hiram. And I'm going to leave the Ghost, the two that sold, Cynthia, I'm going to leave those in the original shipping box. And now we need to start a waiting list because this one is sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. Hiram gets Dimeback Daryl. And Classy Lonnie Metal, unfortunately, I only have one extra. And Vicky just grabbed it. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay, let me take these back in there now. I might as well, at this rate, I might as well open a toy store. I might as well open a toy store at this rate, okay? Now, this kind of stuff, I'm going to try to reserve exclusively for like a toy comics collectible show like on a Sunday. It's hard to get everybody on here, though. A lot of people would probably buy this, and if they think I'm just selling that stuff, they wouldn't tune in because they know there's no vinyl. So, but I have a lot of that kind of stuff we've had up front. We hadn't shown in a long time. I've got to get a lot of that ready for a show, not this Sunday, but probably the next Sunday. I plan on doing a lot of stuff like that. So Pink Floyd, I was about to make it a buy it now. I am going to make it a buy it now. This is a 1982 Jacksonville EX copy. It's a $35 buy it now. Pink Floyd Relics, a bizarre collection of antiques and curios. All right, we need all new auctions. We're right in the middle of a lower crate. There's still 5 other pre-owned crates. I have a lot to cover, but that's it for the guitars and it for the figures. Sorry about all that. That is about now. What's the no bids? Dead or Alive, Baby Don't Say Goodbye, $10. And Metallica Ride the Lightning, $349.99. Metallica Super Deluxe box set. Metallica Super Deluxe box set, okay? Pink Floyd is sold to Aaron for $35. Now, Chris, you're obligated to buy both auctions, so just let me know and I'll tag them for you. All right, there's that. Next thing in the lower crate is God is an Astronaut, the end of the beginning. God is an Astronaut is sealed, $29.99. I've got 1, 2, 3 copies of those. I've also got 3 copies of Intergalactic, the 10th studio album from Kid Cudi. And that's sealed for $19.99. And the Flower Kings, Retropolis. And that's a Prague album on magenta colored vinyl, $29.99. The next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is David Bowie, Diamond Dogs, a 1974 U.S. original, Indianapolis pressing, orange RCA label, EX condition, VG++ EX, Diamond Dogs, OG is a $35 start. Kelly Gabney on God is an Astronaut. That is sold to Kelly Gabney. I have 2 more copies of that if anybody else wants one. Also have Outcast, Southern Playlistic Cadillac Music. 20th anniversary sealed Outcast is $29.99. And the Grateful Dead's Terrapin Station, that's on green vinyl. The Grateful Dead is sealed for $29.99. KC is for Kid Cudi, and that is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Thank you. That is sold to you. And we have the Pineapple Thief. Give It Back. The Pineapple Thief is $19.99. Also, we have Wild Bunch, Rock Empire. That's on white vinyl for $19.99. And Colonel Bruce Hampton. This is $14.99. So no Waylon. What about the King Diamond? Can you run the Big Brother DB40 Out K? So first thing we have to do is Big Brother's going up. David Bowie has a bid for $40, and Danny wants Outcast. Danny, I mentioned it earlier. You might have got off. Waylon's been ordered. It has not been delivered. The King Diamonds have been ordered. They have not been delivered. That was just a couple days ago. That stuff hadn't had a chance to arrive yet. These were guitars from the last order, and I think there's more, another wave coming. And it sounds like I need to order a bunch more. Holy moly. Let's get another auction going up. Let's pull another Japanese pressing. And this is Eric Clapton's 461 Ocean Boulevard. I Shot the Sheriff. And we're going to put this up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It does have the insert with it. There's the cover and Obi, a $35 start on that. And then Lonnie, you were second on Outcast. Mystery Machine gets a Grateful Dead. And then what about the Colonel Bruce? First thing, this crate has really filled up here on me, so let me swap these out right quick. Oh my gosh, that's a heavy crate. Let's put that right there, and let me grab another one right over here. Here we go. This is sold. And we have, we've already shown that. And then what was Colonel Bruce? Colonel Bruce, Hampton, Arkansas. Arkansas is what that's called, $14.99. And then the last thing in here was Goo Goo Dolls, self-titled. Wow. Red vinyl, I've never seen that before. The 1987 first studio album, Pure Raw Punk. Goo Goo Dolls, $19.99. David Bowie has a new bid for $42, and Clapton has a bid for $35. I was also working on some 45 bundles, which I'm about to get to right now, because I think we emptied another tray. We did. We emptied another one of those trays. Let me go over here. Let me run up front right quick and get my food off the porch. Let me do that, and when I come back, I can swing this other direction and grab another box of 45s. Don't go anywhere. I'm excited about us having a toy show here in about 2 weeks, because I got about 30,000 things to sell, y'all. I've been kind of putting all the different kind of cool toy and pop culture stuff together. I know y'all like Ninja Turtles and Transformers and music-related toys, comics related to the same genres. It's going to be a fun night. Also, I got some really cool Elvis singles here that I'm going to start selling in some lots. These are UK original singles of Elvis Presley. UK original singles like Return to Sender and Where You Come From. Also, we have Something Blue and Kiss Me Quick. And then I Feel So Bad and Wild in the Country. So that's a lot of three. That's a lot of three Elvis Presley singles, UKs. We're going to put those up for a $10 start. And then I've got a Beatles UK single, Parlophone. You Can't Do That, and Can't Buy Me Love, obviously the A side. That's going to go up by itself for a $10 start. So Elvis and Beatles. Last thing I left off was David Bowie 42, Clapton 35. Goo Goo Dolls sold to Mason and Jeff Brindley. David Bowie 45. Mystery Machine on the Colonel Bruce. And Ronnie was second. Now the thing is, who asked first? Who asked first on this? Who asked first on this? Who asked first on this? Mystery Machine. Mystery gets this one. That's sold to Mystery Machine. And then I'll take Bruce Hampton. And that was Colonel. So yeah, Ronnie, you were second on that one. And there's that. Ninja Turtle. I think I got a set. Is it Ninja Turtles or Ghostbusters? One of the two. I've been trying to scoundrel this store for everything, keep it in one spot. Okay. Ronnie says I did. I think Mystery Machine asked first. Mystery Machine said, which Colonel Bruce? And then you asked, is that Bruce Hampton Aquarium Rescue Unit? Mystery Machine actually asked first. So we got an Elvis lot and a Beatles single. And Clapton is sold for $35. Jeremy Dalton. Michael Obrick, do you want backing on Bowie? Mason over on YouTube did bid. All right. Lots going on as usual. I barely even know what my name is right now. Plus, my Outback Steakhouse food just got delivered. That's how I say that every time. Outback Steakhouse just got delivered. And so it's sitting up there on the counter just dying for me to cut into it right now. First thing we have in here is a quick recap. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule. Tina is EX $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Goathead Soup, a 1973 U.S. Shelley press, EX $32.99. Frank Zappa meets the Mothers of Invention, EX $19.99. Roxy Music Avalon, VG Plus $19.99. This was The National, I'm Easy to Find, VG Plus $14.99. And Modern Life is War is EX $29.99. Final call on Bowie for $45 to Mason. Final call on the Beatles for $10. Final call on the 3 Elvis for $10. Michael Obrick has Bowie for $44. Mason, you've been outbid. The Kinks has been pretty beat up. As far as the cover, the vinyl's VG, that's $9.99. Our next Japanese pressing's going up right now, and it is the Beatles. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. This is a UK Flag Series, number 7, $45 start on that. Everything in this crate is new arrivals. They're all sticker price. New arrival sticker price in this crate. No discounts right now. First time showing them. First time showing all these. The Beatles at $45, so let's go ahead and sell that to Michael Obrick for $10. Mason outbid on David Bowie. We have Queen, EX Condition, $32.99. Wednesday, Rat Saw God, EX $14.99. Godspeed You Black Emperor was sealed for $29.99. The Pineapple Thief, What We Have Sown, is $29.99. Freddie Gibbs was sealed for $14.99. The Flower Kings was $29.99. The Pineapple Thief was $24.99. Widespread Panic live from Austin, Texas is $24.99. Mason said he bid $45 on David Bowie. Michael, you bid, but actually you didn't outbid him. He's absolutely right. He already had it at $45, and then you went down to $44, so he still has it for $45. These 3 Elvis singles are sold to Susie for $10. The Beatles Revolver is a 70s reissue. All the UK Flag Series are reissues. The OGs of these on red vinyl and the true OG pressings on Odeon are very difficult to find, especially with Obi. So no, that would be like an early mid-70s pressing. Those are typically mid-70s. God is an Astronaut, sealed for $29.99. We have Kid Cudi, Intergalactic, 2 of those left for $19.99. The Flower Kings, that's $29.99. Grateful Dead, green vinyl, Terrapin Station, $29.99. Another Pineapple Thief, Give It Back, $19.99. And Wild Bunch, Rock Empire, white vinyl, $19.99. All right, now another $45 auction of some sort. Where is my next whatever? Let's see what we have here. We have, I just grabbed a handful of stuff. What did I grab? There's this, there's this, there's this, there's yes, there's this. Here we go. The Rolling Stones, I Can't Get No Satisfaction. Decca, Blue Decca single, UK, $7 start. The Beatles, I Want to Hold Your Hand, Parlophone Black Label, $7 start. Mason's out on Bowie. This time it's at $46. The Beatles is also a $45 start. And now let's go through a bin of new arrivals. I got one bin after another. All right, now you know what I didn't do? No one even said anything. Laura didn't say anything. I got to go back and see who was the first purchaser of a record out of this bin. Who was the first purchaser out of a record out of this bin? I think it was whoever got Queen. It was whoever got Queen. I forgot to show the Laura Crate sticker. Nobody even said anything. I think it was the Queen album. It was. Wow. And look at that. I didn't even say anything. There it is. The Laura Crate Hop sticker. An amazing one. Look at the propeller blade. How did you do that, Laura? She's made it all squiggly lines to look like it's in motion. Wow. With the cloud balloon. He's been flying around spelling out Laura Crate in the plane. Hopefully that's not toxic stuff he's spewing into the atmosphere. All right. That goes to whoever got Queen. I think that was Kelly Vlodarchek. There's that. All right. Here we go. Beatles 7, Elvis 7. Details on David Bowie. Tim Vergara, you got in at a fantastic time. This was a U.S. original, VG++ EX, The last bid on this is $46 with Michael Obrick. $46 on Michael Obrick. $46 on Michael Obrick. All right, there's that, there's that. And no bid on the Beatles, final call. This Beatles has bids, and the Stones has bids. The Stones does not have bids. Looking for a $7 start on the Rolling Stones. Okay, let's do another one. We good? All right. Here we go. Making sure I didn't miss anything. I was reading through comments. I go at a pretty fast pace. Sometimes I don't know if comments are for me or if somebody's having a conversation about what they ate for breakfast. So I'm kind of sometimes just like filtering through. And then someone said, Chad, you missed my comment. I'm like, sorry, I thought that was something else where somebody was talking about what they had for breakfast. And then I forget that they were actually maybe trying to buy something. And so I spent a lot of time filtering through comments. And I think we're good to go. Here's another record coming up right now. Let's grab this and this. And this is New Arrivals, pre-owned, vintage, OG, whatever you want to call them. Looks like a very wide selection. There's even a Clash record in here. And let's get started right now. Here we go. We have filled up 3 crates. We're starting on our 4th. Here in just a second, I'm probably going to pause and grab a bite to eat because I plan on going until 1:30 tonight. And I don't know if I could go that long without having to eat something right quick. Once again, I have failed miserably preparing eating food. So I won't end the feed or anything. I'll just run up front and grab a bite to eat. And we'll be back all night for half off. But I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer here. Probably for till 10 o'clock. And then take like a quick 10-minute break. And then we'll be back. I mean, I'm going to do half off crates. You know the drill. It's Friday night, okay? We might flip out some CDs. We'll continue with 45s, etc. But the biggest thing to do, we've got, not counting what Laura's marking, 5 crates of new arrivals, plus probably an entire crate of auction still left. So there's a lot of ground to cover. Right off the bat, the Propaganda compilation, $14.99. This has the Police, Joe Jackson, Squeeze, the Reds, $14.99 for Propaganda. Webb Pierce, Hideaway Heart. Webb Pierce is a Decca pressing, $14.99. Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is $19.99. Buck Owens, the Kansas City song. Buck Owens is $9.99. Johnny Rivers, 20 Great Hits. Johnny Rivers on TV International is $9.99. And Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is $14.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band and Shrink and Hype. All right. So the first thing I've got to do is Tim Vergari asked about the David Bowie, did not bid. So Michael Obrick, this is sold to you for $46. That is sold to you for $46. No bid on Revolver. So this is a buy now for $45. $45. Revolver is a buy now for $45. And then George just asked if it's OG. You must have missed my answer because when you asked that earlier, George, I'd immediately answered you. So you must have either cut out, glitched, or didn't hear me. The Beatles Revolver is a UK flag series. These are all mid-70s reissues. In the mid-70s, Apple did this UK flag series where they reissued all these. And I apologize that you didn't hear my first answer. But yes, I gave an explanation what those were on those earlier. He might be watching with volume down. Some people watch with volume down, and I'm always hold on one second. Some people watch with volume down, and I'm like, wow, that's amazing. George may not be. He might have just glitched and didn't hear me, but that's 45 on that. Okay, and then Debbie said, did my bid not come through? Let me go back and see. I never did see a bid on it. If not, we'll have to completely put it back up. And then the Beatles is at 12 with Michael Obrick. And sorry, George, if you didn't hear me again. And then this is, okay, let me just go back to a certain point. So let me figure out what happened. So the last thing was the Stones is at 7. The Stones is at 8. The Beatles, Debbie put B45. I kind of messed up again having 2 Beatles. I'm shooting myself in the foot tonight. I'm making these auctions much more complicated than I could. Debbie put B45, which in my brain probably thought Beatles 45, which is up for bid. And then Jeremy bid 8, and then Michael bid 10, and then Jeremy bid 11. First, let me do this. Sandy Villa on Propaganda. Sandy V on Propaganda. Then the Beatles got a bid for 12. Okay. Sandy Villa on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Bootsy sealed. Okay. And then Beatles 13. Beatles 14. All right. No problem, George. Let's go ahead and sell this to Debbie Winstead for $45. Okay. Debbie gets that for $45. Now, we're down to 2 auctions. Once again, the Beatles. I want to hold your hand. A UK Parlophone single. Michael Obrick has this for $14. Michael Obrick has that for $14. And then we have the Rolling Stones, I Can't Get No Satisfaction, and the Spider and the Fly. That's Decca Blue Label F.12220. And the last bid on the Rolling Stones was a final call to Jeremy Dalton for $8. And I was just making sure Tim Vergari was done bidding. Now, in here, there was 2 sold claims, Propaganda and Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, which are all done. All right, back to the crate. Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, $14.99. Elvis Presley, this is Elvis. It's a 1964 Indianapolis, $49.99. No condition notes, 1964. That originally came out in like 57. Loverboy, $9.99. And George Jones, my very special guest, $9.99. Now the Rolling Stones has a new bid for $9. Now the Beatles has a new bid for $16. And now our next auction is Big Brother and William Bootsy Collins. Big Brother and the Holding Company, Be a Brother. This is a 1970s U.S. Terre Haute original. It has a small promo sticker on the bottom left. There is no promo label of this album. This is going to go up for a $15 start. Right there's the promo sticker. So that's Big Brother, $15 start. And then William Bootsy Collins is a 1982 U.S. Los Angeles original. VG Plus condition, just a $15 start on that. There we have it. Back to the new arrivals crate. Little River Band, The Net. Little River Band is $9.99. And Village People, Go West. Village People does have the poster. It's $19.99. Swingers, Counting the Beat. Swingers, Counting the Beat. That is $19.99. Big Brother has a bid for $15. Bootsy has a bid for $16. The Stones has a bid for $12. And the Beatles is a final call to Michael Obrick for $16. Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva. Peter and Gordon is $9.99. The Clash, Big Market Clash in shrink wrap, $39.99. Does have a clip corner. The Clash, $39.99. Johnny Rivers is $9.99. And Waitresses, Bruisology. Waitresses is $24.99. And Mega Tonnage, The Best of 2 Tons, a.k.a. the Weather Girls. That's $19.99. Big Brother, final call for $15 with Jeff Brindley. Bootsy has bids for $20 and $20. I've already done a final call on the Stones to Jeremy for $12. I got to make sure Slicker's done bidding. And I believe Tim Vergari as well. And now the Beatles is about to be sold for $16. And that was with Michael Obrick. I want to hold your hand. Denise Williams, as good as it gets. Denise Williams is $9.99. The Mason Williams Ear Show. Mason Williams is in shrink wrap. That is $9.99. Also, we have the Wooden Tops Giant. The Wooden Tops is a gold stamp promo for $19.99, and this is White Train 10 Women. White Train's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. There's a new bid on the Stones for $14. There's a new bid on Big Brother for $16. There's a new bid on Bootsy for $25. And Wild Blue yonder. Wild Blue is $9.99. There's another new bid on Big Brother for $22. I think John put BBE22, $18.22. And so the Beatles is sold for $16 to Michael Obrick. That's sold for $16 to Michael Obrick. Next is Vitamin Z, Rites of Passage. That's a gold stamp promo for $9.99. And Al Wilson, Show and Tell. Al Wilson is $14.99. Show and Tell. Al Wilson, The Village People, Macho Man, $14.99. Big Brother, $24. Bootsy's at $30. The Rolling Stones is at $15. Next in the bin is Buddha's Best. This is a really cool compilation, not only because of the music on here, but also it has this interactive wheel cover, kind of like what Led Zeppelin 3 had. And you can link up, like, there's Elephant's Memory, a picture of the band, the artist, and the song. Or you can go over here to the impressions. This is My Country. Or you can go over here to the hit song Love and Spoonful, Hot Times, Summer in the City. And that's $14.99. John Nazarko on BB. I think he's maybe about to bid on Big Brother. And Jeremy Dalton on Village People. Macho Man for Jeremy Dalton. Next is Chess Rockabilly's Just Go Wild Over and Rock and Roll. $19.99. Now Big Brother's at $35. Now Ivan R. wants the Buddha comp. Now the Rolling Stones is at $15 with Jeremy Dalton, which means Slicker's out. Jeremy Dalton has it for $15. Also, Bootsy is still at $30 and Rydell's out. So Philip Holt, you have Bootsy for $30, and that's a final call. Next in the crate is Detroit Music Scene Volume 1. That is $19.99. Scott Campbell, C. Dick Run, Beer on the Penguin, Jugglers and Thieves, The Hypnotics, Funhouse, The Difference, Ant and James, Hippodrome, and Before and After. Detroit comp, $19.99. The New Spirit of Capital, $24.99. Steve Miller Band, Joe South, Linda Ronstadt, David Axelrod, that's unusual, Grand Funk, The Sons, Pink Floyd, Bob Seger, and Mississippi Fred McDowell. The New Spirit of Capital, $24.99. Buck Owens is $9.99. And Live for Life, gold stamp promo, $19.99. Stuart Copeland, Bob Marley, REM, The Alarm, General Public, Sting, Bangles, Oingo Boingo, Go-Go's, and Squeeze. Wow. Willie Nelson, Tougher Than Leather, $14.99. Bootsy is sold to Philip Holt for $30. That's sold. Big Brother is at $40 with Gary Wellman. Everybody else is out. And now the Rolling Stones is sold to Jeremy Dalton for $15. All right. Lots of stuff going on right there. Did everybody catch all that? Holy moly. Here, all those comps. Slicker on New Spirit of Capitol Records. That's sold to Slicker, New Spirit of Capitol Records. And No Nukes is a triple LP with booklet, 1979 original, $34.99. Gary Wellman on Willie Nelson, that's sold to Gary Wellman. And the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Partners, Brothers, and Friends, $14.99. $14.99. Also, White Mansions, A Tale of American Civil War, 1861-1865, $26.99. Big Brother is about to be sold to Gary for $40. Mason said live. Before that, what's The Alarm? The Alarm is one song, one track on this compilation, Howling Wind, Live for Life, $19.99. Mike Massey wants Wire Train. That's going back here to Mike Massey. Wire Train, that's sold. No Nukes is $34.99. Pointy Feet Beat. Pointy Feet Beat. A 1979 compilation on blue vinyl, $24.99. Locust, Judd Group, Streetwise, Dan Young Band, New Watermelon Rhythm Band, Dakota, Headstone Band, Poker Flats, blue vinyl, and we have Wendy and Lisa, gold stamp promo, $34.99. Big Brother is sold to Gary Wellman for $40. Willie Nelson has already sold. Gary got Willie Nelson. Danny, you were second. And then Danny said WM condition. White Mansions, everything in here has no condition notes. This is all EX Plus or better. The cover has just a little bit of ring wear there. Everything in this bin is EX/EX Plus or better. Next is Bootsy, a 1988 U.S. original sealed, a $25 start. Bootsy Collins, 88 U.S. OG sealed, a $25 start. I just completely slapped the camera with Bootsy. Sorry Bootsy, and sorry camera, and sorry viewers. $25 start on that. Next auction, let's pull out David Bowie, Young Americans. OG, a 1975 U.S. original pressing, first label, beautiful jacket, the Vinyls VG, a $15 start. John Stevens wants Live 4. That is only if I haven't heard back from Michael Snared. He says, what was the alarm? And then Mason got this. And then John, that would have made you third. I've got to make sure that Michael doesn't want it. He heard the band Alarm. He asked what was the alarm. He probably didn't catch that that was on a compilation. However, he didn't say sold or pass yet either. All right, so there's David Bowie, just a $15 start. And we have Bootsy Collins. Yeah, this camera is in probably, for us, the most worst possible spot. However, it's in a great position for y'all, it seems like. I'm really liking it just every once in a while. It's on this really odd, like, bendy stick. And did somebody say Oingo Boingo? I did. I read off, I had a feeling that was going to happen. It's sold to Michael Snared. I read off like some of the most desirable groups we show here. Oingo Boingo, REM, Bob Marley, Sting, Stuart Copeland. That was all on this live compilation, a very special live album, and Michael Snared got it. I think I woke some people up. We're going through a John crate, and they probably didn't think I would show something with REM on it, Oingo Boingo, and then a bunch of people just fell off their couch. That is sold to Michael Snared. Bootsy already has a bid for 25, and Bowie has a bid for 15. There we have it. I am going to go through this crate again as soon as I find some other single to put up. You never know what ends up in these crates. I think some people's like, Paul crate, not interested. John crate, not interested. Laura crate, not interested. And then all of a sudden something shows up that they've been looking for 30 years, and they're like, holy moly, what just happened? And I'm like, too late. It's gone. You fell asleep. Cannot fall asleep. All right, here we go. Let's see what's left in here one more time. We have Webb Pierce, Hideaway Heart. Webb Pierce, an original Decca, $14.99. Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is $19.99. Buck Owens and his Buckaroos, the Kansas City song. Buck Owens is $9.99. Johnny Rivers, $9.99. Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, $14.99. Elvis by Elvis Presley, a 1964 Indianapolis stereo, $49.99. Loverboy, self-titled, $9.99. George Jones, $9.99. Little River Band, $9.99. Village People, Go West with the Poster, $19.99. Swingers is $19.99. Peter and Gordon, Lady Godiva, $9.99. The Clash, $39.99. Black Market Crash. Johnny Rivers, $9.99. Waitresses, Bruisology, $24.99. This is $19.99. Mega Tonnage, the best of 2 tons, $24.99 on that. Let's go back up to the auctions right quick. First thing I said was Bootsy, 25. Bowie, 15. Spirit of Vinyl. Bowie, 15. Robert Barnett. And then Bowie, Bootsy, $30. And then Bootsy, $35. And then Todd Saw got George Jones, my very special guest, sold. Jeremy Dalton on Village People. Village People is sold to Jeremy Dalton. R.K. Tucker on Little River Band, The Net, sold to R.K. Tucker. Also, I have Denise Williams, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. The Mason Williams Ear Show in shrink wrap, $9.99. We have the Wooden Tops, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. We have Wild Blue Yonder, $9.99. Vitamin Z, Rites of Passage, $9.99. Gary Wellman wants Willie Nelson Somewhere Over the Rainbow. That is sold. Al Wilson, Show and Tell, $14.99. Chess Rockabillys, $19.99. Just Go Wild Over. Detroit Scene Music Volume 1, $19.99. Buck Owens is $9.99. No Nukes, Triple LP, $34.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Partners, Brothers, and Friends, $14.99. Pointy Left Beat, Blue vinyl compilation, $24.99. Wendy and Lisa gold stamp promo, $34.99. White Mansions is $26.99. And yes, this does have Jesse Coulter, Waylon Jennings, Steve Cash, John Dillon with booklet, $26.99. Loverboy is just $9.99. That has a couple big hits on it. $9.99. It is available. David Bowie 20, David Bowie 21. Two people have since asked, what is the name of the David Bowie album? This is David Bowie, Young Americans. It is a U.S. original, first label, OG pressing, VG with a very nice jacket. The new bid's $21. Bootsy Collins is a 1988 U.S. OG original. Sealed, never been opened. Rydell has that for $38. Rydell has that for $38. Now David Bowie's at $23. Dennis Daly wants Loverboy. That's so to Dennis Daly. What are the artists on Chess Rock? What are the artists on Chess Rock? Chess Rock. You have Tall Dar, you have Bobby Sisko, Dale Hawkins, Billy Barracks, Larry Diamond, Rusty York, Mel Robbins, Lou Josie, Bobby Dean, Silvertones, Red Bernard, Rusty York, Jet Tones, Dale Saint and the Devils, Bobby Sisko, Lou Josie, Mel Robbins, Johnny Fuller, Eddie Fontaine, Jimmy Lee and Wayne Walker, and G.L. Crockett. Next is Dennis Daly says he'll take the Loverboy. I've already pulled that. Wendy and Lisa, as in Prince fans. Wendy and Lisa, gold stamp promo, 1987, $34.99. Produced by Wendy and Lisa and Bobby Z, it says. Next is Bootsy Out. We have a final call. Pointy Feet has booklet. Does Pointy Brat Feet have booklet? Pointy Left Beat, Pointy Feet Beat. This is called Pointy Feet Beat. Pointy Feet Beat. That's a tough title for me, Pointy Feet Beat. Let's see what we got going on here. It is a gatefold. There's the gatefold. This has a blue disc, and this has a blue disc. And I don't see a booklet with this. I will know this. It's very heavy. It feels like it could have a booklet. I'm looking in it, though. It does have a booklet. I was about to say, this feels unusually heavy. It has a Pure Sun Midwester's Best Rockers booklet. It looks more like a magazine of some sort. Is that what you're talking about? If so, it's in there. David Bowie, $23. I've got allergy problems. I sneezed 100 times during Metallica last night. I was sneezing up a storm. Couldn't ask for better weather, though. Oh my gosh. Probably the best outdoor concert I've ever been to. Both the music and the weather. I checked off a lot of boxes on that one. Roger Ramjet on Clash. All right, let me take this stack of sold, because I keep bumping this stack of sold 45s. We're about to have a spill with those too. Chad's getting his oxygen back. All right. Bootsy, congratulations to Rydell Martin, $38. We have Gary bid $23. The bid's already at $23. Mason has David Bowie at $23. And Jetstream said sold on Pointy Feet Beat. All right. Wendy and Lisa is a gold stamp promo, no condition notes, $34.99. Now, we have going up for auction right now, Bootsy Rubber Band, a 1976 U.S. original sealed, a $35 start. A 1976 OG sealed, a $35 start. Now Bowie's at $25. All right. And Javi does want Wendy and Lisa. That is sold. Bootsy's at $35 already. There we have it. All right, new crate coming up right now. Metallica played a snippet on Smoke on the Water last night. Lars had a drum malfunction, and they were trying to kill time, and they went into Smoke on the Water. Probably one of the craziest things I've ever seen. All right, here we go. New arrivals. I got to go right into them. We got 30 hours of new arrivals. Hope everybody has their caffeine. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, U.S. original there. No condition notes on anything in here. $34.99. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon. It does have a little bit of cover wear, Kodachrome, $19.99. Alabama's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Solid Gold, 68, Chet Atkins, $9.99. The Country Collection of Don Williams, $9.99. Cat Stevens, Mona Bone Jacone, $24.99. Glenn Campbell, Too Late to Worry, Too Blue to Cry. Don't see that one very often. In shrink wrap, $14.99. Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer, $19.99. David Bowie's at $27. Gary Wellman, it goes back to you. That's now at $27. Bootsy's at $40 with Phillip and Rydell. First claimant here is Mason on Alabama. Mason on Alabama. Ryan Eaton was second. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99. Steve Wariner in shrink. One Good Night Deserves Another, $14.99. Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Galveston, Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $9.99. Bookend, Simon & Garfunkel with the poster. Nice. With the poster. $22.99 on the first label, $22.99. Porter Wagner, What Ain't to Be Just Might Happen. I don't recall seeing that one too many times, $9.99. Cheryl Ladd, Dance Forever. Cheryl Ladd's $19.99. David Bowie is a 19 OG. It is a 1975 US OG pressing. Nice jacket, VG vinyl. Now it has a high bid of $28. Now Bootsy is a 1976 sealed U.S. original press, and Bootsy has a high bid of $50. David Bowie's at $28. Marshall Bassett on Steve Wariner. Marshall Bassett on Steve Wariner. Mason got Glenn. Now, which one did you want? Do you want Greatest Hits, or did you want that original studio album, or both? Mason also got Bookends. That is sold. Also, Paul Simon, Hearts and Bones. Paul Simon's $19.99. Steve Perry Street Talk with the really cool Steve Perry of Journey hype sticker, $24.99 on that. And Starship, knee deep in the hoopla. We built this city on rock and roll, $14.99. Bruce Springsteen's $19.99, born in USA. Rick Springfield, Hard to Hold, $14.99. Mason wants Glenn Campbell. And guess what? There's a new bid on David Bowie. There's a new bid on Bootsy. And Holden was second on Glenn Campbell. Now, we better go ahead and put up another Japanese, because they might be bidding on David Bowie and Bootsy for the next half hour. This could get into some crazy bidding wars here on these. They've already been up, and we have punches being thrown left and right, here and there. Next is a Japanese pressing of John Coltrane Quartet's ballads. I just pulled this from the Japanese crate. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It's a gatefold cover. It's beautiful. John Coltrane, a $35 start. Jeremy Dalton got Starship. Gary Wellman was second on that one. David Bowie's at $29. Bootsy's at $60. Cat Stevens, Catch Bull at $4, $14.99. Julian Lennon, Velotte. Julian Lennon's $9.99. Ringo Starr, Goodnight Vienna. Ringo Starr, $14.99. Skins, Bongo Party with Les Baxter. Les Baxter, $14.99. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain, with the bonus 45, $29.99. Don't see the 45 as often. Also, Billy Storm. This is on the Vista label. Shrink wrap, $19.99. Neil Young Reactors, $19.99. And Louis Armstrong's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Louis Armstrong's Greatest Hits. Bootsy has a new bid for $65. Rod L. Martin, you've been outbid. Next is John Coltrane with a bid for $35. Another bid for $35. And now David Bowie has a bid for $31. We're not done there. Next is Mason. Mason on Steve Perry. Mason on Steve Perry. That's sold. And we have Gary Wright heading home. Gary Wright is $14.99. Roseanne Cash, 7-year 8, $9.99. SMI 564 wants the Bruce Springsteen. That's sold to SMI 564. Holden 190 wants the Louis Armstrong's Greatest Hits. Hendry says, I'll take the Rick Springfield. That's right back here. And that's sold to Hendry Smink. Now Bootsy Collins is at 70. Now David Bowie's at 31. Chris X is out. And now we got a two-way tie on Gold Train. Gary has it for 35. Chris X was next. Glenn Campbell Live, Music for Pleasure, $9.99. Songs, My Father Left Me, Hank Williams Jr. That's in shrink wrap for $29.99. Gary Wright is sold to Gary Wellman. And Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, that's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Lacey J. Dalton, Hard Times, $14.99. And Porter Wagner, in person, recorded live at the Grand Ole Opry, $14.99 on that. $14.99 on that. Next thing we have is Don Williams, Listen to the Radio, $9.99. Marshall Bassett on Roseanne Cash, that's sold to Marshall Bassett. Steve Warner, Life's Highway, $14.99. David Bowie has a new bid for $32. John Coltrane has a new bid for $37. The Sealed Bootsy has a new bid for $75. We're still bidding. That's why I've put up a third auction. I may have to put up a fourth and fifth auction. We have Mason on Loretta Lynn. That is sold to Mason, Loretta Lynn. We have Spade Cooley. That's $9.99. Also, Jesse Coulter, Rock and Roll Lullaby, $14.99. Leo Sayer, $9.99. Boz Scaggs down to then left. That's $19.99. And Chris Christopherson, Who's to Bless, $14.99. Now Bootsy has a new bid for $80. Marshall Bassett wants Steve Warner. That is this one right here. Marshall, there's also another one in here from the beginning of the crate, just FYI, in case you missed it. There was another Steve Warner. I might show it here in just a second. Maybe somebody grabbed it already. There was another Steve Warner, though. We'll keep going. We have Gilly's Greatest Hits Volume 1. Mickey Gilly, $9.99. And Glenn Campbell, By the Time I Get the Phoenix. That's in shrink, $9.99. David Bowie has a new bid for $34. Now John Coltrane is a final call to Chris X for $37. I hadn't heard back from Gary Wellman. And Bootsy's at $80. It goes back to Philip Holt. Rod L. Martin has it. Retro Class Entertainment. Gary Wellman on LC. LS. LS was Leo Sayer. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And Danny Thomason on JC. Jesse Coulter, those are sold. Next is Cass Stevens, Teaser and the Firecat, $14.99. Peace Train. Also, we have Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Lacey J. Dalton's, $14.99. And the Bellamy Brothers' Greatest Hits is $9.99. Gary Wellman also put MG, and MG for Gary Wellman was Mickey Gilly. That's sold to Gary Wellman. We have It's a Guitar World, Chet Atkins, $9.99. The Best of Don Williams Volume 3 is $9.99. And 24 of Hank Williams' Greatest Hits, double LP. Looks like there's some humidity damage on the cover, $29.99. Corey Gaston on Glenn. I'm assuming that was By the Time I Get the Phoenix. That is sold. And then Ginger Lynch on BB. And that was for the Bellamy Brothers. That's sold to Ginger Lynch. Also, Mitch Ryder. This is $14.99. Never Kick a Sleeping Dog. Mitch Ryder. Sounds like good advice. Neil Young Life. Gold Stamp Promo. $34.99. Charlie Daniels Band High Lonesome. $24.99. And Alan Parsons I, Robot. $19.99. First is John Coltrane. The most recent auction is now sold to Chris X for $37. Thank you, Chris X. That's sold to you. That is done. We're about to do a clean sweep of the auction block back there. That's sold. Next is Sherry Darnell on Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Firecat. The Sealed Bootsy, Bootsy Sealed, sold to Rydell Martin for $80. Bowie, David Bowie, Chris X just bid $35. That means Gary Wellman, you're out. They're still bidding on David Bowie. He got started at 15. He's at 35. He could go to 500. Next auction is going up right now. The Rolling Stones, Rockin' Rolling Stones. This is a 1972 UK. The vinyl is VG Plus in shrink wrap. The Rolling Stones is a $15 start. And Jim B from the Lower Crate wants Modern Life is War. I saw your comment. I wasn't going to break stride going through that crate right then. Let me try to find that. Modern Life is War. There's that, this right here. This is sold to Jim B. This must have been a $4,000 or $5,000 record for Jim B to buy it. That's the only thing he buys is $5,000 plus records. Now David Bowie's at 38. Now we have a new auction going up right now. And the next auction is going to go up right now. Without further ado, from the Japanese bin, we've already sold one tonight. Here's another opportunity, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Boston's Don't Look Back. We've already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one, a $35 start. There is the insert, there's the inner sleeve, there's the cover and obi. Boston Don't Look Back, a $35 start. $35 start. Okay, now Bowie has a new bid for $45. We still got 3 active bidders on that. The Rolling Stones is a $15 start. And I'm going to read the titles. If you missed the price, and let me know. I'll go ahead and put up another new crate, okay? First thing I have is Neil Young, Paul Simon, Chet Atkins, Don Williams, Cat Stevens, Boz Scaggs, Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Campbell, Leo Sayer, Porter Wagner, Cheryl Ladd, Paul Simon, Cat Stevens, Julian Lennon, Ringo Starr, Les Baxter, Charlie Daniels, Billy Storm, Neil Young, Glenn Campbell, Hank Williams Jr., Porter Wagner, Lacey J. Dalton, Don Williams, Spade Cooley, Boz Scaggs, Chris Christopherson, Paul Simon, Lacey J. Dalton, Chet Atkins, Don Williams, Hank Williams Sr., Mitch Ryder, Neil Young, Charlie Daniels, and Alan Parsons Project. David Bowie, Chris is out, Gary's out, now we're done. SMI 564 gets that for $45. Final call to get a bid on the Stones for $15, and Boston is a $35 start. What Glenn Campbell's are they? The ones I have remaining in here are the following, and I'm about to introduce another action. We got Glenn Campbell Live, Music for Pleasure, UK edition, $9.99, and this is a studio album called Too Late to Worry, Too Blue to Cry, in shrink wrap, $14.99, and that's an original Capitol Rainbow in shrink wrap, $14.99. We sold the other couples out of there. I got some signed Glenn Campbells to run next week. Signed Glenn Campbells. All righty. Jason Boxell said Capitol sold. I'm over here and looking at my group message. They're all debating what time we should leave tomorrow. I said it's very simple. I really don't want to see Ice Nine Kills, and honestly, if I get halfway through Limp Bizkit's set, I'm okay with that if I can sleep longer. Nothing against Limp Bizkit, but I just want to show up about the time Metallica's about to come out. But if I do get down there early enough, that's okay. All right, let's run through another crate. That was a speed run crate, and guess what? I have another one as well. Halfway through Limp Bizkits probably wouldn't be that bad. That way you probably are still going to hear rolling, 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 and you're probably still going to hear it's just one of those days. I'll be there when the doors open. Oh my gosh. I'm not doing that again. We got there halfway through Suicidal Tendencies, and I didn't want to get there that early. I wanted to get there after, or maybe halfway through Pantera, but we got there halfway through. It's a lot of waiting. Oh my gosh. I mean, when Limp Bizkit's done, it's another hour before Metallica comes out. So, it's a lot of waiting. It is a lot of waiting. I'm like, let's just get in there about halfway through Limp Bizkit. I'm okay with that. We got to get the merch stuff. All right, Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones is a no bid. A $15 buy it now. Rolling Stones, and Boston is a buy it now for $35. We sold one earlier for 40-something, didn't we? There's one for $35. Am I going to eat? Probably here pretty soon. We got a lot of people watching. I don't want to take a break just yet. I've got a lot of stuff to put up. I don't want y'all to go anywhere. If I go up front to eat, y'all are going to leave, aren't you? I've already seen Ice Nine Kills in Arlington. And I saw them in the Arlington show, and I was really confused on what was going on. Really confused. I was watching them play live, and I was like, what is going on here? So I was like, what the heck? Not my style. When the chainsaws and the blood and like the candles and the coffin started coming out, I was like, okay, they've lost me. They've lost me. Patrick Fu got the stones for $15. Okay? We have Patrick Fu gets the stones for $15. Rick was second. Generators plugged in. And, whoop, that was Boston. Boston's a $35 buy it now. Waiting for somebody to grab that. And there's the Rolling Stones for $15. All right, we're about to fly through another new arrivals bin. Another new arrivals bin. So with that being said, here we go. And here's what's left in the Japanese. Pat Benatar, John Mellencamp, Scandal, Clapton, Bowie, Howard Jones, Cyndi Lauper, ABBA, The Beatles, which I'm doing right now, Hall & Oates, Beach Boys, Michael Schenker, Eddie Money, Bruce Springsteen, Aerosmith, Madonna, ABBA, Paul McCartney, Interview, Pat Benatar, Rolling Stones, Beach Boys, Madonna, McCartney, and Hall & Oates. So let's go ahead and put up The Beatles here. The Beatles here. George Samberez gets Boston. I was about to say, the last one brought 40-something. That was the only unsold auction. That is sold for $35, okay? Let's go back to the top. And and then next is, there we go. There's nothing left over tonight except for the Patsy Cline picture sleeves. With the Beatles, this is going to go up for a $45 start. There's that. There is with the Beatles, and there's the cover and Obi. UK Flag Series number 2, a $45 start. The David Bowie's tonight. The Madonna is, I think, Like a Virgin or True Blue. I think it's True Blue. I'll put them up on deck. Whatever you ask about, I'll probably bump in rotation. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. And the next auction is the Stranglers, Big in America, Texas mix. The Stranglers is a... The Stranglers, Big in America, Texas mix, is an 86 UK original sealed, a $10 start. Laura just delivered another new arrivals crate, okay? So here's the agenda for those that are still hanging with me at 10:21. I'm probably going to go through this crate. While we're going through this crate, we'll keep auctions running. I'm going to run up front, probably grab a bite to eat. I've got to keep everybody active here so y'all don't go to sleep or go anywhere. And I've also got to pause here in a minute to text them back because they're trying to figure out what time we're leaving. I'm always driving, and they're probably waiting for me to reply. So I'll have to pause here in a minute and probably type out a message. With that being said, here's the auction. There's also about 20 new questions, and I'm going to sum that up in about 3 sentences. These are auctions. These are buy it now, $7 shipping. It's really self-explanatory. You bid in the comments, you buy in the comments. If you end up buying something, we'll send you an invoice on Monday. I'll recognize your name as a first-time buyer. Somebody said, do you have any butcher covers? Do you have the Beatles? Do you have the Rolling Stones? Do you have Yes, Rolling Stones, this, that? We have everything. You name it. I've got butcher covers. I've got 45s. I've got CDs. I've got cassettes, reel-to-reels, cassettes, laser disc, video selection, compact, everything. Next is we have a putback, Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. That is a $35,000 restocking fee. I hope you're okay with that. Let me find it. I'm pretty sure somebody was second at this point. I don't know. And this is $9.99. Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. There we have it. All right, so this crate is good to go. Here we have it. We have Village People, Can't Stop the Music, and this is $14.99. Can't Stop the Music, $14.99. Denise Williams, I'm So Proud, $9.99. Al Wilson, Searching for the Dolphins, $26.99 on the Soul City label. Next is the Wooden Tops, Well, 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 the Wooden Tops EP. That's $19.99. We have Don Williams, Especially for You, $9.99. Holden gets Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. That's now sold to Holden. That was sold to Holden. Thank you. Also, Johnny Rivers is a double LP, $14.99. George Jones' Greatest Hits is $14.99. Loverboy, loving every minute of it, is $19.99. 20 Years of Dirt, the best of Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. This is $14.99. $14.99. Willie Nelson, the Minstrel Man, $14.99. Also, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Let's Go, $14.99 on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. And Dust on Mother's Bible, Buck Owens, $9.99. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, $14.99. The Beatles did not get a bid. It's a $45 buy now. And The Stranglers is sold to Craig Thomas for $10. Those were quick auctions. Hope everybody's paying attention. If not, you're probably going to miss something here in about the next 20 minutes. You've got to be locked in like you're playing in a grand championship for chess. If you lose focus, you're probably about to miss out on a record. The Beatles is a $45 buy now. That is a Japanese pressing. Next is, that's sold to Carl Berger for $45. John Dearden on George Jones. Is that in this bin? This is sold to John Dearden. John, I need you to right now send us a Facebook message with your email address and mailing address. That is sold to you for $14.99. Also, Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is Love, $19.99 for Sonny and Cher. Steven Steele's Illegal Steals, that's $19.99. And Rod Stewart, Every Picture Tells a Story. Classic, Maggie May, $24.99. Next is going to go up right now, and that was a request for Madonna. This is Like a Virgin. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Madonna, Like a Virgin. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has the other insert. There's the cover and obi, and that's a $35 start. Next was Debbie Winstead, You Were Second on the Beatles. Marvin Gaye, Here My Dear. Marvin Gaye's $49.99, and Wishbone Ass, Just Testing. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. I also have Clarence Carter, Miles Davis, Black Russian, Hot Potato, Bo Diddley, Dwight Yoakam, Carla Thomas, Art Blakey, John Prine, Albert King, Thelonious Monk, Elmore James, Warrior, Jimi Hendrix, Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, and here's another Led Zeppelin. What a bizarre bootleg this is. This is a bootleg unofficial. This is an Israel unofficial, which is, I think, of an album that actually exists that's really rare, and it's on brown marble vinyl. And this is VG++. It's a $35 start. Madonna's a $35 start. Led Zeppelin, $35 start. The Marvin Gaye is called Here, My Dear. 2 LP, no condition notes, $49.99. Carl Berger got Wishbone Ash. That is sold. David Gates, Goodbye Girl. David Gates, $9.99. Ted Nugent, Penetrator is $14.99. And John Mayall's Blues Breakers. It has a promo sticker on the front. No promo markings on the label. The first jacket, really cool, $26.99. Eric Clapton, Journeyman, with that great first song on there, Pretending, that's $34.99. And Foghat Live, great live album with a die-cut cover, $19.99. What Dwight Yoakam? How about I go ahead and put it up for auction? This is Dwight Yoakam, guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. This was the last time this was reissued. Up until the most recent reissue, Dwight Yoakam is a $15 start. It does have a corner crease right here. The corner is creased. The vinyl's near mint, 180 gram, $15 start on that. There's Foghat. Led Zeppelin's Tied. And we have Chris Christopherson, $14.99. Spooky Ladies Sideshow. The Judds, Why Not Me? The Judds is $24.99. And Charlie Daniels, Saddle Tramp, $24.99. And Chet Atkins, CGP. Chet Atkins is $19.99. All toys, Funkos, posters, that's all part of $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping on that. So here is the deal. Led Zeppelin 35, Kelly Vlodarchek. Mike, you bid 35, you tied Kelly. Mason bid 35 on Madonna. We have a request for Clarence Carter. Led Zeppelin got a new bid for 40. Tim Vergari got Eric Clapton. That's sold to Tim Vergari. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for 45. Dwight Yoakam's a $15 start. Lacey J. Dalton, Taking It Easy, $14.99. Tom T. Hall is $9.99. Faster Horses. Steve Warner is $14.99. And Don Williams, Volume 1. Don Williams, $9.99. The Porter Wagner Show, $12.99. And Country Music Time Life Compilation, Johnny Cash, $12.99. Mike, you're out on Zeppelin. I'm about to sell Madonna. And James Hicks, make sure if you're bidding on Dwight Yoakam, you put 1.5 for 15. That way I know you're bidding. Everybody else knows you're bidding. and we'll go ahead and say a final call to you. Rodney Crowell is $19.99. Kelly Vladerchek on Johnny Cash. That's so to Kelly. The best of Glenn Campbell, $9.99. I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy. We have the greatest hits of Jerry Lee Lewis, Charlie Rich, and Johnny Cash. It couldn't be everything. If you put the greatest hits of all of them together, it would be like a 10 LP box set. $9.99. Dwight Yoakam has a bid final call, 15. James Cohorn, you were second on Johnny Cash. Roseanne Cash is $9.99, back-to-back cash there. And Louis Armstrong, the Definite album, $9.99. Louis Armstrong. Led Zeppelin's at 55. That's the high bid. And now we can go ahead and sell Madonna. And Madonna is sold. And Madonna is sold to Mason for $35 over on YouTube. Mason, that's sold to you for $35. Mason, sold to you $35. That is sold. And now Dwight Yoakam. James Hicks, that's sold to you for $15. Next is Mason, gets this Glenn Campbell best of. And then Marshall Bassett wants Rodney Crowell. Rodney Crowell, that is right here somewhere. Where are you, Rodney Crowell? Right there. You also said Marvin Gaye. Led Zeppelin 60, Lonesome Loser is on Louis Armstrong. Did you pull Buck Owens and Willie from me? Purple Fuzzy. That is the first time I've ever seen such claim. Here's Marvin Gaye again. Here, my dear, $49.99. And then what? Buck Owens. Okay, so there's Dust on Mother's Bible. Is that the one you're referring to? And Willie Nelson, this one here. I bet these two here. These are sold to Purple Fuzzy and Purple Fuzzy. Now, I'm assuming Jason Boxall's passing on Marvin Gaye. Now Gregory has dibs, and if y'all don't want it, then it's sold to Christopher S. Led Zeppelin's got a new bid with Mike for $60. We're about to sell that Led Zeppelin Israel bootleg for $60. All right, now we have a couple Japanese requests. Here's David Bowie and Michael Schenker. Let's go ahead and get those rolling right now. David Bowie Tonight. David Bowie Tonight. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. That's that. Here's this. There's that. A perfect complete copy. $35 start. And here's Michael Schenker Group. This is Michael Schenker Group. It's called MSG. Another Near Mint Minus and Pristine copy with the insert, the inner sleeve, insert, cover obi, $35 start. Mike Torres has the Zeppelin for $60, and that's sold to him. Next in the bin is Cat Stevens Foreigner, $14.99 for Cat Stevens. Alan Parsons Project Eve, $19.99. We're going to do a Laura crate next. Don't go anywhere. Paul Simon, self-titled, $19.99. We have Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Leo Sayer is $9.99. Boz Skaggs Silk Degrees, $19.99. Lido Shuffle. Class Guitar, Chet Atkins, that's $9.99. Alabama, Southern Star in shrink wrap, $9.99. And Canned Heat is $44.99. This is called Future Blues, and it comes with a canned corn comics. Never seen that before. $44.99 on that. David Bowie has one bid with Rebecca, $35. Michael Schenker's a $35. And this is Clarence Carter. This is a white label promo. A 1968 U.S. white label promo, VG condition. No copies are currently for sale on Discogs. White label sample copy, not for sale. Clarence Carter, VG, just a $15 start. $15 start. That was Lonesome Jubilee. Lonesome Jubilee on the Cougar. Aiden gets the Canned Heat. All right, how far from half off crates? Probably by the time I show this Laura crate, I pause for food. I was wanting to do it a little after 11. I was wanting to do it just slightly after 11, and that's what it looks like we're on track to get done here. Also, let me see what just happened over here. Okay. So what's going on? We have Chad adjusting his neck. And let's read the titles left in here. All right, so did Gregory pass on Marvin Gaye? I'm assuming he did, so go ahead and tag this to Christopher S. That's so to Christopher S. over on Facebook, okay? And now let's do this right here. Those two Japanese pressings have bids for $35 and $35, and we are about to sell them. It's like SpongeBob when he has to stick his tongue out We are about to put up another crate. We have Village People, Can't Stop the Music, Denise Williams, I'm So Proud, Al Wilson, The Wooden Tops, Don Williams, Johnny Rivers, Lover Boys, 20 Years of Dirt, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Rick Springfield, Sonny and Cher, Stephen Stills, Rod Stewart, David Gates, Ted Nugent, John Mayall, Foghat, Chris Christopherson, The Judds, Charlie Daniels, Chet Atkins, Lacey J. Dalton, Tom T. Hall, Steve Warner, Don Williams, Porter Wagner Show, Greatest Hits of Lewis, Rich, and Cash, Roseanne Cash, Cat Stevens, Alan Parsons, Paul Simon, Linda Ronstadt, Leo Sayer, Boss Cass, Chet Atkins, Alabama. David Bowie, sold one bid for $35, Rebecca Howitt. Sold. One bid, Rebecca Howitt, $35. Sold. Michael Shanker Group, one bid, $35. Sold. John Nazarko. Sold. Clarence Carter has two bids for 15 and 15. Eric Squindo bid 15. Tim Graham bid 15. Eric Squindo's first. Tim Graham, you're out. Ted Nugent Penetrator was right here. It is $14.99. Alabama is right here. It's $9.99. The Charlie Daniels that's in this crate is right here, Saddle Tramp. It's $24.99. The Cash, the compilation with Cash is $9.99, Kelly. Clarence Carter is now 18 and now 20 with Rick Berrien. Time for a new Japanese auction. And that is going to be this McCartney interview. Japanese pressing, a $35 start. McCartney interview, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has this book. And there's the cover and Obi, a $35 start. Melissa Bailey said sold on Alabama. Alonzo said sold on Ted Nugent. Sold to Alonzo. Aiden said sold on Charlie Daniels. Sold to Purple Fuzzy. Kelly got Jerry Lee Lewis, Charlie Rich, and Johnny Cash. Chad just had a heck of a sneeze. That's my karate sneeze. Achoo! Clarence Carter's at 22 and Paul McCartney's at 35. The third auction I'm going to introduce right now, without further delay, is going up right now, and it is Led Zeppelin Coda. A 1982 US, 82 US original club copy, VG Plus, a $25 start. I have had allergy problems the last couple nights. All right, let's go through this Laura crate. And I am boxed in with records. I mean, y'all wouldn't believe it. I hadn't done a good job keeping my crates organized tonight. I am boxed in like whatever analogy for being boxed in. There's that. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way. There's the nice Hatchet Ed letter. I'm going to hang on to that a little longer. Oh, there is a no bid. There's one Dead or Alive single, Baby Don't Say Goodbye. That's $10 for whoever wants it. Can I convince somebody to buy a Metallica Ride the Lightning box? We've sold a couple in the last couple weeks. I've got 4 in stock now. $349.99. 6 CD, 3 LP, DVD, book, lyrics, posters. And Lars will personally come to your house and play the drums for you. That's a redemption. You got to mail off for it. And then Aiden, I got you down for Charlie Daniels. I've already pulled that for you. Any doors. We sold 2 earlier. I don't know if I have any more. As usual, I have no idea what's about to come up next. This is a complete random deal. This is more random than Tetris. Let's see what Laura's got here for us. I'm working up quite the appetite. The more I'm delayed in eating my food, the better it's going to taste. Here we go. Everybody ready? We have Clarence Carter at 25, one bid on McCartney. That's sold to Mike Torres for $35. No bid on Led Zeppelin, looking for a $25 start. This crate's full. Let's do another one. Oh, me. Fortune, fame. I can't believe I didn't get to see a mosh pit last night. Ed was like, there was a mosh pit right in front of me all night. He said when they started hitting battery, he said it got pretty wild. And I was like, man, I wanted to see some pushing and shoving. I wanted to see some bloody noses. We're about to sell Clarence Carter for $25. White label promo. The Elephant. We have a folky sock record here, EX, $12.99, and Descent with Albert Einstein, a 1988 US. This is a hardcore album, VG Plus, $14.99. Wings Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $17.99. Queen Sheer Heart Attack, EX, $29.99. A 1974 US Terre Haute, EX, $29.99. Led Zeppelin's a no bid. It's a $25 buy it now. Let's go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing. And the other Japanese is McCartney 2, David Johnson. He's probably like, well, I already have that one, but we're about to find out. McCartney 2 is a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, exactly what you would expect. It has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It does have some of that very common Japanese humidity damage on the top of the gatefold as well. And there's the cover, a $35 start. Regina gets Elephant. And then Kelly on Queen, Chris X next on Queen, and then we have Clarence Carter. This is sold to Eric Squindo for $25. Thank you on that. Our next auction is Miles Davis, Kind of a Blue. Miles Davis is a 2016. We maybe think it's unofficial because it's blocked for sale. We really don't know, but it is a reissue from 2016 of Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. That's going to go up for a $15 start. I'm in more shock that Led Zeppelin didn't sell. I mean, what is wrong with y'all? That's my main question right now. Like, what is everybody okay out there? Is everybody all right? Moving on. We have Viva Roxy Music. That's EX, $17.99. Mason gets Wings. Thank you. That is sold. And we have Steely Dan, Countdown to Ecstasy. Steely Dan is on the original first label, VG Plus, $17.99. Oh, man, the lower crate, I keep forgetting. Who got it? It's the Hello Kitty, and she's holding the Beatles White Album. Nice. The Beatles White Album. She's holding the Beatles White Album. There's that. And who got that? Elephant went to who? Who got the Elephant? Regina Tabor. And she gets the lower crate hop sticker. That is sold. Tim Graham, you did not get Clarence Carter. That was sold to Eric Squindo for the winning bid of $25. The winning bid of $25. Which we have a major problem on Clarence Carter. We have a major problem on Clarence Carter. He had the high bid already for $25. He had the high bid already for $25. So this is a mess up on my part. Eric, you bid $25 after Rick Berrien bid $24. And then before that, Eric bid $22. And before that, Rick had bid $20. But before all that, like 17 minutes ago, Tim Graham already had this for $25. So Eric, it goes back to you. You're out. We got to continue this auction. Tim Graham has that already for $25. The bids got majorly out of place there. So he bid like 25, and then somebody bid like 18, and then y'all took it from there and got up to 25, and he was already at 25. Eric Squindo, you're out. So the sticker went to Regina. She got the elephant. Kelly got queen. Chris X was next on queen. Mason got wings. And then Miles is at 15. Miles is at 20. And now no bid on McCartney. Final call for 35. And Clarence Carter is at 25. And Eric, make sure you at least let me know you're watching. If not, then I've got to wait and find him and get him back on here. Kill Switch Engage, live at the Palladium. Kill Switch Engage is sealed, $24.99. Green Day, Nimrod, a 2021 sealed, $24.99. And the Pineapple Thief, tightly unwound. The Pineapple Thief is $24.99. Also, we have Claus Scholl's La Vie Electronique, and that is experimental ambient. That is sealed for $19.99. And Listen to the Silence, The Doll, a 1979 UK new wave album, $29.99. All right, we have a question first on Clarence Carter. This is a white label promo. This is a 68 white label promo, currently non for sale. The tracks are Do What You Gotta Do, Looking for a Fox, Slipping Around, I'm Qualified, I Can't See Myself, Wind It Up. And then side 2 is Part-Time Love, Thread the Needle, Slip Away, Funky Fever, She Ain't Gonna Do Right, and Set Me Free. Eric Squindo, are you out there? Tim Graham has Clarence Carter for 25. Nobody bid on Paul McCartney. He's a $35 buy it now. McCartney 2 is $35, $35 buy it now on Macca McCartney 2. McCartney 2 is a $35 buy it now. Miles Davis is some sort of bizarre unofficial pressing. It is near mint minus, and the high bid is at $30 with SMI 564. It's a modern unofficial pressing of that. McCartney's a $35 buy now. Rick Barrion gets Kloss. That's sold to Rick Barrion. Robert Barnett gets Green Day Nimrod. That's sold to Robert Barnett. We have Our Lady Peace collected, sealed, $29.99. A 2023 Canadian Record Store Day clear vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Now, y'all can bid all you want on Clarence Carter. I can't officially sell that to anybody unless Eric Squindo lets me know he's aware that he did get outbid on that. Because I might have said sold to him, and he got off the feed. He might already be asleep thinking he won that record. So y'all can bid all night, but I have to maybe even resume it tomorrow, whatever the high bid is, and make sure he doesn't want to bid again. Because he thinks he got outbid, and he might have already left the chat. Because Tim Graham had bid early. I didn't see his bid. The bids got out of order. Tim left the chat. I sold it to somebody else. Tim came back on. He realized that I sold it to the wrong person because he bid higher. And now we have a major problem. We have a 1969 US OG compilation from Thelonious Monk. This is called Panorama. It is in VG condition, and it's a $15 start. Clarence Carter's in VG condition, and now Miles Davis is at $38. Next is Our Lady Peace again. This is called Collected. Our Lady Peace, it's on clear vinyl, $29.99. Holden has Clarence Carter for $30. You can still bid, but what I'll do is when we get up to the high bid, I'll say, Eric Squindo, are you still watching? Are you back on? And if he's not, then I'll figure out who's still the high bidder. Ian Hunter, Defiance Part 2. That's on red vinyl for $24.99. And Widespread Panic, Snake Oil King. This is on turquoise vinyl, $24.99 on Widespread Panic. And Man on the Moon, the third epic installment of Man on the Moon. And this is Kid Cudi, right? Kid Cudi is sealed for $19.99. And Gorillaz presents Song Machine. And this is sealed, $19.99. The note from Laura says lots of amazing artists are featured on these tracks like Robert Smith, Elton John, St. Vincent, Beck, and more. And that is sealed for $19.99. Now Miles Davis has a new bid for $45. Now Thelonious Monk's at $15. All right, so Tim, I don't think Eric Squindo is going to get back on anytime soon. I'll have to message him after the sale, or maybe he'll get back on later and we can correct that. Pink Floyd live at Nebworth, 1990. Pink Floyd is $29.99. It is open. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM, and that is $29.99. Jerry Ferguson gets a Gorillaz. Next was Lonnie Johnny. Gorillaz is so to Jerry. So what I've got to do, I've got to set this over here, and we got to get Eric Squindo back on. It could be later tonight. It could be tomorrow. That's what happens when something like that gets screwed up. He's probably already left the chat. Some people stay on till they win an auction, and then they're done. He's might already be late. Could be asleep. I don't know. Ed Sheridan Equals is on red vinyl. Ed Sheridan is $19.99. So Miles Dave or Clarence Carter has been retracted. It's been retracted. We'll resume that another day. We have Thelonious Monk. Jared Inc. has this for one bid for $15. The Miles Davis is at $45. We have Transatlantic, The Final Flight, live at Olympia. That is a 4 LP Prague album. 4 LPs, $44.99 on that. And Bomba Estéreo, live in Dublin. That is Cumbia. That's the genre. Sealed, $14.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is John Cougar Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, and that is a $35 start. That is a $35 start. That is John Cougar Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's John Cougar Mellencamp. There is the booklet. There is the cover and the obi. John Cougar Mellencamp, a $35 start on that. We have Korean social and folk music. This is a 1969 US, $19.99 on that. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Love Beach, sealed for $19.99. King Bartlett and the Royal Band, No Greater Sound, a lo-fi indie that's unopened at $14.99. So with Ryan going out on Miles Davis, this is sold to SMI 564 for $45. Jared Inc. was the only bidder on Thelonious Monk for $15, and David Johnson's in on John Cougar Mellencamp for $35. John Cougar Mellencamp was mentioned in Seinfeld. He was mentioned in Seinfeld. Next thing we have is Led Zeppelin 2. This is a Jimmy Page reissue remaster. It's a 2014 US Jimmy Page remaster, as y'all know. These are in print, about the only version that's in print. It's going to go up for a $20 start. Is the song Shiver on the Ed Sheeran. We're looking for Shiver. Shivers is on there. Yes, second track, Shivers. Price on Korean folk. Korean folk is a 1969 US, $19.99. Insomniac is a 25th anniversary deluxe, 2 LP, sealed, $29.99. $29.99 on Insomniac. Very cool. Brain Stew is on that one. $29.99, and the Pineapple Thief versions of the Truth. Pineapple Thief is $19.99. Final call on John Cougar Mellencamp for $35. Next is Bo Diddley, Boss Man. Bo Diddley's a 1971. This is a US reissue with alternate cover art, VG Plus, a $15 start on that. Leslie does want the Ed Sheeran. That is sold to Leslie Holt. Also, we have Strawberry Girls, Tasmanian Glow. Strawberry Girls, Tasmanian Glow. Math Rock on Translusa Fuchsia Vinyl, $19.99. And we have DMZ. DMZ's a garage punk album. No Condition Notes, $29.99. And next is an album we have a bunch of. So before I show that, give me 1 second. We're going to go ahead and sell John Cougar Mellencamp to David Johnson for $35. That is sold to David Johnson for $35. Led Zeppelin's a 2014 US reissue remaster. So it's a brand new 180 gram reissue remaster. Even though it says 2014, that's the same barcode that will show up even for some that are pressed recently. So it's a new reissue remaster. It is a $20 start. Bo Diddley's a $15 start, and Tim Colino wants Insomniac. That is sold to Tim Colino. Next, Laura has a note on this, and this is a 2021 U.S. original, limited to 30 signed copies on Coke bottle clear vinyl. It's a hard rock album. They're all signed and numbered, and they are $19.99. It's the Life Project, L.I.F.E. Project. Those are all signed and numbered on the front, autographed and signed, and we have a bunch of them. Do we have all 30 of them? $19.99. There's two. How many do I have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. We got 20 of them. We got 20 of the 30 that's signed and numbered, and that's Life Project. Maybe we can convince 20 people to buy one right now. If not, then Laura's going to get very angry and start just destroying the store. So let's not have that happen. Let's go ahead and sell 19 more. Chris says he'll get one. Nobody bid on Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley's a $15 buy it now. And Led Zeppelin is sold to Jeff Hallsworth for $20. Thank you, Jeff. That's sold to you. Brian Riley wants a Life Project. Not all 30. The first few numbers and number 11 are missing. Okay, so let me make sure I do that right. So there's number 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23. Gotcha. Okay, so that's the same thing. All right, just make sure I understood it there. So Chris gets one. They're all numbered and signed, but we don't have all 30. So Chris gets one, Brian gets one, and Hiram gets one. There we go. So 3 sold. We got a long way to the top to rock and roll on that one. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Albert King, King Albert. Albert King is a 1977 U.S. sealed original, $25. Sealed original, $25 start. Nicholas Hostler on the hardcore album from the beginning of the crate. That was this one right here, Descent, right? Thank you, and that's so do you. And Nicholas, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. Make sure you have sent us a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. Send that in the form of a Facebook message, okay? Send that in the form of a Facebook message, and that will be your email address and your mailing address. $7 in limited shipping. $15 is the price on this Bo Diddley, so to Denise Offendahl. James Hicks said Hall & Oates. I don't think there's a Hall & Oates in here, but let me see what's going on. So we still got Life Project. We still got DMZ. This was Strawberry Girls, Tasmanian Flow. We still have the Pineapple Thief versions of The Truth. Also, No Greater Sound, King Bartlett and the Royal Band, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Korean Social and Folk Music, John Levy, Bomba Estéreo live in Dublin, Transatlantic, The Final Flight live at Olympia, and we have Pink Floyd live at Nebworth, Kid Cudi, Widespread Panic, Ian Hunter, Al Larry Peace, The Doll, Pineapple Thief, Killswitch Engage, Steely Dan Rocks Music. Oh, we just want to see it. I misread your comment. This is called Descent. It's a 1988 U.S. original hardcore album, VG Plus, $14.99. That is still available. If you do want it, let me know. Natasha picks up one of those numbered Life Projects. Tawana Bennett gets Coda for the buy it now price of $25. Still got McCartney, if anybody wants that, for $35. And I still got Dead or Alive for $10 if anybody wants that. Nobody bid on Albert King. It's a $25 buy it now. A 1977 U.S. original sealed. Albert King, a $25 buy it now. All right, and George Samberez on the Life Project. That is so to George Samberez. And Killswitch Engage was right back in here. I can't believe these didn't get grabbed. Very hard for me to stock any of their albums. And this is clear on Lilac Blue Marble Vinyl, $24.99. And I just ran a quick auction on Albert King there. $25 buy it now. All right, we are at a crossroads of the show. Let me explain what's going on. First thing I have is Lonesome Loser got Albert King for $25. George Scherer was second. The Dead or Alive is called Baby Don't Say Goodbye. It is a buy it now for $10. I'm waiting for an offer on McCartney too. And then Michael Butler third on Albert King. Now, here's where we're at the show. We are not done. It's only 11 o'clock. This show will officially be over at around 1:30 a.m. In the meantime, I've got to take a quick pause. One, I need something to drink. I can barely talk. Between yelling at the concert, because somebody's standing right next to you, like Tanner was sitting to my right, standing to my right all night, and I would turn to go tell him something like, hey, that's called Greenie. That's Kurt Hammett's guitar. It's called Greenie, and it's worth like $2 million. But I can't say at that level. You literally have to scream at the top of your lungs, and my voice is almost gone from that anyways. I actually stopped talking. I told everybody when it got quiet, I said, I'm going to have to stop talking because I'm going to lose my voice, and I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow during the sale. I'm going to go up front, and I ordered some food earlier. I'm going to go eat that very quickly. It's going to take me like 10 minutes, and then we're going to be back. I've got probably another new arrival crate. There's actually 2 more, but when I come back, we'll probably I'll make a decision to go ahead and go through those or go right into our half-off crates. We'll probably do at least 1 more, and then I'll save that other new arrival bin for maybe even, or for Paul tomorrow. So kill, switch, engage, and so Natasha. So here's what I ask y'all, because I always hate doing this because I don't want to lose any viewers. I just need everybody to stand right here in the chat. Stay right here in the chat. You can sit down, I'm sure you are, and just talk amongst yourself. Have a great discussion question. Let me know where you're watching from. That'll be interesting, seeing where everybody's watching from. And it's 11 o'clock on the dot. I'll be back here. Curtis Marachi gets the other kill, switch, engage. I'll be back here in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, I'll be back at the minimum. And I'll be back, and I'm going to come straight in and put up new auctions. We still got about this many tagged auctions, and we still got about this many Japanese. And, of course, y'all know we're going to get into discount bins. So please make sure you have, let me know where you're watching from, and let's have a discussion. The most recent one's been concerts. We need to find something else. The first record you ever purchased. The first record you ever purchased. And let's see how many people remember when and where. Don't leave the chat. I'm going to be gone for at least 10 minutes starting right now. I'm going to put my microphone right here, and you'll know that that's what's going on when you come back. So if anybody gets on and like, hey, what's going on? Where's Chad? The screen's frozen. You can say Chad's eating. Now, the only person who has shared their location is Cyclone Doug. That's got to change. We need like 200 people. Let me know where they're watching from. Thank you. I'll be right back. Otherwise, I'm going to pass out. Well, that was a bad way to come back. I start with a cough. I got into my Russell Stover's chocolates, too. All right, I'm about to blow the air horn. So, for Laura's sake, I'm blowing the air horn. Fair warning, Van Halen. Part 2 has commenced. Chad's probably going to have the hiccups. I just ate a lot of food really fast. I apologize. Yeah, I'm going to have hiccups bad. Hold on, let me rub my tummy and pat my head and sing Solitary Man. Shallow I was, used to call my name. Okay. And then Descent is Soda John Darren. All right, who's back on? Who's with me? Whew. And I was literally rubbing my tummy and singing. I wasn't even singing Solitary Man. I was singing Shallow. Shallow, when I was young, I used to call your name. I just had a salad, a steak, a baked potato, 2 Diet Cokes, a loaf of pumpernickel bread from Outback, and a Russell Stover's chocolate, and I was done in 15 minutes. Whew. Thank you for buying the Descent album. That's new buyer Nicholas Hostler. Thank you and welcome back, Hostler. Nicholas Hostler. Hope I'm saying your name. Yes, that was for me. That was for me. That was for you. Yes. Thank you, and I'm back now. I'm seeing comments. I'm seeing the viewership rise. Whew. I feel so much better. It's all gone. And that was a loaded baked potato, too. That had butter, sour cream, cheese, bacon bits. And I'm done. I can inhale some food. All right, here we go. We're about to finish up our auctions. I think I might read through one of these new arrival crates, and then we'll try to probably just do discounts for the rest of the night. We have approximately 2 hours of selling left. 2 hours of selling left. And I'm going to try to get as much sold because I'm not here tomorrow. Paul's here tomorrow. I'm at Metallica Night 2 in Nashville, Nissan Stadium. And I have got to sell as much as possible. And I had Outback delivered. Yeah, Outback. They delivered. I had Chipotle earlier, and I have spent way too much money on delivery. So I have spent 40, 45, 50 bucks on food delivery today. That's crazy, isn't it? 45, 50 bucks on food delivery. I'm going to try to condense these 2 Laura crates so in the future we can keep them together. But it saved me a lot of time. That's the way I view it. Saved me a whole bunch of time. To have to go pick that stuff up or cook it or whatever. That's the Hatchet Ed bin. Was this a new John crate? That was a new John crate. Put that in there. About time to get back to some of these sealed 45s I started the night with. Need to do that. There's this crate. Can I condense these? Almost. It's close. It'll fit. Yep. There's that. Does everybody have one of the new Pink Floyd Pompeiis? The record of the week, Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $46.99. If you don't have one, I'm down to 2, and I actually just found another copy over here. That's what made me want to show them again. I actually just found another copy. So I just emptied 4 crates. That tells me we're on to something. And then looks like I got a check condition crate here from John. And then let me put these over here. So there's one John crate that's been gone through, condensed. Here's the other John crate. It's been gone through and condensed. That was the Hatchet Ed crate. Steaks are medium. Not overcooked, not, that's gonna make you puke. Whew. Let's see. Can I put these Hatchet? Probably put them back there. Another empty crate. Now we're ready. I didn't like the way that was going. So these are new arrivals, and let's get up some other auctions and keep the show rolling. Well done with ketchup. Ketchup on my fish sticks. Ketchup on my fish sticks. Next auction is the Rolling Stones Rewind, which is a great compilation. This is a gold stamp promo with promo strip, a strong VG Plus copy, the Rolling Stones Rewind, 1971 to 1984. This is the Rolling Stones Rewind with promo strip, a $25 start. Pretty solid compilation there. And then the rest of the Japanese, I'm going to probably put up tonight. I'm going to try to do the best ones I see left first. So here's the next best one I think that's left over here. And that is Aerosmith Draw the Line. We should be able to blast through this check condition crate. And Paul might have even shown this yesterday, but I don't think he did. But this is a Japanese pressing of Aerosmith Draw the Line. A $35 start. Gatefold with OB inner sleeve and insert. $35 start. So these are new arrivals, check condition. The Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits. Another Park, Another Sunday. VG Plus $9.99. Nice. David Gilmour. I know this crate hadn't been gone through because someone's going to grab this for $14.99. Are you kidding me? That's what I should start the auction at. VG copy, David Gilmour, his first solo album. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, VG Plus $24.99. And the best of the Righteous Brothers, VG Plus $12.99. The best of the Righteous Brothers. And the Partridge Family Notebook. The covers in shrink, vinyls in VG Plus condition. Melissa Bailey first on David Gilmour. Is YouTube working? Test 1, 2. Mason bid $25 on the Stones. I think it's working. I think it's working. So Mason's in on $25 on the Stones. Aerosmith's a $35 start. David Gilmour is sold to Natasha, then Ronnie, then Tim, then MT Matt, then James, and then JD. Mike Torrey's first on the Partridge Family. I have Diana Ross and the Supremes sing and perform Funny Girl. Don't see that one as often. EX. So the check condition bin means the grade I'm saying is the grade of the record. And EX is not a bad record whatsoever. That's actually just probably a few stray marks from not even going in the check condition bin. Vicky Yoshikawa on Live Project. You're over on YouTube. Yeah, Vicky, I saw your message. I don't know if I replied to you as soon as I walked up front. If you comment too much, they will start blocking your comments on Facebook. So some people bid on like every auction, or just weird things happen and they just get throttled. I call it throttled. At that point, Facebook thinks you're a bot or you're spamming people if you've commented like 1,000 times. I think it's like so many times in an hour, probably like more than 100 comments in an hour, they throttle you. A Live Project is sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. David Gilmour is sold to Melissa Bailey. Yes, you got the David Gilmour. All right, back to the bin. I'm about to sell Stones and Aerosmith. Free Heartbreaker. That's a good one. VG Plus, $17.99. And the Blues Project live at the Cafe A Go-Go. VG Plus, $14.99. And the Best of Joe Walsh. I love that cover. Best of Joe Walsh. VG, $9.99. Here's our next single. It's sealed from Record Store Day. Houndmouth, California Voodoo Part 2. It is sealed. Houndmouth is a $5 start. Let's try to throw up some sealed singles. And this is Bat for Lashes. Limited edition. I think this is technically opened. If I can get it out of the sleeve. Bat for Lashes. It does say EX near mint. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. What's a good girl to do? What's a girl to do? And Sarah reworked live. So those are $5 starts on those. Melissa Bailey on Free. Free is sold to Melissa Bailey. David V on Joe Walsh. Cheryl next on Free. Chris next on Joe Walsh. And The Doors. Somebody just asked earlier, any Doors albums? Here you go. VG Plus, $24.99. The Soft Parade. Isaac Hayes, Truck Driver. There is a sticker on the cover, an old price tag. Double LP, VG Plus, $17.99 on Isaac Hayes. And Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits. That's VG Plus, $9.99. John Lennon Rock and Roll. This has the song Stand By Me on it. VG Plus, $17.99. And 10 years after, Rock and Roll Music to the World. VG Plus, $14.99. And Jefferson Starship, Grace Slick, Paul Cantor. VG Plus, $9.99. So first, the Rolling Stones is a buy it now for Aerosmith. Aerosmith, Draw the Line, is a buy it now for $35. This guy right here, Brad Whitaker, he was in the store a few months ago. He actually came in our store. He's a comic book collector. He was buying some comic books from us. Brad Whitaker of Aerosmith. He is one of the original members. That's sold for $35 to whoever wants it. And now the Rolling Stones did get a bid already. And we're going to go ahead and sell that for $25. And that one bid for $25 is sold to Mason. To Mason for $25. Bats has a bid for $25 of Robert. Bats has a bid for $25 of Robert. Jim B. Tatum. Robin Glenn got Tanya Tucker. Hiram gets the Aerosmith for $35. Thank you, Hiram. Midwest Briar on The Doors. Thank you, Midwest Briar. Larry Gonzalez asked how much was the Supremes. The Supremes is EX edition, $12.99. Danny, somebody already got Tanya Tucker. Bats has a new bid for $6. And Sherry wants Jefferson Starship. So those are all sold. Next is Three Dog Night, American Pastime. VG Plus, $9.99. And the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. OMD is VG Plus, $14.99. And John Waite, No Breaks. John Waite is VG Condition, $9.99. And Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $9.99. Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits. Next auction is going to go up right now. and it's another Japanese pressing, Hall & Oates, which is called The Best of Daryl Hall and John Oates. This is a Japanese pressing of Obi. It's going to go up for a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. Very, very nice. There's the cover with Obi, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Bat for lashes as a new bid for $8. Houndmouth is a buy now for $5. It is sealed. And we have the Supremes, Larry Gonzalez, Brad Whitford. What did I say? Brad Whitaker? Brad Whitford. Brad Whitford? Yeah. Did I say Whitaker? Brad Whitford. You're absolutely right. Three Dog Night, Sherry Darnell. Unfortunately, I wasn't here to meet him. And I missed out on that. Too bad for me. I'm never here during the day. Paul McCartney could walk in here tomorrow and I would be asleep. One Night Stand, Youth Crew, Anarchy in Vienna. One Night Stand, Youth of Today. That's a $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Hall does have a bid for $35. Steppenwolf Monster, VG $9.99. And more George Thorogood and the Destroyers, EX edition $17.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Art Blakey and the original Jazz Messengers. Art Blakey is a 68 U.S. Pittman original for a $25 start. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers with Horace Silver, Hank Mobley. Art Blakey's a $25 start. Orbison Songs, Roy Orbison, VG Plus $19.99. Nugent by Ted Nugent, EX edition $12.99. The Alan Parsons Project, Eve. Alan Parsons Project, EX $17.99. The Who, Who's Next, EX $19.99. Bob O'Reilly, We Won't Get Fooled Again. Behind Blue Eyes, that's a classic. The Fifth Dimension, The Birds, The Birds Fifth Dimension. That is the first label and in mono. VG $14.99 on that. Bats has a bid for 9. Bats has a bid for 10. Youth of Today has a bid for 5. And Songs on George Thorogood. And this is I'm Wanted, Kids from Philly, One Way Ticket, Bottom of the Sea, Nighttime, Tip on In, Goodbye Baby, House of Blue Lights, Just Can't Make It, and Restless, EX $17.99. Art Blakey does have a bid for 25. The Best of Simon & Garfunkel. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. VG Plus $14.99. Bridge Over Troubled Water. Cuckoo Cachoo, Mrs. Robinson. Feeling Groovy. Cecilia, I'm Homeward Bound. That's also a very solid compilation. Vicky Yoshikawa on The Birds right here. David V 63 on The Who. Youth has a new bid for 8. What about Bats? Robert has it for 10. Jim B, you're out. Lonnie Jolly, I'm going to go ahead and say this greatest hits of Hall & Oates. Thank you on that. Now Youth is at 10 with Tracy Songer. Sounds like we're not done. Let's put this in a new sleeve for him. And we have Sandy G for Lonnie Jolly. I have a feeling that's for Simon and Garfunkel, but we're about to find out. And Blues Magoos, and that's basic Blues Magoos. VG Plus $19.99. Oh. Time for a knuckle adjustment and a back adjustment. Oh, man. Bay City Rollers. VG Plus, that's called Rollin', $9.99. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Art Blakey is sold for $25, and that is sold to J.D. Conklin. Youth has a new bid for $15, and Bats, Jim B's out. That is sold to Robert Barnett for $10. Thank you, Robert Barnett. That's sold to you. Asia Alpha is VG Plus $12.99. JJ Kill Troubadour is VG Plus $24.99. Ariel Speedwagon is VG Plus $14.99. And ZZ Top is EX $32.99. Our next auction is John Prine. Yes, a true OG copy, too. A 1971 U.S. Phillips original with the Atlantic Company sleeve. Angel of Montgomery, Angel from Montgomery, Angel, what is that great song called? From or of? Angel from. It is Angel from Montgomery. Angel, I'm thinking about a U2 song. Angel of Harlem. Angel of Harlem, yes. You have John Prine's a $35 star. Angel from Montgomery is John Prine. Angel of Harlem is U2. Elmore James, Who's Muddy Shoes? Elmore James is a 1974 U.S. reissue compilation, VG condition. Let's go ahead and start Elmore James for a $15 start. And this should be, yeah, it was in a sleeve that said Record Store Day. It was in a sleeve that said Record Store Day. It's got an insert. It's on reddish pink vinyl. Now, I'm handling it probably for the very first time. This is essentially new because it was in a sleeve, and this came from that sealed inventory buyout. I have a whole box of brand new sealed singles. So all these that I should be selling here in part 2, if I keep pulling from the same box, they're all sealed. And I'm going to put up another one right now. And that is Lonesome Valley Ammunitions. Modern Life is War. I think this is Modern Life is War. Tribulation Work Songs. 5 Death Wish Records. That is on colored vinyl. It says, yeah, it's white. $5 start on that. Youth is at 25, 26, now 28. Lots of bids coming in on that all of a sudden. Now, John Prine is a classic, essential album for a $35 start. And Elmore James is a compilation, a vintage copy for a $15 start. I'm just going to read the titles. I think I'm going to go ahead and knock out this last new arrivals crate. And that way we can just do discounts for the rest of the night. That way I've said I've shown everything. We officially went through 8 crates of new stuff tonight, not counting Ed's, put back, and new vinyl. And that way for a good solid 2 hours, we'll do nothing but discounts. And for those that are relatively new, y'all are going to like the discounts. This is EX $32.99. EX $32.99. Modern Life has a bid for 5. I'm just going to read these very quickly, and if you need more information, let me know. Doobie Brothers was VG Plus $9.99. Lou Reed VG Plus $24.99. The Best of Righteous Brothers VG Plus $12. We have The Blues Cafe VG Plus $14.99. Isaac Hayes VG Plus $17.99. Same price for John Lennon, also VG Plus. 10 Years After is VG Plus $14.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils is VG Plus $14.99. John Waite No Breaks with Missing You, VG $9.99. Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits is VG Plus $9.99. Steppenwolf Monster is VG $9.99. Roy Orbison was VG Plus $19.99. Nugent by Ted Nugent, EX $12. Alan Parsons was EX $17. George Thorogood was the same price, EX as well. Simon and Garfunkel, I didn't pull this. That was, in fact, sold to Lonnie Jolly. Lonnie Jolly got Simon and Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. I forgot about you almost. Almost. Blues Magoo's VG Plus $19.99. Bay City Rollers Rollin', VG Plus $9.99. Asia is VG Plus $12.99. JJ Cale was VG Plus $24.99. REO, Roll With The Changes, VG Plus $14.99, and ZZ Top was $32. All right, Youth is at 36 with Tracy. Youth is at 36 with Tracy. Shannon is out. Nicholas, you're out. And by the way, if you're done bidding, just say out. But if you do say out, you can't bid again. But what that does is really help us speed up the process here. That means we know that you're done, and somebody might be waiting to bid till everybody else is done, and then we can go ahead and wrap it up. And then Elmore James is sold to J.D. Conklin. One bid, $15, and nobody bid on John Prine. John Prine is a $35 buy it now. John Prine's a $35 buy it now, okay? Let's go through one more crate right now. Youth out, that's sold to Tracy for $36. All right. Boom and boom. Also, speaking of new albums, this is now the new album from last week. I still got Ghost in stock if anybody's interested at $33.99. New album from Ghost on pink vinyl. I have that in stock still for $33.99. Let's grab this other crate over here. I'm going to say, sorry, Paul, I have sold all the new arrivals. You and John will have to start fresh tomorrow marking new stuff. Man, there's some pretty interesting looking stuff in here. For sure. I mean, just through the first couple flips, I'm like pretty impressed. It almost looks like a couple crates been condensed into one too. There's so much stuff in here. So we better pick up the pace. Let me make sure, yeah. Man, I don't know. Let's go through it. Let's see what's in here. If I can get over here with it. There we go. All right. Sherry Darnell gets the John Prine for the Buy It Now 35. Vicky Yoshikawa gets the newest Ghost album there. And Jim B gets Modern Life is War for $5. That's sold to Jim B. And guess what? I've got two more if anybody else wants one. Same thing. White vinyl, brand new, $5. I've got two more. Jim B might want three. There's two more for $5 and $5. $5 hairs and $5 hairs. New auctions going up right now. Next is Superstar, the Rolling Stones. This is an Italian compilation of the Rolling Stones, an 82 Italian compilation. The book is attached in the gatefold. The vinyl is EX or better, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. Jim B gets the two other Modern Life is War. Another one for $5 and another one for $5. Our next auction is another Modern Life is War. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. I don't know if this is any different, but it looks different. It's on blue vinyl. I'm pretty sure, or it's on a blue sleeve with white vinyl. I'm pretty sure it is. So that's going to go up for a $5 start. And Jim B got both. Tim was second, then Rick Berrien. But there's another one, a different auction, a $5 start. $5 hair start. That's now up for bid. Let me see if I have any more of those ones I just sold, because if not, then Jim B just got the other two. Let me put these over here. Where is that box at? That would help me a lot. But first, let me go ahead and introduce another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing is Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. And Bruce is going to go up for a $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, a $35 start. This one actually has a scuff right here. This one actually has a scuff right there. I'm going to go ahead and call this one EX. I try to glance at them right quick. They all should be like perfect unless something wasn't represented to me as the way it is. So they're usually really good about this stuff when it comes in from Japan. So we'll call that one EX. And let's put it up for just a $25 start. A $25 start, okay? Now, let's lock out this crate of new arrivals so we can get to the part I think a lot of y'all are waiting for, discount stuff. Nazareth, Malice in Wonderland. These are new arrivals, priced as marked, first time showing them. Nazareth is $19.99. Joe Stampley, this is Backsliding. Joe Stampley is a Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Canned Heat is $19.99. Gold Stamp promo, Canned Heat self-titled. The Last Puff Spooky Tooth, The Last Puff Spooky Tooth, $26.99. That's a white label promo. Wow, this feels like a UK. Tommy is a German press. Tommy, The Who, $39.99. Jim B has Modern Life is War at $5. Rick Berrien, You're Out. Jim B bid first. John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic. Very clean copy of that. $19.99 on Traffic. The Best of the Doobie Brothers is $14.99. And Boz Scaggs Middleman is $19.99. Two more records and a quick pause. Three Dog Nights, $19.99. And The Outlaws, Lady in Waiting, is $19.99. First thing is I'm going to make this Rolling Stones compilation just a $20 buy it now. Just a $20 buy it now on that. Rick, you're out on Modern Life. Final call to get a bid in on Springsteen. Bobby Lee Springfield, All Fired Up. Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. I think there was another single in here I hadn't got to yet. Hot Potato by Freestyle Fellowship. It's a 1993 US OG promo only, 12-inch single. Hot Potato, $5 start on that. Quick 12-inch single auction back there. Canned Heat live at Topagana Corral, $24.99 for Canned Heat. That's the second Canned Heat in the bin. John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusades, $26.99 for John Mayall, blue London label, no condition notes on that. Chicago 16 is $9.99, and the best of Jethro Tull. It does have some writing on it from the Connery collection, $19.99. David V got the Stones for $20. John Nazarko was second. J.D. Conklin was third. I've already sold that, though. Earth, Wind & Fire Gratitude. This has Shining Star on it, $26.99. It is a 2LP. And England Dan and John Ford Coley, Some Things Don't Come Easy, $9.99. Unfortunately, I lost Rick Berrien on this Modern Life is War. So, Jim B, that's sold to you for $5. And I think these are the same thing. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Rick, your bid just came in for $6. Man, you must have a heck of a delay. That took 3 minutes to get from your screen to my phone. How about this? We'll go ahead and sell you one for $5. And then I've got 2 more for whoever wants the next 2. Rick gets one for $5. Jim B gets a blue one for $5. The blue sleeve white vinyl, there's 2 more. Now first come, first serve. Those are $5 and $5. Next is Son and Cher in shrink wrap. All I Ever Need Is You, $19.99. Robert Plant, pictures at 11. $19.99. Jim B takes another Modern Life is War. Earth, Wind & Fire was $26.99. 2LP gatefold. Todd Rundgren's $19.99. And we have Rosalind and Collins Band, $24.99. J.D. Conklin wants BS. And BS was for something. Don't see a BS in here next. And then next is R.K. Tucker, says he'll take one. So there's one for R.K. Tucker. And Jim B said or 2. We'll go ahead and give R.K. Tucker one as well. Next is More American Graffiti for $24.99. Donna Ross and Supremes is $14.99. And the Supremes and the Four Tops, the Magnificent Seven, that is $14.99. Hot Potato Freestyle Fellowship is a buy now for $5 if anybody wants that. And we have Rick Springfield Hard to Hold for $14.99. Bruce Springsteen is a buy now for $25. Tunnel of Love. If anybody wants that, it is a BIN for $25. That is Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Tunnel of Love, Bruce Springsteen, $25 buy now. Okay? And then he wants Bob Seger. There's a Bob Seger in here. There's a Bob Seger in here. BS. There's a Boz Scaggs. I think he was maybe trying to grab the Bruce Springsteen buy it now. Luckily, he was first the second time, too. That's sold to J.D. Conklin for $25. Spirit, The 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. Spirit's $19.99, and Todd Rundgren presents the ever-popular tortured artifact. Ever-popular tortured effect. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Robin Glenn on Rick Springfield. We sold one of those earlier to Hendry. There's another one to Robin Glenn, and it's Freestyle Fellowship sealed. No, it's not. It's no condition notes, a $5 start on Hot Potato, or a $5 buy now. Next, going up for auction is going to be Warrior. This is a 1985 U.S. Gloversville original, gold stamp promo. No white label promo exists. RL and dead wax with insert. Warrior is a $25 start, and that's called Fighting. That's called Fighting for the Earth. Warrior, $25 start. Looks like some sort of hard rock album. Next is a Japanese pressing, and let's go ahead and put up the Rolling Stones here, Dirty Work. And that's another Stones auction for those that missed out on the compilation. This is a Japanese pressing, a $25 start. The Rolling Stones Undercover. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert. There's the original under sleeve. There's the cover and obi. Both of those are $25 start. Next is Three Dog Night, suitable for flaming. Do not burn it. It's suitable for framing, though. Three Dog Night is $19.99. Also, the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, the Car Over the Lake album, that's $19.99. Another Ozark Mountain Daredevils, that one's $14.99. The Jewel of the Nile, $19.99. 38 Special, Shrink and Hype on Tour de Force for $24.99. Donna Summer, Live and More is $14.99. Outlaws is $19.99. Julian Lennon Veloute is $9.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $19.99. And then Joni Mitchell's Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, $29.99. We have GMB getting Freestyle for 5. Brian Riley has Warrior for 25. Pat Lucero, you're out. Final Call to get a bid on the Stones for 25. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did, $14.99. The Circle of Love is $19.99. Big Daddy, John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds, same price. And we have Bohemian Folk Songs. Bohemian Folk Songs, flip back cover, $9.99. There's Molly again. Brooke Benton, Songs I Love to Sing. Brooke Benton is $9.99. Hank Williams Jr., 5-0. Hank Williams Jr. is $24.99. Carly Simon Spy is $9.99. Daniel Farrow on JC, and that was for John Cougar. Let me know if that's for Nothing Else Matters by Metallica. No, that's called Nothing Matters and What If It Did, and then Big Daddy. Let me know which one of those two you want. John Darden on Molly Hatchet, thank you. Warriors at 30, now 35, so Hiram and Pat's both out. Also, we have Charlie Daniels Full Moon and Shrink Wrap, $24.99. Daniel wants both John Cougars. Those are sold. Johnny Duncan and Janky Freaky. Johnny Duncan and Janie Freaky, Nice and Easy, $14.99. And Jefferson Starship, $14.99. The Rolling Stones is a buy now for $25. No bid. Japanese pressing of the Rolling Stones album, Undercover. It's being offered right now for a buy now price of $25. Warriors at 35. Interesting record there. Seems like there's some interest in it. I don't think I've ever had it before. There's the Rolling Stones. Let's go ahead and show a few more out of here. Saturday Night Live. Very cool with Hop Sticker, $19.99. The Kinks, Superman, 12-inch single. Promo from the Kinks, $9.99. Superman. Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. That's the album that has The Devil Went Down to Georgia on it. Devil Went Down to Georgia, $24.99 on that. And then Straub's Deadlines, $9.99. Hiram, it's up to you, or Pat Lucero on the Warrior. Now a final call to Brian Riley for $35. Our next Japanese pressing, here's one I don't get as often. This is the Beach Boys, Surfing USA, an actual like studio album. It's probably a 70s reissue. Very nice. It's a $35 start. This is the Beach Boys, Surfing USA. Very nice. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert, and there's the very nice textured cover, and that's a $35 start. Warrior is a 1985 U.S. Gloversville original. U.S. original. Mason on Saturday Night Live. That is sold to Mason. Saturday Night Live is sold. Also, Luke the Drifter Jr., $34.99. MGM record, Hank Williams Jr. Naked Prey, 40 Miles from Nowhere. That's a 1987 record, $29.99. Offbeat, Evolution of the Stickman, $19.99. Warrior has a new bid for $45. Half Breed by the Keith Hartley Band, $59.99 on that one. Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmother, at 83 Jacksonville Press, that's $44.99. And Gene Parsons Melodies. Gene Parsons is $19.99. And Elvis Presley, The Sun Sessions, in shrink, Kmart price tag. And that is the original mono recordings. That's a pretty desirable label there. The original mono recordings, $44.99 on Elvis Presley. Warriors at 45 of Hiram. Brian bid 45. Final call to get a bid on the Beach Boys for a $35 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's called Modern Life is War. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Modern Life is War. It is on white, grayish, marblish vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. All righty. So Chris Farrar on Bohemian. Chris Farrar on Bohemian, and that was Bohemian Folk Songs, right? Yep, that's so to Chris Farrar. Thank you. Now, there's way too much. I can tell it's midnight because we went through a new arrivals crate that I probably shouldn't have gone through this late, because there is so much still left in there. I'm not even going to read through them again. So if there was something in there you was interested in, now's the time, because I'm about to transition over here to another crate. I'm going to have to go find one. The next challenge is finding that next crate. That's probably the most difficult thing I'm going to have to do tonight. So I really haven't had that difficult of a night, if that's my most difficult thing, is finding the next crate. So, oh, there went my knees. That felt pretty good, though. Warriors now at 55. Let me figure out what I want to do with this crate. I'm going to stack this one a little bit higher. I probably do need to show, because we're about to show a lot of new sealed stuff, I probably need to show this one more time here, which is tonight's newest new vinyl arrivals. GMB has Modern Life is War for $5, and then Warriors at $60. Here's actually the newest new vinyl arrivals that came in today. And we have Hawkwind, that's new for today, comes out today. There is No Space for Us, $46.99. The newest album by Eric Church, Evangeline versus the Machine, $33.99. We have 3 of them. Cat Stevens, Saturday Night. This is the first time available in the United States. It was a 1974 Japanese-only release, new for today, $33.99. Gentle Giant, the official live Gentle Giant album. Of course, you've seen those here before. 1977. It's been remixed and remastered. 3 LP with poster. $44.99 on that. Fear Factory, Aggression Continuum. Fear Factory's on silver vinyl. Those are $36.99. Samantha Fish, Paper Doll. That's on clear smoke vinyl. Samantha Fish is $33.99. Meat Beat Manifesto is $29.99. And then the last 2 records have seam splits right here. They have seam splits, but we have the new Freely's Comic Live Plus 1 Expanded. Those are $46.99. And the new album that comes out today by Ali Venable, it also has seam splits. Those are $28.99. Jim B gets Modern Life is War for $5. That is sold to Jim B. And then Warrior has bids for $60, $65. If anybody wants the Beach Boys, it's a $35 buy it now. That is the Beach Boys Surfing USA Japanese pressing. I wish they could all be California girls. Question Sees Tracks. Question Sees Tracks. I might need a little bit more data on that question before I could answer it. And then, how many more Modern Life is War do we have? I have 1 more, if anybody wants it. I have the same thing again there. There's that. I can finally get back to my trash can. It's took me all night. I'm finally back to where I can get to my own trash can and get over here to some of these other crates. I think the first thing I can do far as Laura stuff, let me see how recent these are. Okay, I think this one's good to go half off. And then this one is recent for buy it now or best offer. This is like, yeah, these are really recent here. The Jaco Pastorius, Freddie Gibbs. So let me skip that one for now, unless y'all prefer to see that one. And I'm going to see what's in these first tower here. You're going to hear me pulling and pushing on a lot of heavy crates till I can find what we want to go through here. If not, I'm going to head straight up front and start doing the stuff I have been doing. Let me see what's in here. The Bastards, the Heavy, Hydro, I Love It, Midnight, Toxic, Steve Earle. Oh yeah, we can do these. All right, these are going to be half off. Here we go. The goal now is to sell a bunch of records, okay? A bunch of records. Warrior, 70. Warrior, 75. The tracks on Cat Stevens. Cat Stevens is Wild World, Oh Very Young, Sitting, Where Do the Children Play, Lady d'Abra Neville, Another Saturday Night, Hard-Headed Woman, Peace Train, Father and Son, King of Trees, A Bad Penny, and Bitter Blue. Very solid. Jim B wants another Modern Life is War. How much was Molly? I think it's already sold. Warriors now at 80. Didn't somebody already grab the Molly hatchet? I think they did. And then our next auction is Jimi Hendrix, the roots of Jimi Hendrix. 1972 US Jimmy label misprint version. They spelt Jimmy with a Y instead of an I. The misprint label. Jimi Hendrix is a $15 start. And Daniel Farrow on that new Cat Stevens. We had 3 of those tonight, and now all 3 of them are sold. Warriors now at $80. We got a half off crate, so the goal for about the next hour and a half is probably try to find the best sealed. We've been doing Laura crates here this week. It's been selling a lot to make up for the couple nights I'm not here. Even though Paul's doing the sales, it really helps if I can sell some other stuff at great discount, cheap prices. And this is going to be a great crate, half off, sealed. And I think some of these was from that night I was marking records. This might have been from the night that I was marking records, and I feel like I was marking stuff really cheap compared to comps. And this should be pretty fun. So let's go through this crate, half off. And Jimmy has a bid for $15. Warriors a final call for $80. Still got some Japanese pressings here. And let me find that box of singles. Here's the next one. I tried at first getting all the stuff I got duplicates of here, and that was most of the ones we just sold. Here's one. This is Generation X. Is that Billy Idol? It is. This is Billy Idol. Your Generation and Trying for Kicks. That's going to go up sealed. That's Billy Idol. Generation X was his band. Pre-solo. $5 start on that. All right, new sealed stuff. Let's see what's in here. There's a lot of the same artist right in here. There's a lot of the same artist, so it could get slightly complicated. Let me fix this camera. For some reason, I don't like the way it's sitting. It's too close to my crate. Let's go up high here. A little bit higher with this flexi stick. There we go. That should be good for us for now. And we have Elbow. Giants of all sizes. That's now $10. That is new and sealed. Elbow is $10. Another Elbow, Leaders of the Free World. Another one sealed for $10. And another Elbow, Cost of Thousands. That one's sealed for $12.50. And let's pause right here on Justin Townes Earl. This is Steve Earle, JT. It's Steve Earle playing Justin Townes Earl. And those are sealed on colored vinyl, now just for $10. Sealed for $10. Generation X, 5, 5, 5, 6, and 8. Warrior is officially sold to Hiram Aponte for $80. And we have one of our new buyers tonight picking up the Hendrix for $15, Jerry Ferguson. And now Generation X is at $8 with Craig. Our next auction is Carla Thomas, The Queen Alone. It is a 1967 U.S. Terre Haute original. There is cover writing, and it's VG, and it's just a $10 start. Carla Thomas, The Queen Alone, $10 start. Danny and Chris Johnson both got a Steve Earle. Those are just $10 too. Sold and sold, brand new. Chris, have you bought from us before? It sounds very familiar. Chris, let me know. I think so. That name, though, could be overlapped with another that I've seen recently on here. And then guess what? We got another Steve Earle. Here's Steve Earle, and this is, we got, why are these different prices? Is this different colors? They may be different colors. This one, I think, is black, and this one's colored. Yeah, this one's $12.50, and this one's $10. $12.50 and $10. There's another Steve Earle. Generation X is at $11. There's another Steve Earle. And now, Danny, let me know if you want black for $10 or colored vinyl for $12.50. And then we'll have to pause there to see if Flat Bubba wants the other one. Carla Thomas, whatever I said on that one. What did I say? $10 I bought before. Okay. Thank you. I think there's another new buyer this week with that name. I hope not. Maybe we'll have to look into that. What did I say on Carla Thomas? $10 start on Carla Thomas. That helps me out a lot. And now let's put up another Japanese pressing. And let's do Eric Clapton for just a $25. Still got some pretty solid Japanese titles here at late night $25 starts. And this is a $25 start. And this is Eric Clapton. Money and Cigarettes, Obi. Looks like there's some sticker residue right here. I don't know if that's part. I think that is supposed to look like that. Yeah, I don't think that's humidity. I think that's supposed to look like that. $25 start. The vinyl's really nice. I think Danny says he wants both. He put the both. Danny put the both, so I think he wants both of them. So those are gone. Do I have another one? Okay, I do. Here's another Steve Earle, Ghost of West Virginia. That's $10. Whoever's first. Generation X is at $15 with Craig Thomas. Clapton's at $25 and Carla. Let me grab the box of 45s. Or actually, you know what? I may have some bundles here that I didn't finish earlier. Yeah, I think these are some New Orleans records. It's a lot that don't have picture sleeves. And so we might bundle some of these together. And so here we go. So Danny got both. Flat Bubba. Danny took both of them. He had dibs. He takes both. And he also gets this one. Then Chris Johnson and then Flat Bubba. Okay. And I would hold the fold because I think there's more coming up. Here is a bundle lot. Okay. These should be all New Orleans singles. This is the Barracudas. On Vox, I Can't Pretend, Surfers Are Back, You Were On My Mind, and Surfer Joe. We also have the Bo Keys and the Rural Pendletons on Norton. And we also have the Wild Mammoths and Polystyrene. And all four of those for a $10 start. All four of those for a $10 start. Info on Generation X. This is a sealed single. Your Generation, the Win Stanley mix. And Trying for Kicks, the Win Stanley mix. It's a sealed single. Shannon Price has it for $16. Next is Steve Earle. And I have 2 copies. And these are sealed for $12.50 each. The Low Highway, $12.50 on those. The bundle already has bids for 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Danny gets a Steve Earle. That's so to Danny. We also have, let's wait on that one. Let's wait on that one. Let's mix it up a little bit. Here is Devin Townsend, Galactic Quarantine. Devin Townsend is $12.50. How many of those do I have? I've only got one Devin Townsend. So Danny got a Steve Earle. The other one goes to Chris Johnson. Okay? And then Flat Bubba's, you were third, Rick Berrien fourth. Let's go ahead and sell the Generation X. And this is sold to you, Shannon Price for $16. Devin Townsend is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Danny was next on that one, then Classy Lonnie Metal. I have Toxic Reasons in the House of God, $12.50. Toxic Reasons in the House of God, $12.50. Now the bundle's at $21. First, let's go ahead and make Eric Clapton just a $25 buy it now. Money and Cigarettes. Obi, insert, $25 buy it now on that. Money and Cigarettes by Eric Clapton. And then Carla Thomas back there is just a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Oh Carla. Oh Carla. Okay. And the bundle's at $25. And Carla was a 67 Terre Haute original. VG with cover writing. The no-bid pile's getting pretty big. I'll recap them all in just a second. Let me put those there. There's that. I got a CD auction. The other night when I was doing CDs, this is the only one I held back because I think these are pretty good. These double pack Beatles, especially these older versions. I may be wrong, but I thought it was worthy of a $5 start auction. 1993, it says the Beatles 67 to 70, nice, cool double pack, $5 start. Nobody on Toxic Reasons? I figured that would get sold. All right, here's the other Steve Earle. This is Exit O, just $10. It's sealed, $10. And I've got the Doors. Wow, half off Doors. Just $12.50. What is going on? What is going on? $12.50 on sealed doors. I think on that note, good night, everybody. I'm going to bed. Wow. These crates are insane. Already great prices and now half off. Steve Earle for $10 is sold to Melissa Bailey. Melissa Bailey. The bundle was at $31. The Beatles is at $5. Danny second on Steve Earle. Rick Barry in third. The bundle $35. Flat Bubba fourth on Steve Earle. And the doors are sold to Dale Sanders and Mike Monroy. Dale Sanders and Mike Monroy. Then DJ. Then Danny. The Beatles has another bid for $5. Then Midwest on the doors. Then Oso. The Beatles has another bid for $5. Now $7. Now the bundle $36. Now $8 on the Beatles. Now $10 on the Beatles. And then another doors. Then another doors. And then another doors. And now the bundle's at $38. And now Beatles $12. And now Beatles $12. And now Beatles $14. And now bundle $39. What am I going to pull out next? John Moreland, Birds in the Ceiling, $12.50. I think I only have one. I do. I only have one. And what? Steve Earle? What a surprise. I'll never get out of this world alive. Another Steve Earle for $10. And I've got 2 copies of DJ Newtown West members. I didn't even price these that night. I don't even remember. How about $10 a piece? They're brand new. DJ Newtown. $10 on those. All right. Don't give up on the lag. I promise. At some point, something's going to show up that you're going to want and somebody else isn't, and then you can get that. Stay strong, Rick and Flat Bubba. I know it's getting very frustrating at this point. I know. I can feel the frustration rising. There's a lot of anger in the feed right now. Feel like I'm at a Slayer concert. Okay. The bundle's at $45. The Beatles is at $15. Danny was first on Steve Earle. Then Chris Ridlings. Then Flat Bubba. The bundle's at $46. The Beatles got another $15 bid. The bundle $15. Shakedown got DJ for $10. There's one left. Next is John Moreland again. High on Tulsa Heat. $12.50 on John Moreland. And we have the Midnight Heroes. The Midnight. Yeah, it's the Midnight and it's called Heroes. $12.50. Slayer is love. Not from their titles of their albums. Rain in Blood, South of Heaven, God Hates Us All. We have bundle at $50. The Beatles, Lonnie Jolly had it first at $15. Now Robin's in at $16. Let's put up another auction right quick. Let's put up an auction. Speaking of anger, this album is completely full of it. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Girls just want to have fun time after time. A $25 start. She's So Unusual. Nice with OB and inserts. $25 start. Next in the half off bin. Nice. The Lumineers. Now just $12.50. What is going on? Lyle Lovett. Joshua Judge's Ruth. Now just $15. What is going on? And Los Lobos, Native Sons. Los Lobos is $10. What is going on? And we have Cheatham County Line, Hayo, Hayo, $10 on Cheatham County Line. The Beatles CD is at $16 with Robin Glenn. Lonnie Jolly's out. The bundle, William Drugovich is out. Shannon Price got those for $50. That's sold to Shannon Price for $50. Melissa Bailey first on the Lumineers. Then it was Shakedown. Then Danny. Cindy at $25. And let me pause right there. because my crate just filled up. It happens exponentially with these sealed records. And let me put it right over here. I remember I just ordered Cheryl Barnes, A Kiss Dynasty, and I just found one right here. I just ordered 3 extra copies, and one's looking at me right here in the face. So is Jazz Sabbath and Jimi Hendrix and Korn and The Descendants and Merciful Fate. Man, this is a great crate. Black Sabbath and Motorhead and U2 and Nirvana bootlegs and Bon Jovi. Where did all this stuff come from? Those aren't definitely half off. All right, Cyndi Lauper has a new bid for $27. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles CD to Rob and Glenn for $16. Okay, now we have, didn't get me an empty crate. Hold on. See, that steak break was worth it, wasn't it? That steak break, that was a great steak break. I'm glad I took time to take that steak break. So Lumineers, Melissa, Shakedown, Danny. Danny was first on Los Lobos, then Mike Allspaw. Cyndi Lauper, 27. Mason first on Midnight. Cyndi Lauper had a new bid for 30. All right. Next is Cigarettes After Sex, Cry. That is $20. Cigarettes After Sex, Cry, $20. We got 3 of those. The Heavy, I think that's the Heavy. Name of the album is Sons. That's $10. Heartless Bastards, A Beautiful Life, $12.50. Let's go ahead and show Space Tapes, Hunter Hayes, $10. And another Heartless Bastards, The Mountain, $12.50. Let's do another New Orleans lot, okay? And I'm going to grab a handful. I think hopefully these are New Orleans. Let's grab them right here. All right, so the first thing we had is a Norton single, Gene Ross and Roy Orbison. This one definitely needs a new sleeve. Very, very dusty. Of course, if you've been buying these New Orleans singles, you already know that. The Go, we need to get that in a new sleeve. Carlos and the Bandidos, Reduca Lucitrio, Ridicluoustrio, and then a tribute to Gene and Eddie. All those for a $10 start. Okay? Next is Cyndi Lauper, 30. Which Merciful Fate, Stand By. Cigarettes After Sex, we had 3. We've sold 2. To Shakedown and Shannon Price. Cyndi Lauper, 28. Danny Thomason on HH for Hunter Hayes. That bundle, a $10 start. I'm going to put another one with it. I'm going to put 2 more with it. I'm going to put the Hollywood Sinners and the Masonics and the Masonics and the Hollywood Sinners. Are those different songs? They are. Hollywood Sinners and the Masonics. So I'm going to put 2 more in there. Now a $10 start. Cyndi Lauper's at 28. Let's go through that half off bin one more time. All this stuff is new and sealed, and Chad's allergies are eating them up. Ready for a Claritin and a glass of chocolate milk. Here's the next thing I have in here. Elbow, Giants of All Sizes. Elbow is $10. Elbow, Leaders of the Free World, $10. We've got another Elbow, Cost of Thousands, $12.50. Toxic Reasons, In the House of God, $12.50. Birds in the Ceiling by John Moreland, $12.50. DJ Newtown, West Members, $10. I don't even have it priced. John Moreland again, High on Tulsa Heat for $12.50. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judges Ruth, new sealed, $15. Cheatham County Line, Hi-O, that was $10. Also, 1 Cigarettes After Sex left, $20. Natasha, 1's left if you want it. Now Cyndi Lauper's at 30 with Daniel Farrow. So Robert Glenn and Daniel are betting on that. Let's put up another Japanese pressing, and that is going to be Eddie Money, Can't Hold Back. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Eddie Money Can't Hold Back, a $25 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. $25 start. There's that. There's the insert. Take Me Home Tonight, a classic. Cigarettes After Sex is sold to Natasha for $20. That means it was $20 off. The Heavy was $10. Heartless Bastards, $12.50. Another one and a different album by Heartless Bastards, The Mountain, $12.50. William Drugovich has that 45 bundle for $10, and we are about to sell it to him for $10. Let's grab another handful of these sealed singles. Let's see what we got here in the shield shingles. Very interesting what could be here in these shield shingles. So let me go pull out some of these shield shingles and see what we have. I recognize this one. This is Post Malone, isn't it? Wow. Yeah. Post Malone. Wow. That's the name of the song. Wow. Post Malone is sealed for a $5 start. The bundle's at 10. Now the bundle's at 13. Now Cyndi Lauper's the final call for 30 because Robin's out. Classy Lonnie Metal got Toxic. Toxic Reason sold to Classy for $12.50. And then Danny wants both John Morlands. There's one sold. And the other one was right here. And Post Malone's a $5 start. All right, Natasha wants Heavy. That's sold to Natasha. And Post Malone has another bid for $5. That's before he went country. Or before he went grunge. He's went rap. When I first started hearing about him, like in college, everybody was talking about him. Post Malone. And then he went country. And then this most recent stunt, he's playing in Nirvana. Ronnie Ritchie on Lyle. That's so to Ronnie Ritchie. All right, and we're about to sell Cyndi Lauper, and I'm about to make Eddie Money a buy it now for $25, which will be whoever grabs it first, or if you want to go ahead and lock in a bid, now's the time. So the only thing left in here is Heartless Bastards, Cheatham County Line, DJ Elbow, Elbow, Elbow. Elbow, Elbow, Elbow. The Heartless Bastards are $12.50 and $12.50. Half off of the original sealed price of $24.99, which is probably well below the original retail price. It's like a discount and then another discount. Let's see what we got in here. When was these shown? Laura showed these back in March. Have these been shown by now best offer? You know what? I don't know, but we're about to completely blow them out. This is a good one. I don't know. This is back from the end of March. I don't know, honestly, if I went through these a second time because they've been down here on the very bottom of this tower of crates. And just based on the titles I've seen, everything in here is going to sell. So I would be on your toes for this one. I would be on your toes for this one, okay? There's at least 2 or 3 in here that I probably could pull out and auction and give Paul to auction tomorrow for like $10 starts, and they'll probably bring 30 or 40 because they're expensive new albums. I do have somebody on the elbows. Thank you. That took out the big chunk of the crate. 1, 2, 3, all elbows. So to Flat Bubba. Flat Bubba. There you go. See? Finally, that paid off. The bundle was sold for $16 to William Drugovich. Where are we on Posty? Post Malone is at 10 with Mason. Everybody else is out. Let's go ahead and sell Cyndi Lauper to Daniel Farrow for $30. And now Eddie Money's a $25 buy it now. Eddie Money's a $25 buy it now. Jim B is locking in his lag test. Post is at 12. Take Me Home Tonight. You can't hold back with Eddie Money. He's got 2 tickets to paradise. I don't think that one's on here, but can't hold back, bring on the rain. Calm before the storm. John Nazarko gets it 25. What is the California album? This is the only no-bid single tonight. It's called Houndmouth, California Voodoo Part 2. Talk of the Town and Shane's Song. It's a buy it now for $5. Post Malone's at 12 and now 13. And let's go ahead, before I introduce another LP, let's put up another single. And nice, the Black Crows. Here's the Black Crows. This costs new $16 at this store. Wanting and Waiting. Record Store Day 2014. This is a $5 start. Let's get started. Half off sealed records. Let's sell everything in here. Mark Knopfler, you may know him from Dire Straits. Now just $22.50. One Deep River. That was $44.99. Mark Knopfler, $22.50. Tears for Fears on green vinyl, their newest album, now just $12.50. And Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoon is now just $15 or $10 on orange vinyl. They were $19.99. So Mark Knopfler, Tears for Fears, and Spoon, the first 3 records. Mason's out on post. Tom has it for $14. Mason back in at $15. Black Crows, a $5 start. Our next Japanese pressing is Warrior, Scandal, featuring Patti Smythe. In Shrink with Obi, a top Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Warrior. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. All right. John Dearden on Tears for Fears. Nope. Shakedown. Who was first? Let me make sure I go up high enough. Shakedown was first. So Shakedown, John Dearden, and Hiram Aponte. Shakedown, John Dearden, and Hiram Aponte. Ronnie Ritchie was next, technically fourth, so he was first alternate. Then Jeff Halsworth, then Trina Long. Flat Bubba gets a Spoon. That's so to Flat Bubba. Post is at 16, and Melissa Bailey gets a Spoon. So 1 spoon left, no forks, and Mark Knopfler. Next is Fractured Minds, Dave Davies. You may know him from the Kinks. Now just $10. It's a double LP Record Store Day on green vinyl. Dave Davies, Fractured Minds. $10 on that. I've got 3 of them. I've got 2 copies of Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga. Now just $12.50. Love for Sale. Bennett and Gaga. Jim B has the Crows for $5. Scandal's a Final Call for $25. And now Post Malone's at $16 with Tom Harris. Mason, you've been outbid. What Happened to the Beach, Declan McKenna. That is unopened on yellow vinyl for $10. Peter Hamill in translation. Peter Hamill sealed on white vinyl for $10. And First Aid Kit, Palomino. Palomino is sealed on white vinyl for $10. Sealed for $10. New bid on Post Malone for $19. Where do I get your crates? Where do you get your crates? I'm pretty sure I answered that for you earlier, but I will answer you again, Edward Tanagi. The answer is if you Google a website called Milk Crates Direct, aka Farm Plastics, that's where we get them. I order them in a pallet of 54. A pallet of 54 cost around $1,000. A pallet of 54 cost around $1,000 after shipping. On the website, it will show like $700 and something, I think. It costs a couple $100 in freight to get them here. Now, if you don't need 54, 54 is a lot. 54 would hold, if you pack them in there pretty good, 54 would hold around 3,800 records, probably. That's if you put 70 records in a crate. If you had a lot of new vinyl, it won't hold near as many. Milk crate directs. These are called super crates. These are not milk crates. These are super crates. We order about $1,000 worth every couple months. I probably have no telling how much invested in crates. A lot. And I've been meaning to get a hold of that company so I could do a referral and try to get y'all customers a discount, because I have probably sent them thousands of dollars in business, or I was hoping some sort of kickback so I could get free crates. Whichever, or both. I would rather just get y'all some sort of discount because I've got to order them anyway. All right. Sorry for that. Now, Post is 1920. Sid Blair on PH for Peter Hamill. Mason's out on Post. Shakedown got First Aid Kit. Jim B got Black Crows for $5. Post Malone is sold to Tom Harris for $20. Nobody been on Warrior. It's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Warrior. There you have it. Jeff said U2. No U2 in here. Chris gets Scandal for $25. Yes, that is the selling point for these crates. You can stack these with hundreds of pounds of pressure and they will not bend or break. You can nest them. You see there's a lip. No pressure will be put on them. A lot of people will hop on here and they'll be like, did you steal the milk crates behind the grocery store? I bet the grocery store is tired of you stealing their milk crates. Couple things, they really don't use milk crates anymore that are plastic. Most of the milk is shipped in cardboard boxes. The second thing is milk crates aren't really the best thing to store records in at all. Some of them are a little bit too narrow, and I've bought collections that's been stored in milk crates that have completely damaged records. The spines are worn, the edges are worn. Terrible. Taylor Swift is just $12.50. What is going on? $12.50. Back to selling records. Our next Japanese auction is Howard Jones, Dreams into Action. This one's a $35 start. I feel like we've had one almost every night in Japanese, and they've all sold. Things can only get better. Life in one day. No one is to blame. This is a $35 start. $35 start. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. Taylor Swift is sold to Chris Ridlings. Jim B was second. And I think my dad used to work in vending. He was bread. He stocked the shelves at Walmart with bread, Little Debbie, all that. We heard directly back when we were first starting to get into records and we do flea markets. We heard from a milk guy at Purity that they literally stopped making milk crates wide enough to put records in because people would steal them or not return them. So that's why they gotten smaller. They started, there's some old ones. There are older ones. I have really old ones, which now are just collectible because they're old milk crates. A lot of them are just collectible because they're old milk crates, but those older ones are wide enough. They literally shrunk the size, I think, because there was so much theft and people not returning them, because they could store records, but they were reduced in size. That's what I was told from a guy at Purity Milk, which is our local milk company. I don't think that's national. That's just like here in regional part of Tennessee. Reverend Horton Heat is sealed for gold vinyl. Reverend Horton Heat is $15, sealed on gold vinyl. These are all brand new sealed. Most of these, everything in here is brand new sealed records. They're brand spanking new, never been open. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Black Russian, a 1980 U.S. white label promo. Black Russian is a $15 start. Reverend is sold to Shannon Price and John Dearden. Next in the half-off bin is Moon Duo Live at Levitation. Sealed on mystery colored vinyl. $10 on Moon Duo. And Sponge Planet Girls. Sponge is sealed on red vinyl, $15. Reverend was sold to Shannon and John, Craig, Leslie, and RK next. And then next is Undefeated, sealed on purple vinyl for $10. Ken Foster on Moon Duo, sold to Ken Foster. Chris Ridlings was second. Now, when my dad worked, well, my mom worked there too, but when I was with my dad a lot, and I would help him stock bread and Little Debbie's and everything, we would get milk boxes, and you could fit they fit 4 gallons of milk. No, it was 2. How did that work? But those would fit records like perfectly, but they were really rough on the edges. Like a record could fit in those milk boxes, and then you could fold the flaps, but those were really bad. So we used those for, but then they would break, the handles would rip, you know, it's card. Plus, I get rid of cardboard in the store immediately. I am no cardboard. I hate it. It attracts lots of dust and varmints and bugs. Curtis on a sponge, Jim B on a sponge, and who was this? This was Frank Turner, Undefeated, sealed for 10. John Dearden commented, what? LL? And Lady Gaga is still available, Jennifer. Yes. Can't believe those didn't grab. They're $12.50. Next is Clone. Meanwhile, Clone, the French alternate metal art rock collective. Clone is $17.50. Shannon Price on Frank Turner. That's sold to Shannon Price. And Dr. Dre, The Chronic. Wow, $15. These cost me, like, the wholesale on these are like $32. If I had to order that, my cost as a dealer is like $32. $15 for Dr. Dre. I think that's going to get a bunch of claims. And then our blue one's more expensive. No, we order gray, blue, black, and green, and red. I only order blue, green, red, gray. That's my 3 I like. Okay, and then Curtis Marachi on TB. That's Tony Bennett, Lady Gaga. Then we'll see if Jennifer Corbin wants that last one. Melissa got Dr. Dre, then Shakedown, then Chris Ridlings, then Steve Riley, and then Rob Fordham, then Lonnie Jolly, then Jim B, then Ron Duffield, then Craig Thomas, then Danny Thomas, and then DJ. Jennifer gets the last Tony Bennett, Lady Gaga. And there's that. I named 4. And black. 4, 5. Yeah. I don't order black ones anymore. We have the first like 5 pallets we ever ordered, we just went with all black ones. And I was like, why are we doing that? Let's mix it up a little bit, make our table look more colorful. And plus we were going to start trying to color code everything, like sold records in green. And I was like, this isn't working. Let's just abandon ship. Rebecca Howitt got cloned. There's one Rebecca left, or there's one clone left. And St. Paul and the Broken Bones, the Alien Coast. St. Paul is sealed on Gold Nugget vinyl for $10. Justin Towns Earl, live at Grimey's, $12.50. Call the Comet, Johnny Marr, $10. And Hootie and the Blowfish is $12.50. Hootie and the Blowfish, $12.50. Wow. I got to recap that crate, and that was pretty busy. Did they give a military discount? That I don't know. I'm trying to get y'all a collect code discount. Before anybody puts in a big order, give me about 1 more week to call them and see if I can get some kind of referral code or something. I don't know. I doubt it. They're, you know, I don't know how much they're willing to do that. But anyway, Justin Towns Earl is sold to Danny Thomason. Classy Lonnie Metal picks up a clone. Chris Ridlings gets Hootie. Chuck was next on Hootie. Craig got Johnny Marr. Sid Blair was next. Hiram next on Hootie. Marr's being put back. He already has it, so give that to Sid Blair. Hiram next on Hootie. RK next on Hootie. And then Howard Jones, $35. Howard Jones, $35. And that is a buy it now for $35. And that Black Russian's a $10 buy it now. I've lost my mind on crates. That's why I try not to answer questions like that during the sale. Y'all can really distract me. But I think Edward Tanagi has asked 4 times tonight, and I thought I already answered once, and he probably is waiting for me to give him an answer. He's probably been waiting all night for an answer. But also, if you ever have something like that, you can also message Ed, and he will gladly help you out. 100%. You can ask Ed anything, and he will give you an answer just like he's me. But Edward's probably been like, Chad, are you ever going to answer my question about crates? I'm pretty sure I answered earlier, though. The other Towns is sold to Flat Bubba. And then Chris Ridlings gets Black Russian for $10. All right. Didn't mean to get that so distracted, but that happens here. And we get asked about every night, where do we get these crates? Corey Justin's already sold, but I will give you a St. Paul. And let's go through this crate one more time. Let's go through this crate one more. There's not much left to go through, but let's make sure everybody didn't miss anything. All right. And here's what we got. Mark Knopfler, half off of $44.99. Now $22.50. One Deep River, colored vinyl, blue. Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoon is sealed on orange vinyl for $10. Fractured Minds, Dave Davies, his solo album, $10 on Dave Davies. That's on green vinyl. D-Clan McKenna, What Happened to the Beach, yellow vinyl for $10. And St. Paul and the Broken Bones, The Alien Coast on Gold Nugget vinyl. There's 3 left of those. Indie exclusive, $10. And I'm going to go ahead and bring over the other crate of stuff earlier that didn't sell. And let me move this empty crate. And I'm going to say stock on these kind of crates are getting pretty low, I would say. I think for me to go up front, I'll have to do some digging or pulling out of other bins. I mean, how many have we gone through the last 3 times I've done this? 20? I mean, we've gone through a lot. They're not endless. I wish they were, because we're selling the heck out of some vinyl. And we're selling off the last of the sealed stuff. Everything else is already sold. But I'll keep digging. I know there's more over here, right here behind me. I just got to find them. And then the recent stuff, we need to offer for best offer. You know, we got to give it a chance just to populate like we would normally go through them. And then try to sell them elsewhere or up front. And then... you know, y'all get what I'm saying? Oh, and I forgot about this. I have 2 more Post Malones for $20. So I've got another Post Malone and whoever was backup and another one. First come, first serve. There's 2 more Post Malones for $20 and $20. And then here's our next single. This is Hootie and the Blowfish, Record Store Day, Black Friday, Losing My Religion, Turn It Up, Washy Fire of Major Lazer remix. Hootie's going to be a $5 start. Who was backup on Post Malone earlier? Backup on Post Malone. I know it sold to Tom Harris. Mason. And who else was close? Mason and mostly just Mason and Tom. So $20 on Post Malone. Wow. That's the name of the song, Sealed. Maybe Mason will want one. His last bid was 19. Maybe he'll take one for 20. If not, those will be resold. And next time they could bring 13 or they could bring 28. All right. There's that. The signed Kid Rock guitar is available, $575. Let's go through. I think this is a crate that Laura marked perhaps earlier this week. And we might need to read through this one. It's almost too recent to show this, but I mean, we are doing some pretty insane deals. So let's go through this crate, buy it now or best offer. Okay, a little bit different, but I am willing to sell these at discounts. Cheryl wants a Post Malone for $20. And hopefully Mason's watching and we'll get the last one. Hootie has a bid for $5. But let's go through this crate, and it's all sealed new stuff. And then I'll have to go up front and do some digging to do the next one. But I think some people were itching already to make an offer on some of these. So, and I think they're pretty recent, like maybe like Monday. And then I'll go up front and try to continue this craziness of a sale as soon as Chad stretches. Everybody's went really quiet on the chat. They're probably waiting for me to show something. Probably like, well, we're just waiting to buy something. You just keep talking about crates. You keep talking about unnecessary stuff. Mason's already went to bed. He can't even buy his Post Malone now. Here we go. This is Freddie Gibbs. I remember this album because it's a mouthful. Sold separately. Sealed $24.99. I know everybody's left the chat and they're buying crates instead of buying records. This is why I don't mention anything else outside of Collecco except buying records right now. Jaco Pastorius and Rashid Ali. Blackbird. Jaco Pastorius and Rashid Ali on yellow vinyl, $24.99. These are buy it now or best offer. I would love to sell everything in here. Thelonious Monk, Genius of Modern Music, sealed, $19.99. Idols, Crawler. Idols is sealed for $19.99. Houndsmouth, Little Neon Limelight, sealed for $19. Gotham Instrumentals, Talib Kweli and Diamond D, sealed for $19.99. We have 3 of those. And Herbie Nichols Trio. Herbie Nichols Trio, Blue Note Tone Poet, cut directly from the original analog tapes, mastered by Kevin Gray, unopened for $29.99. Danny offered $10 for Thelonious Monk. I will sell that to you for $17. $17 on Thelonious Monk. All right. Next thing we have is Hootie and the Blowfish is sold for $5. Hootie and the Blowfish is sold for $5, and that is to Brandon Lack. Next is Lonnie Smith Turning Point. Lonnie Smith is sealed for $24.99. And this is Hot Mulligan, Why Would I Watch? Purple and White Galaxy sealed, $29.99. HM, $10. Houndsmouth is $17. We have Glass Animals. I've got several copies available. Dreamland. Glass Animals is on glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $19.99. Down with it, the Blue Mitchell Quintet. Unopened, $29.99. Another Blue Note Tone Poet. Hot Mulligan. Jim B, I'll sell that to you for $29.50. Jaco Pastorius. I will sell that to you for $24.50. We have Ice Age, Plowing into the Field of Love. This is a post-punk album, $24.99. Hot Jam, Blues Rock, sealed for $19.99. And Detour Ahead, the music of Billie Holiday, Southside Johnny. Somebody's already bought this one. I hadn't pulled it from the flip video yet. This was sold to who? Let me look it up right quick. Also, Tanner didn't. He said, I think some people's buying some of the stuff from your flip videos before you sell it. He told me that yesterday. And let me figure out where that video is. Thursday's New Arrivals. See, they pulled some of this stuff. G liked a lot of people's comments. Let me see what else. Traffic Death, Britt Taylor. Where is her comments at? That's Gundren. That's G. See, that when I miss a day, it really messes all this up because I keep it all. These flip videos are all stored in my head. And so G and Tanner come in, they try to figure all this out, and they can't read my mind, obviously. So they're like, what the heck is going on? And I'm like, well, it's all stored in my head. You're going to have to. And then when they pull them, it really can mess things up. So I don't know who got what, honestly. This is sold to Lily McCurry, or yeah, Lily McCurry got Billie Holiday, and that's $19.99. That's sticker price to her. I knew somebody had bought that. I don't know about any of the other videos. Usually the rule is like this. If it got locked by me, Tanner, or G, and G is Gundren, that means you got it. If they didn't like your comment, that means you didn't get it. That means it's already sold. We sold it somewhere else. I'm not for sure. Because, Danny, I'm looking at your comments right now. So, yeah, I don't know what they did on the day I'm not here. So, apologize. I tell Paul basically, don't go through those crates until I tag them. And I try to tell them, don't pull them until I tag them, because most of it's all stored up in my head. And I'm like, people ask me, did I get this or this? And I'm like, man, I don't know. You'll have to wait till Monday because they tagged it all. God is an Astronaut, Ghost Tapes number 10, sealed, $24.99. This is why I can't take a day off from work. If I take a day off from work, it really messes stuff up. Val's Hot Water Music, that's on orange vinyl for $19.99. We have John Schofield and Pat Metheny, a 2021 U.S. reissue, $39.99 on that. I've got 2 copies. R&R Now Live, Contemporary Jazz, sealed for $19.99. Speaking My Piece, Horace Parling Quintet, sealed for $24.99. Also, we have Conan Gray, Found Heaven, sealed for $19.99. And The Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo Moxo, The Grateful Dead is $24.99. And we sold 1 record out of that crate, and that was to somebody for 2 days ago. This is a 50 cents off crate. No, it's a best offer crate. But sometimes, if you go low, then I'll go higher. Or I won't go as low. I'll make tough negotiations on you. I will make negotiations so tough on you. We have Metheny for $25. Pat Metheny, is that for the Schofield and Pat Metheny? Or is that one from earlier, Rob? Was there another Metheny? Let's see. Was there another Metheny here? Another Pat Metheny. Was there more than one? Or was it the one with John Schofield? Okay, and then Danny says counter at $8.28 for both TM and HM. Okay, so this one here. Rob Fordham, I will sell that to you for $35. $35. And then Danny was interested in Houndsmouth and Thelonious Monk. That's more like it. I'll sell these to Danny for $14 and $14. Okay. Now, Jim B, if you counter with a much better offer like Danny did, I'll probably sell those to you. How much was Conan? Is it black vinyl or colored? Conan is on black and red vinyl, $19.99. And how much was Val's Hot Water Music? Val's Hot Water Music was sealed on orange vinyl for $19.99. All right, next single, quick auction, is called Why Make Clocks presents The Transient Swivel, a $5 start. We're going to sell Rob Fordham this record here for $30. Does anybody else want one for $30? It's a John Schofield and Pat Metheny 2021 Tone Poet. Hot Mulligan for $20.50 and Jocko $18. Unfortunately, I don't do 50 cents. So Hot Mulligan, I'll say that for $25. Hot Mulligan for $25. And Jaco Pastorius. Jaco Pastorius is $20. So 25 and 20 on those. And then Nicholas Hosteler on heavy on HWM. HWM was this is sold to Nicholas for $15. And then Lonesome Loser on the Herbie Nichols Quintet. No, not Herbie Nichols. Is it Herbie H Quintet? Yeah, Herbie, no, Trio. Who was the quintet in here? The quintet in here was Blue Mitchell Quintet. There's Blue Mitchell Quintet as far as jazz. Jim B takes Jaco for $20. And then Herbie Nichols. Okay, so yes, this one, I will say this for $24, marked $29.99. The Grateful Deads, I will sell for $20. They're marked $24.99. I'll sell Flat Bubba one for $20, and I'll sell Dale one for $20 if he decides they want one. Remastered, Oxo, Oxo, Moxo, Oxo. If I go through this crate, if I were to go through this crate more like 7:30, and I said offers are active, most of this would be gone. That's why I'm a little bit more firm on price before we start doing stuff like 40% off in here. Still great titles, and they're relatively, they've just been out this 1 week. That stuff I've been showing half off, that's been out month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Next is Lonesome said he'll take one for $24. Anybody else on a Herbie Nichols? I do have one more. 24 on that. That's sold to Lonesome Loser. I think there is one more, or was that it? I think that was it on that one. Yeah. Okay, and then Glass 14. I've got a bunch of those. Maybe that will break the glass, and we'll sell a bunch more. Sell that for $14. What was the Knopfler from the last crate? The Mark Knopfler from the last crate was sealed, half off of $44.99. And that's right here. It's called Mark Knopfler One Deep River. Sealed $44.99. Half off that's $22.50. And that's on light blue vinyl. Light blue vinyl. And I think I'm going to go up front to try to find the next best batch of this stuff to do at half off. Y'all are spoiled with the 50% off stuff. And now y'all see these with great opportunities. And you're like, I don't want these. They're not 50% off. I'm going to zone out for a while till Chad gets done. Then I'm going to come back when he's showing stuff half off. All right, so we have Soul Glass 14. Next comment was any Monk left. There's one Monk left that we've already sold for $14. And then after that, Dale says Dead and Monk for $32. Dale and Monk would be $34. That would be $20 on that. And I've already told somebody $20 on that. And then Monk, I've already sold one for $14. Not Herbie Nichols, it was toward the end. Do what now? Lonesome said not Herbie Nichols, it was toward the end. Now what exactly does that mean? And then Tim Holloway says I'll take it. And that was on the Mark Knopfler. So Lonesome Loser, I just sold you a Herbie Nichols Quintet for $24. If that's not right, then you probably should clarify on that one. Because I just sold that to you. Tim Holloway takes the Mark Knopfler from the last crate. And that was $22.50. This single, Why Make Clocks, is a $5 buy it now. I still got a Post Malone for $20 if anybody wants that. And these are really pending to Gabe and anybody else that decided they wanted a Grateful Dead. Wholesale on those Grateful Deads, like dealer wholesale, they're usually about $21.72, I think, to the penny. That means, like, if I were to order one new and try to sell it, they would charge me, I think, $21.72. So that's pretty much below, should be below dealer cost on that one. I might even scan it and find out. And I'm not for sure about Monk. I've never had to order that one, but it seems awfully cheap for $14. I don't think I could order an official Blue Note remaster for that, to my knowledge. That would be pretty sweet. I'd probably go ahead and buy a bunch of them. Some of these I've sold before, and I'm like, it'd be better if I just kept these and, you know, because I can't replace them for that. Let me see what this says here. They're $22.84 at one place and $21.74, and that is dealer cost. That's available. Monk is sold to Gabe Baez for $14. Okay, so all right, so he didn't want Herbie Nichols. I thought we had struck a deal, but he says he's going to rewind and let me know. This crate's going to go back over here. He said H Quintet. That's the only one in there. His comment said H Quintet. This is Herbie Nichols Trio, and this is Blue Mitchell Quintet. So I'm not for sure which one he wanted, but we'll let him rewind. I'm going to keep this crate right here next to me. Now, with that being said, it is time for me to go find some more. So for me to do that, I've got to go up front and find some more. And we have we're going to do some more. We filled up another crate already, so I'm not going to swap out yet, though, because I'm going to figure out what that record he was. Don't go anywhere. We definitely have time for me to go through maybe one more. If we go through it fast, maybe another one. Maybe another one. Hopefully. That's my plan. Let's see who's paid attention. Uh-oh. Whoa. There it is. I haven't had time to even summon the orb tonight, but there it was. Wow. Hope everybody was paying attention to that. If not, you just missed something very special. I'll be right back. Let me go try to find what I'm looking for. Like you too. I still haven't found it. This is the kind of crate. This is the kind of crate that gives Jim B nightmares. This is the kind of crate that keeps Jim B awake at night. This is the kind of crate that keeps Jim B coming back. This is the kind of crate that Jim B has to have to feed his children. Horace Parlin Quintet. There is no Horace Parlin in this crate. If so, somebody's already got it. Yes, there is. You're talking about this record right here. Horace Parlin Quintet. This is sold to Lonesome Loser for $21. All right, let me start a new crate. Probably everything in here will sell. Probably. Let's go ahead and just get a new crate started. That'll give them a few extra inches to grab the records out of there anyway. I don't have them packed as tight. These are the kind of crates Jim B needs so his lights stay on. You're going to have a massive invoice, Jim B. $6,000-7,000. You was at zero on Monday. You're probably every bit of $9,000 or $10,000 right now. If not, then I hadn't done my job. We're about to go through a sealed half-off crate. This could get quite interesting. A sealed half-off crate. Here we go. Sealed half-off records. Tyler, the Creator, for $12.50. What the heck's going on? Big Thief, Dragon, New Warm Mountain, I Believe in You. Big Thief is $15. Big Thief, $15. Our next single for a $5 start is from Goblin. Yale, Record Store Day, red vinyl, Goblin. Goblin. A $5 start on Goblin. And I have another Generation X, Billy Idol. Generation X, a $5 start. Tyler, the Creator, sold to Lonnie Jolly. Ronnie Ritchie got a Tyler, the Creator. Flat Bubba got a Big Thief. Jim B got a Big Thief. Goblin has a bid for $5. I got another Big Thief and another Big Thief. I got Maisie Peters, the Good Witch. Maisie Peters is sealed on red vinyl for $12.50. Amateur, sealed for $10. Post-punk shoegaze, $10. I've got 2 copies of Vampire Weekend, sealed for $17.50. Sealed for $17.50. Goblin is at $5. Jim B wants 2 more copies of Big Thief. Big Thief, Big Thief. Generation X, $5. Goblin, $5. Next. 1, 2, 3 copies of Leon Bridges, Good Thing. Leon Bridges is $12.50. And Charlie Puth, 9-track Mine. $12.50. We don't talk anymore like we used to. We love fireworks here at Coletco. I was almost a pyrotechnician. Some people will say that's false. That's the story I'm sticking with. Robert, you're out on Goblin. There's only one bid for $5 of Ken Foster. There's only one bid on Generation X. We just sold one of these for like $26. I should have went back and found the backup bidders. We just sold one of those for like $26. R.K. Tucker on Charlie Puth. We don't talk anymore. Next is Modern Life is War. These are just 10 doll hairs. Fever something. Modern Life is War, $10 on those. Generation X has a new bid for $7. Classy Lonnie Metal gets the Amateur. Thank you, Classy Lonnie Metal. Next is the Turnpike Troubadours, sealed for $10. Sealed for $10, the Turnpike Troubadours. Wow, Muse in the half-off bin. Origin of Symmetry. Muse is $15. Now Goblin's at $7 with a third bidder. Now Generation X is at $6. Now Danny Thomason wants TT for Turnpike Troubadours. Now Goblin's at $6. We was already at $7. Rob Fordham gets Muse. That's so to Rob Fordham. Patrick Fuse gets Muse. Patrick Few on Muse. R.K. Tucker, Danny's already got Turnpike Troubadours. Next is what in the half-off bin? Wilco Yankee Hotel Foxtrot on cream-colored vinyl, $15. Price on the Maisie Peters, the Good Witch. Those are just $12.50 on red vinyl. We have 3 available. Now Goblin's at $8. Now Goblin's at $8. I have not heard back from Thomas Clark on the Generation X, so a final call to Danny for that winning bid of just $6. Well, high bid, not winning yet. Wow. Did y'all see that? That was pretty sweet. Next is R.K. Tucker on Wilco. Colleen Cook on Wilco. Both Wilcos are sold. Next is Tracy on a Maisie Peters. We're going through a half-off bin. Generation X has a new bid for $7. Goblin has a new bid for $10. Justin Bieber, Justice. Justin Bieber, Justice. Sealed for $15. Sealed for $15. Eddie Vedder, ukulele songs. Eddie Vedder, $12.50. Vampire Weekend. Only God Was Above Us. Sealed for $17.50. Goblin is at $12. Generation X is at $7. John Dodd on Eddie Vedder. John Nazarko on Justice for Justin Bieber. Leslie next on Eddie Vedder. Flat Bubba next on Eddie Vedder. Jerry Ferguson next on Eddie Vedder. Justin Bieber is already sold. Luke Bell, sealed, $12.50. Luke Bell. Widespread Panic, live from Austin, Texas. Austin City Limits, $15. Patrick Fu, sold on Vampire Weekend. Goblin is now at $12. Everybody else is out except Arnold Adams. Generation X is at $7. I have not heard back from Danny Thomason. We're about to sell both of those singles to the high bidders. Next is Wilco, Ode to Joy. On pink vinyl, $12.50. Danny Thomason wants a Luke Bell. John Dodd gets Widespread Panic. Rob Fordham was next. Now Goblin has a bid for $13. Leon Bridges, I don't think there was a lot of notes on it other than it being sealed for $12.50. Good thing. Generation X has a new bid for $8. Goblin has a new bid for $13. Wilco was sold to R.K. Tucker. Jim B was next. Spongle. Nothing Last. A 2022 remaster. 2 LP. Now just $20. Now just $20. Half off Ben. New and sealed records. This is insane. If I keep doing this, they're going to come in, the Collecco staff, my subordinates, they're going to come in and tranquilize me and have me committed to an asylum if I keep this up. They're going to be like, Chad, you've got to stop this. Half off records, new and sealed stuff. Are you okay? And then I'm going to get shot in the neck with a dart and wake up in a straitjacket. Sunday Morning Session gets Leon Bridges. That's sold to Sunday Morning Sessions. Robert Vlodarchek on a Spabongle. That's sold to Robert Vlodarchek. Generation X is at $8, final call. Goblins at $13, final call. Chris Ridling's outbid Arnold Adams. Haven't heard back from Arnold Adams. Shapungongle is sold to Rob Fordham. Aso Bo Cassiopeia third. Half off of $54.99. If I do my math correctly, that is $27.50. $27.50. Wow. Insane. Corinne Bailey Ray, The Sea, on blue vinyl for $10. Goblin has a new bid for $14. Next is Jelly Roll Kings. Jelly Roll Kings. Off Yonder Wall. Not Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll Kings. $7.50. Generation X is sold to Danny Thomason for $8. Lonnie Jolly on Corinne Bailey Ray. Goblin is a final call to Arnold Adams for $14. You're Tough Enough. Junior Wales. Sealed for $10. Arnold has Goblin at $14. Final call on Goblin. Everybody else has left the chat or set out, Final call. This single on Record Store Day costs $19 new. Frank Turner, Girl from the Record Shop. $5 start on Frank Turner, Girl from the Record Shop. Next, Arctic Monkeys. We already discounted a bunch of these. Now, I think the last time I did them for $15. Now they're $12.50. Arctic Monkeys. $12.50. Santana, a Friday music pressing. Now just $12.50. Wow. Jimmy Buffett. Sealed, $17.50. Wow. Band of Horses. Things Are Great, $10. Arnold gets Goblin for $14. Sold. Frank Turner's a $5 start. Did I hear Jelly Roll? No, you did not. Junior Wales sold to Flat Bubba, just $10. Greg Herman on Arctic Monkeys. Sold to Greg Herman. Danny got Santana. sold. Danny got Band of Horses, sold. Wow. Wow. Frank Turner's a $5 start. Wow. Just like the Post Malone song. Wow. Which is still available for $20. Here's another single. Sing Me to Sleep, Indie Lullabies. 7-inch blue vinyl from the charity compilation, it says. $5 start. Let's run through that crate again. How much time do I have left on Facebook? How much time do I have left on Facebook? Because I know where another handful of records are I got to run up front and grab. Curtis Marachi gets a Jimmy Buffett. That was just $17.50. How much time do I have left? Let's read through these again quickly. Maisie Peters, The Good Witch, sealed on red vinyl for $12.50. Leon Bridges, Good Thing, sealed for $12.50. 2 left. Charlie Puth, $12.50. Modern Life is War, $10. Modern Life is War, $10. Vampire Weekend, $17.50. Luke Bell, $12.50. ASOBO, $27.50. Jelly Roll King, $7.50. Arctic Monkeys, $12.50. Jimmy Buffett, $17.50. Band of Horses, $10. Rick Perrine wants the Oxo Moxo Oxo for $20. That is sold. That was my last copy. $20. I got a handful I can literally carry back here. Add to this crate. I'll be right back. We got less than 10 minutes left. The Facebook feed's going to end. Let me go get those very, very quickly. So if you're watching over on Facebook, the feed will terminate. The feed will terminate. The feed will terminate in less than 10 minutes. So if you're watching over there, it's going to end, and then when it ends over there, the show is pretty much over. I'll officially wrap up over on YouTube. Frank Turner is sold a GMB for $5. Sing to Me is $5. All right, and here are the unsold auctions very quickly. Buy It Now or Best Offer. Howard Jones, Dreaming to Action, $35. Carla Thomas, $10. Eric Clapton, $25. Beach Boys, $35. Rolling Stones, $35. Or $25 on Stones. $25 on Paul McCartney. And Dead or Alive is $10. Okay? We have Los Lobos. That is sealed for $15. Let's do some more right quick. Los Lobos, $15. Lake Street Dive, sealed for $10. We have Red City Radio, Paradise, sealed for $12.50. Jack Harlow, sealed for $12.50. Adrian Quesada, that is sealed for $12.50. Rex Orange County, sealed for $12.50. Earth Gang, sealed for $15. Nathaniel Merriweather, Lovage, sealed for $15. Jason and the Scorchers, sealed for $10. And John Moreland, sealed for $12.50. Wow, that was fast. Anyway, you can stay on longer. I'll be on a few minutes longer on YouTube, but after Facebook ends, that is it. I've been on for 8 hours. I gave you 8 hours of my life tonight. That's about all I can handle before I start my brain starts shutting down. I try my best, though. First thing is Beach Boys, $26. And that is sold to Patrick Fu for $20. John Darden got the Stones for $20, sold. R.K. Tucker got the McCartney for $20, sold. Stephen Riley got Dead or Alive for $6, sold. Patrick Lear on CT for $6, sold to Patrick Lear for $6. Regina Won't Sing to Me for $5. And Jim B got Lovage, and that was right here, and this is sold to Jim B for $15. Wow. So first thing I have is Los Lobos left in this crate. Los Lobos was sealed back to the 80s. All analog mastering by Chris Bellman. $15. Lake Street Dive, Fun Machine, the sequel. Tangerine Vinyl, $10. Red City Radio, Paradise, sealed, multicolored vinyl, $12.50. Jack Harlow, tan vinyl, sealed, $12.50. And Adrian Quesada, sealed for $12.50. Red vinyl. Rex Orange County, Pony, sealed, $12.50. Earth Gang, Mirrorland, sealed for $15. Jason the Scorchers, sealed for $10. And John Moreland, sealed for $12.50. Does anybody want to make an offer on Mr. Howard? It was $35 or best offer. And Eric Clapton is $25 or best offer. Cheryl, you've already missed the Metallica discussions, but I'll sum it up in one phrase, A+. I got to do it again tomorrow, Metallica. It's last night and tomorrow. You've missed multiple Metallica discussions. Some of us have problem that will think we will something and will not stop watching. I could keep going and y'all would keep watching. I realize that. Some people would eventually crash out. If I said, let me go up front, fix another purple drink, let me kind of just rest my brain. I'll be back at 2 a.m. and I'll stop at 8 a.m. I could do it, no problem. I will definitely be awake. At that point, though, the efficiency really decreases. After my brain, I'm just not as sharp. There's not as many viewers. And I'm like, is it actually worth... I could keep selling stuff, but how much could I keep selling is the question. So yeah, I got to pick a point that where y'all got to stop and I got to stop. I got to keep y'all rested and in shape too. I need y'all eating well. I need y'all resting well. I need y'all exercising. I need you working and to your job so you have money. I don't need you to quit your job or lose your job. I need you to stay focused at work. I need you to convince your boss you need raises. Anybody else? Only 2 no bids, and then these singles were 5 and 5. How about both of them for 5? Both of those for 5. They're sealed. Conan Gray from the last bite, now best offer being $13. I will sell that to you for $13. Does anybody else want one for $13? Whoa. There it is. Wow. Whew. Michael gets both of those for $5. Sid Blair wants a Lake Street Dive. Dive. That's so does Sid Blair. Cowboys from Hell. It's Domination. There's Vulgar Display of Power. Man, some great stuff on here. I heard some of this live last night. A New Level. That's the 2 LP Rhino for $54.99. I've told y'all I would negotiate raises. I'm an excellent negotiator. Promotions, negotiations. Paul will be here tomorrow. Let me see if I can track down a Cowboys. I should have one. I try to keep all those Pantera in stock. Here's Black Sabbath, all analog. Damn Yankees, Susie and the Banshees, More Ghost, Wasp, Venom, 9 Inch Nails, Dead Kennedys. I got to stop naming this stuff off because it's going to stir up a lot of interest. There's another Pantera, Dr. Dog, Slipknot, Ace Frehley, Led Zeppelin, Nirvana, Bon Jovi, CCR, Korn, Descendants, Jazz Sabbath, Black Sabbath. I mean, it just goes on and on. This is the never-ending story, like Lamal. I don't see a Cowboys from Hell over here. There's Tracy Chapman, Depeche Mode. I got so much stuff stacked on top of these crates, though. There's boxes of cassettes and CDs I hadn't got to yet. So, let's see here. Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. Not in stock at the moment. Do you have the new Ghosts in stock? I do. There was a Steel End Countdown to XC earlier, and the one at the End of the Dead, and Cassiopeia, $50. I probably will. Yeah, some of this, I'm going to show it tomorrow, but Countdown to XD. Didn't somebody buy, is that from the Lore Crate? There was a Steel End Countdown earlier. Would you do that and one of the Dead out of the crate for 30? And then Ghost. I do have Ghost. Any 9-inch Nails Year Zero. That's out of print. That's out of print. Dale, I'll have to do some hunting for those. I probably can message you after I condense. So I've already condensed. And if not, I'm going to tell Paul maybe to go through some of tonight's new arrivals tomorrow, best offer. I do have Ghost in stock. I just had my finger on them. The new Ghost are right here. I'm down to a few copies. Also, everybody's wanting the Billy Idol again, which that came out a couple weeks ago when we've already sold out. And this soda classy Lonnie Metal. Okay. Yeah, Facebook, it should be done. Yep, we just lost a bunch of viewers. All right, and I think we're getting very much near the end. Just so everybody knows, we're getting close to the end. Final request from YouTube viewers. Final request from YouTube viewers. And this is your last time to see me this week. I'll be back Sunday for a coin, knife, and sports card show. Tanner's gone for like a week, I think. I think he's going to be gone for a couple weeks on a trip. And yeah, Dale or Brian, I'll do some hunting, but I think somebody grabbed that. I'll make sure, countdown, and then somebody did buy the Grateful Dead, or I know somebody bought the Grateful Dead. Somebody bought the Grateful Dead earlier. I know that, but the Steely Dan's most likely available. Now, Paul has complete access to everything in this building. He's got a full authorization for me to discount. And I got quite a bit of work here to do tonight. I'm going to go ahead and do all my end of the month bill paying and stuff. And I got to reschedule some Facebook ads. And I got to get rested for Metallica tomorrow. It's fun. It's exhausting. It's amazing going to 2 concerts like that back to back. It's like you leave one of the best concerts you've ever been to, and then knowing that you're going to get to come back the next day or 2 days later and see it again. A completely different track listing. I think that's what's incredible. I wish some other bands would do that. Tool, man. If they did two back-to-back or no repeat weekend, that would be awesome. No, we're having trouble finding auction 45s. Well, stuff that we can just pull out one after another after another. I mean, these hardcore singles, they don't sell as well as New Orleans, and it really causes us to lose some time because they're not getting bids, and when we're just making them buy it nows and buy it now. So we're trying to figure out how to sell them. If we put them in bundles, then people want to know what's in the bundle, and then you still got to read them. And then someone's going to ask, what's in the bundle? And when I grab the bundle, then I'm going to have to spend a minute reading out all the titles again. So, because as soon as you start selling a bundle, someone's going to be like, what's the bundle? There is a Grateful Dead. Yeah, there is another one. You're right, there is another one. So, I'm trying to figure out how to sell these hardcore records. I mean, because there's still stuff mixed up in there, like the Judge record we had that sold for over 100. But my thoughts is, well, if we just put them in lots of 5, and I say they're mystery bundles, hardcore, $10 starts, lot of 5, that might be best, but I don't think people's going to like that. Most people know what they're bidding on, and for us to have a $10 auction, and it's either going to just sell for 10 or 15, and then at any given time, somebody could ask what's in there 2, 3, 4 different times while it's live, and we could be showing other stuff. So I'm trying to figure out how to sell them. There's more New Orleans records. I just got to locate them, and but a lot of that stuff, man, y'all bought almost 10,000 45s this year. I think the new count's getting close to 10,000, and most of that's New Orleans, so it's been pretty much obliterated. It's been absolutely obliterated. Because I said there was 10 or 15,000, and if it was closer to 10, then most of them are all sold. And if it's closer to 15, I've got to find the rest of them. All right. I think I'm done. And come back and support Paul tomorrow. He will be selling everything and anything. I'll be standing on, I guess it's called LP Field on Nissan Stadium, watching the boys from California play metal. If you don't know who I'm talking about, it's Metallica. And I'm going to end the feed. Thanks, everybody. Y'all are incredible customers, as always. Y'all are incredible customers, as always. Couldn't do it without y'all. My job every day is to figure out how to sell more records to more of y'all. It's a challenge, but it's a fun one. We got tons of new people this week, and we have y'all that tune in every night. I have to keep it entertaining, great prices, and great stuff. So, and without y'all, we wouldn't be flourishing. 5 years of continued growth at an exponential rate. Like, it looks like this. And it really hadn't ever teetered off on a year-to-year basis. Straight up. Just constant growth. And that's thanks to y'all. So good night. There's the fireworks. And I'm ending the feed. Thank you. And good night. And Dale, I see your comment.